era of football. Last video is pure mon para intratnamiento y no infringe de recos de originales. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamo más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 1. Stay calm in times of crisis. When Su Jing walked out of the inpatient building of the first hospital of Ji City, she couldn't help but turn her head and take a look. Under the grey sky, the grey walls of the inpatient building looked quite sad. What people see in their eyes is often the most true portrayal of their emotions at the moment, and Su Jing is no exception. There was a light rain in the sky. In this city in the south, even if it rained, it wouldn't be too cold, not to mention that it was only November now. In the south, it was far from winter. However, Su Jing felt the coldness in her bones. There were no pedestrians on the road. Thinking of the dense crowds on the streets seen in some old videos, Su Jing often wondered what the world would be like at the time. "Oh, sister, why don't you wear a mask?" Luli, wearing a gas mask, hurried up from the steps and put a button-like miniature mask on Su Jing's forehead without saying anything. Su Jing smiled helplessly, stretched out her hand and pressed it, and the miniature mask quickly expanded and wrapped her face inside. "1 or 2 bites, it won't kill you," Su Jing said under the gas mask. "It's not good for your health. The car is waiting and will come soon," Luli said to Su Jing. Seeing Su Jing nodded slightly, she asked tentatively, "The chairman, not good, but not worse." "The biggest problem we are facing now is definitely not my father's illness," Su Jing answered calmly. Her name was given by her father. The simple word Jing does not mean that her father hopes his daughter will become a quiet lady like in the last century, but that her father hopes that she can stay calm when facing major events. This bidding has reached the most critical moment. The car came. After getting in the car, Su Jing did not say where to go, but took off the mask. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "There are not many competitors. The only one who can really compete with us is Boda. Compared with our Chugon, they have no advantage." Luli, who also took off the mask, looked confident. "That's not the problem." Su Jing shook her head, then turned on her mobile phone, clicked twice, and a virtual picture appeared in front of the two. "This is," Luli was stunned. "A game." Su Jing sighed. "I know, it's Era Football King, a portable real-time strategy game based on Era of Football, very popular," Luli said excitedly. "I often play a few rounds." Su Jing looked at her assistant, her childhood friend, in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me that you also play this game?" "It's just a personal hobby," Luli shrugged. "But I'm not very good at it, I just play it occasionally, at most at the B level." Luli knew that Su Jing had always disdained this kind of game that was born out of the era of football, but now, our conditions are very close to those of Boda in all aspects, which makes it very difficult for the tenderer. Although Boda is richer than us, the tender is very transparent now, and all profit links are open. We are not inferior to them. In this way, the tenderer is very embarrassed, because it can be given to anyone, but it needs a good reason. Su Jing continued. Then, Luli was stunned. "The boss of the bidding party is a fan of Era Football King," Su Jing said expressionlessly, and then added, "A very enthusiastic one. So you want our two companies to compete in Era Football King?" Luli was not stupid. "That's right." Su Jing smiled bigly. "How can that be possible? Almost all the senior executives of Boda Group play this game. They even formed a semi-professional team. Among amateur players, these people are the top ones. Our company, although there are many people playing this game, I occasionally play with them. Most of them are at the B level. Few can enter the A level, let alone Super. Boda's semi-amateur team should at least have the level of stars." Luli couldn't help but yelled. "What are you talking about?" Su Jing was confused. In the game of Era Football King, players are divided into different levels according to their performance. At the beginning, they are caddies, and then they progress from the junior team, youth team to Class C, Class B, Class A, and then they can become stars and superstars. The highest level is the king of football. Although there are 10 levels, those who play for a long time, even if their level is poor, can enter the level of Class B and Class A. The truly outstanding ones can rush to the level of stars, or even the king of football. For semi-professional teams, they are at least at the level of stars. Luli knew that Su Jing didn't understand this, so she patiently explained it. "Speaking of it, there are only 2 levels between Class B and stars. If you train well, you may be able to win. Sujin couldn't help but say something, and then she saw Lu Li looking at her with a very disrespectful look. Sujin blushed, knowing that she had made a mistake, that is, using her own point of view to judge a field that she was not familiar with. Although she had always disdained this game, she believed that the football era was the game that could really bring happiness. Lu Li did not say much, but continued to explain. It's not like that. You know, this game takes a lot of time. If you play it more, even if your level is average, it's not difficult to reach the super level. After all, it's a matter of luck. If you are lucky, it's not uncommon to be carried all the way up. The early levels are nothing. The level can only be shown when it reaches the star level. So the B-level players in our company, Su Li asked in a low voice. They are just scum. Lu Li said expressionlessly. Many of them may have played casually, or even played in a group to reach the B-level. The car fell into an awkward silence. Let's go back to the company first. Su Jin sighed. No matter how difficult the business is, she will not give up easily. Although she is only in her 20s, she has been helping her father manage the company's business for a long time, and she will not be discouraged by any situation. However, what she is facing now is a field that she didn't know or understand before, which makes her, who was calm and quiet, feel discouraged. After returning to the company, Sujin went straight back to her office. Joseon Group is a family business. Sujin's father is the chairman, and she is now the general manager of the company. When Sujin walked through the company's office area, although the employees were very calm, Sujin could still feel the tense atmosphere in the entire company. Sitting down in her office chair, Sujin rubbed her face and sighed deeply. Joseon Group has now reached a critical moment. With the development of the company, it has reached a bottleneck and has begun to encounter some troubles. The big order of this bidding can allow the company to continue very smoothly, but if it cannot be obtained, then with the break of the capital chain, the company is afraid that it will fall into a state of inefficiency. At this critical moment, the helmsman of the company fell ill due to fatigue. It was difficult for Sujin to carry such a stall alone. The company's employees are actually not bad in terms of sensitivity. The ship is about to sink, and the passengers on the ship can always feel the arrival of a crisis. After returning to the office, Sujin stared blankly at the constantly changing holographic images in front of her. Perhaps only when she was alone in the office could she show some of her weakness. The world now is a world where the space for activities is constantly shrinking, while the virtual space is constantly expanding. Everyone in the world has extremely complicated feelings about the seemingly strange name Bukinoon. Some people worship him and think he is a new god, while others hate him and think he is the one who caused the further deterioration of the Earth's environment. However, no one can deny that in that era when the Earth's energy was close to exhaustion and the world was about to fall into chaos, it was his invention that saved the Earth from the fate of fighting for resources and reigniting the war, allowing the entire civilization to continue. Even when his creation caused the air quality of the entire Earth to deteriorate sharply, he also created a great game like Football Era, allowing everyone to find space for activities in the holographic game. Just based on this, his unprecedented contribution cannot be erased by anyone. However, for Sujin, she had no intention of commenting on this fact that had been debated for hundreds of years. She now had a deeper level of practical considerations in front of her, that is, the future of the company. Everyone has his own place. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Sujin turned off the holographic projection and said, "Come in." Lu Li pushed the door open and came in. Sujin waved and asked her to sit down in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "I have an idea." "I have one too." "Oh, you go first." Lu Li said with a smile. "It's just a competition. No one stipulates that we must let our company's employees take action." Sujin said in a deep voice. "Bingo, boss, you're really smart, but I am not bad either. I also thought of this idea. Although the semi-Yamato team is already the best group of people in the Yamato circle, as long as we are willing to find someone, we can still find someone who has a chance to compete with them." Lu Li said with a smile. "Are you sure?" Sujin stared at Lu Li. "Not sure, I usually read the relevant news about this game. The gap between amateurs and professionals is huge. Although those guys are only semi-amateurs, there are still not many people who can compete with them. So I thought about it carefully just now. If we really want to find someone, we only have one way to go." Lu Li said confidently. "What road?" Sujin knew that her familiar assistant was not sure and would not come to find her specially. "Anchors. Those anchors with good skills don't necessarily need to be very popular, because many anchors are popular because they can show off, talk dirty, and are very entertaining, but their skills may not be particularly outstanding. What we are looking for is the kind that may not be very popular, but has particularly outstanding skills, so that we can have hope of winning. At this point, Luli smiled slyly. We may not be able to spend much money on such anchors who are not very popular. Otherwise, if they are really popular anchors, they can earn 10 or 20 million a year, and we may not be able to afford them so much. Sujin was shocked. She only played Football Era and watched the live broadcast. She really didn't expect that a game anchor could earn so much in a year. It was almost catching up with the net profit of TSM Group for 3 months, then you go and find it as soon as possible. Sujin made up her mind. If you get this order, I expect the net profit to be 50 million. I will make the decision. Half of the profit can be distributed as a bonus. Luli nodded heavily. For TSM Group, the importance of this order is not only the direct profit it brings, but also that benefits to the future development. This is the most critical factor for TSM Group. So using half of the profit to bet on this order is completely acceptable. I will go to the player circle and ask. Give me 1 day, I will definitely find such a team. Luli swore to Sujin. Sujin nodded with relief. At a time when the building is about to collapse, there is still such a reliable partner around. It is really a happy thing. Chapter 2 The Dark Night. In the following day, Luli felt that she had done all the phone calls and chats in her life. She worked so hard to help Suli, not only for her own future, although her future was tied to TSM Group, but also for her friendship with Sujin and the kindness of the Su family to her. When women start to work hard, people will often marvel at why such a strong power is contained in their thin bodies. Luli made countless phone calls, posted countless posts, and asked countless people. Her approach was very clever. She posted a lot of provocative posts on major forums, such as asking who is better among the anchors, who can beat whom, and who can represent the highest level of the era football king. In all fairness, comparison posts are always easier to provoke wars. After seeing such posts, a large number of era football king players who have nothing to do and browse the forums will be very interested in participating in them even if they know what is boring, and then quarrel with those who know and don't know on the internet. In such a quarrel, the originally scattered information was largely concentrated. At least compared to the previous search for useful information in the vast internet information, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now it can be targeted. But even so, Luli read the posts all night. She has excellent statistical and information filtering abilities, so she picked out the most suitable object in such a short time. The next morning, Luli, who had stayed up all night, was still not sleepy. She made several more calls and asked many relevant people, and then she found the object she thought was the most suitable. When Sujin opened the holographic video sent by Luli, she was immediately dazzled by the barrage that almost filled the screen. This operation is awesome. This operation is so coquettish. Are you going to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my title of King of Football? The opponent died because of his lack of words. The first Zheng Qi in the national server. Hannibal. The game experience is extremely poor. Almost no real picture can be seen, all covered by the barrage. Sujin tried hard to see what this game was like, but in the end she had to give up. Looks very popular. Didn't you say that many popular anchors are not actually very talented? Sujin asked Luli. Yes, but there are always exceptions. This team is like this, with good results, cool operations, and very high popularity. Luli said with a smile. Such a live broadcast team must have a very high income. Sujin asked in surprise. Well, it is considered the highest level, but don't we need the most capable team? If we are to talk about the most confident team, it is them. It is said that they often compete with professional teams in private, and their winning rate is quite high. Luli said affirmatively. Bragging, right. A team that has a high winning rate against professional teams, why don't they go to play professionally? Sujin laughed. This team gets more than 20 million yuan in bonuses from live streaming websites in a month. They also have many fans, and the bonuses they get won't be lower than this number. The top professional teams will only get about the same bonus as them if they win the annual championship. Many teams earn less than half of their income. Sujin looked at Luli in surprise. Luli shrugged her shoulders. I'm also surprised by this situation. In theory, the more professional the competitive sports are, the higher the income can be, but they have fan economy. Then I'm a little worried that I can't invite them now. Sujin sighed. It shouldn't be a problem to invite them to play a game for 20 million yuan. Generally speaking, such opportunities are rare. Luli laughed. But this team is very mysterious. Many other live streaming teams will show off their faces. They all wear masks and claim to please the audience only by technology, and they have indeed done this. Really? That should be really outstanding. Sujin nodded. Although there is also the intention of pretending to be mysterious and making a gimmick in this, there is no doubt that compared with the Yankers with face bonus, they need more strength and technology to cover up their true faces. More importantly, there is a person in this team who is in G City. Luli said with a smile. It is the person wearing the white robe Zheng Qi, who calls himself the Dark Knight. I have inquired from many sources, and his address is not a secret. It is in the lower mountain area of G City. Dark Knight? This name is a bit familiar. Sujing said thoughtfully. Well, the IDs of the other 4 people are super winds, I'm electricity and I'm light. The sea is all water and call me Queen, Luli said with a smile. Then is their team called the Justice League? Sujin was silent for a while, then said. No, it's called the ZY team, it's amazing. Sujin could only say these 3 words. The style is very funny, but they're really strong. Luli laughed. I'm now worried about whether I can invite them. I have to invite them even if I can't. Sujin said decisively. This Dark Knight lives in the lower mountain area? A very high-end place. Yes, it seems that the income from live streaming is really high, Luli nodded. Xiaoshan district is the wealthy district of Ju City. The people who live here are basically rich or noble. The annual profit of the Su family's Dasun group is nearly 100 million. Sujin and her father are not so extravagant as to own their own villa in Xiaoshan district. The reason is simple. In other areas, there are air purification systems in the rooms, and they can move around without wearing gas masks. However, in the wealthy district of Xiaoshan district, the entire area is covered by a super large air purification system with the latest technology. Such a purification system is extremely expensive. Even the government cannot allow all public activity places in the city to have one. However, Xiaoshan district has one. G City is one of the largest cities in Asia, but there is only one such air purification system in total. How expensive are the houses in this place? Sujin is not sure if she can invite the people who live here, but as she said, she has to invite them even if she can't. Otherwise, Dasun Group will fall into a stagnant development, and then the capital chain will be broken, and it will eventually be unsustainable. Every company will always encounter various bottlenecks in the process of development. If they can get through, then the future will naturally be bright. If they can't get through, then that's it. For that company and for her seriously ill father, Sujin must get this order. The key to getting this order is whether she can hire the most suitable person. Although like Luli, Sujin did not sleep all night, she did not feel sleepy at all. After going to a physical therapy with Luli and making herself feel a little better, Sujin got in the car with Luli and drove to the address that Luli had found out. Dasun Group is not far from Xiaoshan district. In any city, wealth is always gathered, the distance between rich people is very close. I contacted the Dark Knight and the other party said that we can talk. Luli said to Sujin in the car. Sujin nodded. This matter should not be difficult. Since the other party agreed to talk, it was a matter of conditions. 20 million is the price Sujin is prepared to pay. Of course, if the other party asks for a higher price, even if it is 30 or 40 million, or even all the profits of this order, it is imperative. Only if this order is done well, Dasun Group will have future development. The driver turned into a residential area, but was stopped by the administrator at the gate. Luli made a phone call and handed the phone to the guard, who then let him go. Security in places like this is always tighter. Suli laughed. Luli could tell that her laughter was a little forced, and it seemed that Suli was also a little nervous under such circumstances. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suli comforted her assistant, and at the same time silently repeated what her father often said in her heart. Always be calm when facing major events. I don't believe that there are no sages in the past. Although Sujin helped her father manage the company's affairs very early, she never fell behind in her studies. Although she is now a very standard businessman, shrewd and capable, and never discouraged, she is still a little bookish in her bones. Bookish people are sometimes prone to fantasy. Even in the materialistic age, there are always opportunities to meet some people who are similar to the ancient sages, who are heroic, generous, and righteous. Sujin eagerly hopes that this Dark Knight is really like the unshakable Batman, who has his own persistence. The car stopped in front of a very quiet single-family villa. This villa has only 2 floors and does not look too big, but the layout is quite quiet and exudes a sense of grandeur. A middle-aged man with grey hair on his temples and a straight back, with a gentle smile, stood at the entrance with an impeccable posture, waiting for their arrival. "Hello, I'm Lu Li who called before, and this is Su Jin, the general manager of our group. May I ask who you are?" After getting off the car, Lu Li first introduced Su Jin, and then asked. "Welcome to you," I answered the phone before. "My surname is Meng, and I am the butler of Mr. Dark Knight." The middle-aged man bowed slightly and replied. "And the butler, it's really grand." Su Jin shook hands with the middle-aged man surnamed Meng with a smile, but she began to feel a little uneasy. Living in a villa worth at least hundreds of millions of yuan, with such a stylish middle-aged man as a housekeeper, how much wealth does this anchor have? The key is that such a place is not affordable just because you have money. To have such an environment, it seems that this anchor is a wealthy man, most likely a second generation, who can afford a very luxurious life, and being an anchor is just his hobby. There are many such people, but some are high profile and some are low-key. Can such an anchor really be moved by money? Obviously, Lu Li also thought of this, which made Lu Li, who was originally full of confidence, begin to feel a little unsure. However, it has come to this point, even if you are not sure, you can only bite the bullet. Following butler Meng into the villa, Su Jin felt more and more unsure along the way. She was a person with vision, and naturally saw that the furniture and decorations along the way were enough to prove how rich this family was. I hope the Dark Knight himself is easier to talk to. Su Jin thought silently in her heart. Chapter 3 ZY Team. After leading Su Jin and Lu Li to the hall, butler Meng asked them to sit down. After asking what they wanted to drink, he quickly brought out 2 cups of coffee and placed them in front of them. "Thank you." Su Jin had completely calmed down at this time. After thanking butler Meng, she said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Dark Knight here?" Butler Meng smiled gently. "It's like this, Mr. Dark Knight doesn't want to reveal his true face. It would be too rude to meet the 2 ladies wearing a mask, so he only plans to meet you through holographic projection, and only with his back to you. I wonder if you mind." "We don't mind." Lu Li looked at Su Jin and saw Su Jin shook her head, so she replied. Butler Meng nodded and pressed a button at hand. Immediately, a holographic projection appeared in front of them. What appeared in front of them was a study room. A young man with his back to them was sitting on a large chair, so that people could not see his face clearly. "Mr. Dark Knight." "It's like this." Lu Li had just finished speaking when the young man raised his hand. "I already know your intentions, but I have something to say in advance. My friends and I are not very familiar with each other. It's no big deal to play against each other, but I can't be sure whether they're interested in this game. It's very convenient. Just like your team's usual live broadcast, we can enter an independent battle platform to play a game, but it's not live broadcast." Lu Li explained. "I know, but the key is, why do we have to play this game? You know, it's not so easy for our team to get together for a live broadcast. Those guys have their own things. We can earn a lot from a live broadcast, not to mention that although the opponent is not very outstanding, he is also a difficult guy to deal with. It's very tiring." The young man replied. Su Jin and Lu Li looked at each other. Su Jin began to feel that something was wrong. It didn't seem that the other party didn't want to play this game, but more like he wanted to extort money. Just when Lu Li was about to continue speaking, Su Jin spoke. 20 million, this is the reward we can offer. As long as we win this game, we will have 20 million. Lu Li smiled bitterly. This boss, how can he be so impatient? Does the other party look like someone who is short of money? Talking about money directly like this will cause the other party to be disgusted, right? Sure enough, the young man in the holographic projection seemed to stagnate for a moment, and then quickly, the young man waved his hand angrily. Money, 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 why do you mention money for everything? What's wrong with people nowadays? Can't we have a good discussion without mentioning money? People's hearts are really not as they used to be. Hearing this, Lu Li suddenly felt a little inferior and ashamed, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, "We don't mean that." Before she finished speaking, the young man immediately said, "Besides, there are 5 of us, and each of us will get 4 million. The number is too unlucky." As soon as these words came out, Lu Li was stunned, and Su Jin smiled. "Sure enough, I was right. So what do you mean?" Lu Li asked tentatively. "At least one person plus 1 million, a total of 25 million, will play this one game." The young man said confidently. "No problem, as long as we can win." Su Jin said calmly. "That's absolutely no problem. What about both as semi-professional team? Cut, we don't know how many professional teams we have won. Even if it's a little troublesome, as long as we are serious, it's still a short thing. Uncle Meng, draft a contract with the two bosses. I'll contact those four guys. I should ask them for a share. After all, this job is mine. While muttering, the young man waved his hand to turn off the holographic projection. Butler Meng took out two contracts from his body like a magic trick and put them in front of Lu Li and Su Jing for them to look at. Lu Li seemed to be greatly shocked and mechanically picked up the contract and read it, while Su Jing smiled slightly. Until he confirmed that there was no problem with the contract, he watched Su Jing sign his name on the contract, and then Butler Meng took the contract in for the Dark Knight to sign as well and took it out, and then was sent out of the villa by Butler Meng. During this process, Lu Li was always in a trance. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Su Jing asked with a smile after getting in the car. Yeah, I'm disillusioned. At first I thought he was really a Batman, Lu Li sighed, looking bleak. But it finally went smoothly. They have already drafted the contract. It seems that they have long intended to make money from me. Su Li let out a long sigh. You can only get money if you win. If you lose, you'll get nothing. They shouldn't joke about such things. It shouldn't be. It seems that we have hope in the decisive battle in 2 days. Lu Li nodded. Although the Dark Knight is not the tall figure she imagined before, the strength of this team called ZY is indeed outstanding. Since the money is paid after the game, the other party cannot be a liar. Even if it costs a sky-high price of 25 million to hire someone to play a game, as long as you can win, the consequences are acceptable. After returning to the company, Su Jing and Lu Li attracted the attention of other employees. Although they did not say much, they just asked the employees to prepare for the next work. However, compared with the previous few days, their expressions were much more confident, which made all employees feel that this time, the company might have taken a very good turn. While the atmosphere at the Tsum Group headquarters began to become positive, the Dark Knight was doing chest expansion exercises while chatting with Butler Meng. Uncle Meng, how was my performance just now? Did it seem a little too urgent? The Dark Knight asked. Butler Meng smiled gently. Fortunately, the two ladies should be in urgent need of you to help them play such a game, so even if it is a little urgent, they will agree to your request. Otherwise, they are anxious, not you. Don't call me Uncle Meng. How many times have I said that? Just call me Zheng Qi. Don't be so polite. The young man Zheng Qi said with some dissatisfaction. Sorry, master. Look, here you go again. You've always been the one who's taken care of my life. This is my duty. Forget it, I can't argue with you. Well, after the live broadcast tonight, I'll talk to those guys. After all, I can get 5 million for each fight, which is a good job compared to my usual income. Zheng Qi said with a smile. You usually live a little extravagantly. Butler Meng reminded calmly. What's the big deal? You have to spend what you have to spend, and you are happy. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Oh, by the way, Uncle Meng, I want to eat pancakes from Tea City tonight, and it has to be the old brand. The express delivery fee is very expensive. Butler Meng said. There has to be someone to enjoy it, otherwise how can the income of logistics workers increase? Zheng Qi didn't care. Butler Meng shook his head. The technology of instantly transporting freshly baked dishes from one place to the whole world was only widely used this year. It was said that a mad scientist failed when he wanted to create a more convenient transmission method. Transporting living objects would cause irreversible consequences. This expensive scientific research had to be stopped, but it brought a new revolution to the express delivery industry. Only half a year later, eating local specialties anytime and anywhere became a means for the rich to boast about themselves. Although such transportation costs a lot, far exceeding the general logistics expenses, it also seems that the business is not bad at all. As a young man who spends money like water, it is not surprising that Zheng Qi has such a choice. It's just that. Butler Meng looked at the villa, then shook his head and went to do his own thing. Although his income was not bad, Zheng Qi's expenses were also very high. The monthly rent of this villa alone exceeded 1 million. In addition, Zheng Qi wanted to use the best of everything and spend whatever he wanted. Even if he could earn several million a month through live streaming, he basically spent whatever he had. No wonder Zheng Qi was very happy when Su Jing came to him this time. Su Jing was right. This Dark Knight was actually very interested in this job. After Butler Meng left, Zheng Qi walked around the house and ran happily in the community. He didn't like to exercise at home. Although the holographic game could fully provide anyone's activity needs, he preferred to run freely in reality. even if such running had to pay a very high price. After the exercise, Zheng Qi hummed a song and practiced in the game. After dinner, he leisurely waited for his teammates to go online. He met these 4 teammates in the game one after another. Because their playing styles were compatible and they seemed to get along well when chatting, they started to work together more and more. A year ago, they were signed by the largest live broadcast platform in China and have lived a happy life since then. Like most professions in the world, the income levels of anchors are also clear. For example, the ZY team is at the top level. Each player can earn millions of dollars a month, sometimes even tens of millions, but many anchors at the bottom can only make ends meet. There are also many teams that have internal conflicts due to unfair distribution of benefit when they are promising. The game requires the participation of a team, but the main perspective of the audience watching the live broadcast can often only be on a certain person, so there will be a distinction between the primary and the secondary. However, in fact, the contribution of each player on the field is similar. In such a situation, conflicts seem to be inevitable. However, the ZY team did not have such a problem. Even though that 5 of them had never met each other, they were very generous in this regard. Zheng Qi, as the most popular Dark Knight, did not feel that he was wrong by sharing the income with other teammates. This was not his character. I always say that the happiest thing is to have the right temper. This is Zheng Qi's catchphrase. Obviously, the teammates of the ZY team are all very fond of Zheng Qi's temper. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 4 5 Weirdos, I've already negotiated for the job. Each of us will get 5 million. If you're in, you can get it. How about it? Can I do it? After all 5 people arrived, Zheng Qi said proudly while wearing a Batman mask. You must have said directly that we want 5 million. The sea is all water wearing an Aquaman mask said. Hey, did you spy on me? Zheng Qi asked. Do you even need to ask? When did you negotiate? If you hadn't spoken too quickly that time, we could have negotiated 7 points for the share of the live broadcast. Your electricity, I'm light wearing a flash mask stabbed him. Well, how would I know? Everyone else only got 5 points. I think 1 more point is already a victory, Zheng Qi argued. Did you say you wanted 5 million this time and they agreed directly? The sea is all water side. If it were me, I would ask for 10 million, and then slowly grind down. Apart from anything else, 6 or 7 million is still a short thing. They are just 2 girls. How could I bear it? Besides, 5 million is not a small amount. What's the point of asking for a bicycle? Zheng Qi said happily. Are you soft-hearted just because of 2 girls? When I met you, you chased me and killed me without holding back. The Call Me Queen wearing a Wonder Woman mask suddenly interrupted. Don't make a fuss. I didn't know you were a woman at the time. Besides, you know me. I get excited when I see a front midfielder. Zheng Qi laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Who is the opponent? The Super Wings wearing a Superman mask, who had been silent, said coldly. Seeing Super Wings speak, the others became serious. Although this guy has a very childish name, his personality is extremely cold. Others will talk about their own things more or less when chatting, but Super Wings doesn't say anything except the game. It is a miracle that such a cold personality can get along with them. The opponent is just a semi-professional team that can't get past the group stage of the professional league. Zheng Qi said easily. We have it in hand. But you can't underestimate any opponent. Super Wings said coldly. Of course, but the cooperation of the 5 of us, hehe, my opportunistic shooter, you and the Queen's main output, Brother Shu's tank, Brother Guan's support, even if a professional team comes, how much trouble can it be? As soon as Zheng Qi said this, the others nodded. Indeed, in the game of Epoch King, which is closer to the battle mode, it is not very difficult for a team with skilled cooperation to win. Moreover, these 5 people have their own strengths. If Zheng Qi, Super Wins, Call Me Queen and I'm Light were not unwilling to show up to play professional games, Dahayashi Shishui would have proposed to team up together to impact professional games. No one asked others why they were unwilling to play professional games. Although they had never met each other, they tacitly respected the privacy of others. Even Dahayashi Shishui, who wanted to play professional games the most, just kept contacting some professional teams to fight with them after that, and did not mention it again. In the eyes of others, Zheng Qi was very mysterious, but in the eyes of Zheng Qi, others were also mysterious. Super winds, I'm lightning, call me queen will occasionally disappear for a day or two. This is a common thing. The sea is all water. It can constantly pull professional teams to play friendly matches with them. It also seems to hide many secrets. As for Zheng Qi, it was he who proposed to wear a mask to play that game without revealing his true face. Why is this so? Only he knows. Remember not to be late in 2 days. Each person will get 5 million. After 2 hours of live broadcasting and killing several live broadcast teams that came to challenge, Zheng Qi said to other teammates when they parted. He was relieved about this. In the next 2 days, Zheng Qi trained alone. Although he seemed frivolous, he took the game very seriously, otherwise he would not have become such a popular anchor. The game Era Football King is a variation of the football era. Just like the relationship between Dota and Warcraft 10 years ago, the huge game of football era requires a lot of effort to play in order to get enough fun. Therefore, many people choose the more convenient and simple Era Football King. As a result, in the game revenue list, the Era Football King, which was released less than 10 years ago, is not inferior to the football era, which has a history of hundreds of years. Zheng Qi has never played football era. He is too lazy to play that kind of large-scale holographic terminal game, although many players think that Football Era is the most worthwhile game. Era Football King is a battle mode, 5-on-5, in different environments. However, the essence of the game is not particularly different from the old games such as Dota. Choose a hero, team up to fight, and the charm comes from the player's own operation, the cooperation of teammates and the confrontation between people. However, in the holographic mode, it is not the player's two-handed operation ability that is tested, but the whole body coordination ability. This kind of confrontation depends more on talent. Obviously, Zheng Qi is that kind of talented person. He is less than 20 years old, but he is already at the top level. Talent and hard work are indispensable. The heroes of the King of Football are divided into 4 categories: forwards, midfielders, defenders and goalkeepers, which are roughly similar to assassins, mages, meat shields and assistants. However, according to the emphasis, there are many schools of thought. Just like on the football field, there are differences between forwards and wingers, midfielders and offensive midfielders, defenders and central defenders, and even goalkeepers. There is a difference between actively attacking and guarding the gate. In Zheng Qi's eyes, these heroes are only different in terms of use, and have nothing to do with football. Zheng Qi is used to using forwards. Among the forwards, he prefers to use the hero Zheng Qi. Thousands of troops avoid white robes. This sentence alone is enough to make him like this hero. In fact, this hero is difficult to operate. In the eyes of many senior players, this hero has too high requirements for grasping the situation. Low blood volume, high burst and fast speed make this hero only an assassin on the battlefield, but this feeling of wandering on the edge of danger is Zheng Qi's favorite. His teammates are different. Super Wings usually uses the midfield Korkuo Zie, who is recognized as one of the strongest heroes. He has a certain blood replenishing ability, high burst damage, strong life-saving ability, and a mainstay talent, which can make him the most reliable core in team battles. Call me Queen, as the name suggests, and the most favorite is the front midfield hero Cleopatra. The 3 killer moves of range attack, bewitching attack, and concentrated explosion allow this hero with a somewhat difficult name to burst out with huge lethality in a specific environment. However, the low blood volume makes Cleopatra very fragile, which has always been a grudge for the Queen. The Queen was repeatedly targeted by Zheng Qi's Zheng Qi and died whenever she came out. The Queen was so angry that she almost smashed her own micro-holographic game cabin. The most outstanding hero in I'm Lightning is the tank hero centre-back Yu Kaiban. This famous general who defended Beijing in history is also a reliable player in the game. He is thick-skinned and tough, and his special skill of adding shields to the group can help his teammates save their lives at critical moments. Although he moves slowly, the excellent operation of lightning allows his hero to always appear in the most critical position, using his body to reduce the damage to his teammates. As for the sea, it is all water, and he is best at using the auxiliary hero goalkeeper Zheng Qi. The logistics expert in history is also quite amazing in the game. In addition to the skill of restoring teammates, he is also good at using ghost tactics to control opponents. Zheng Qi, who is operated by seawater, is a powerful member in team battles. It is not easy to put together such a team. Just like a football game, it does not mean that you can win if you gather 11 superstars. In addition to their own strength, players must also have a rhythm in sync to reach a very high level. Team ZY is obviously such a team. So many viewers who watch their live broadcast side, why don't they play professional games? Otherwise they might be able to glory and honor for the national esports competition in the international arena. In addition, the 5 of them are used to wearing masks in holographic games, so many viewers think that they may be real professional players. Many professional players were innocently shot because of their body shape and style. Fortunately, their suspicions were gradually eliminated, so they were not accused of using professional strength to fight ordinary players. If the opponent targets our characteristics, then we are afraid of some trouble. The day before the game started, when the 5 people met again in the game, Hoizui said very seriously, "Is it because of intelligence problems? Our live broadcast can be seen by the opponent at any time." Fixia asked. Hoizui nodded. "Even if they are familiar with us, we don't have to worry. We know what the level of semi-amateur teams is. Even if they can find a professional team to play for them, we don't exist in the dark. The game has to be played for 3 games. 1 game is enough for us to judge who our opponents are." Zheng Qi didn't care about this. "I agree with the Dark Knight. In the face of absolute strength, other conspiracies and tricks are just small details." The Queen said indifferently, "I'm just worried about a boat capsizing in the gutter. It's not a big problem for us to get less than 5 million. Most of the companies that come to us for help will suffer more serious losses." Haishu laughed. "Don't worry, it's been a year, and our level has been verified. Even if they target us again, there will be no problem. The only thing I'm worried about now is how to spend the 5 million after I get it." Zheng Qi smiled. "Don't make random flags. Par 3 times quickly." Diane Guang said nervously. "Brother Guang, you were good in everything, but you were a little too cautious." Zheng Qi waved his hand. "Tomorrow, we can defeat the opponent in 2 games, and then divide the money. Isn't it great?" Chapter 5. Unexpectedly easy for Su Jing and the others. The only thing they were worried about was complications. Although they had collected information from all sides in the past few days and confirmed that the ZY team did represent one of the highest levels of the current era of Football Kings, and was not inferior to the professional teams, even if Bota looked for foreign aid, it would be difficult to find professional level foreign aid. It was the end of the year recently, and the top professional teams were competing for the annual championship. Although some professional teams had been eliminated in previous competitions, under such circumstances, they might not have the heart to take on such a private job. Even if they could find a professional team that had been eliminated, such a team was definitely not the top team. Compared with the ZY team, the gap was probably quite obvious. Being able to finalize the help of the ZY team in that first place was the result of Su Jing and Lu Lei's efforts. Of course, this order might be related to the survival it took, but for the larger Boda, it was just an important ordinary business that would not affect the development of the entire group. The degree of importance attached by both parties might have determined the outcome of this competition. But Su Jing and Lu Lei were still very worried. This matter was too important to them, and they were inevitably worried about gains and losses. "Relax, even if something goes wrong, it's destined. My father was able to build this company from scratch, and I can do it in the future," Su Jing said to Lu Lei, who was fidgeting. "Sister, can you stop shaking before you say this? Also, coffee with 1 piece of sugar is enough," Lu Lei said helplessly. Su Jing blushed and put aside the cup of coffee in front of her that was already filled with sugar cubes and overflowing. "Sister, actually I understand you very much, but haven't we done everything we can? Let God take care of the rest of it. Besides, compared to our previous situation, the current situation is much better. At the time, we shared a steamed bun for lunch, but it shouldn't be like this now." Lu Lei giggled. "It's not that easy. Now I ask you not to go shopping, have a spa, relax, or have fun. Go to the streets to hand out flyers, bask in the sun, and have a bottle of water and a piece of bread for lunch. Can you do it?" "Anyway, I can't do it now." Su Jing looked bitter. "Sister, don't say such terrible things, okay?" Lu Lei looked nervous. The days of waiting always make people feel very difficult to enjoy. Although there is only half a day before the start of the game, Su Jing and Lu Lei feel that these few hours are like years. It was not until half an hour before the start of the game that Su Jing and Lu Lei logged into the independent room channel together that Su Jing was relieved. "Miss Su is here. We have been looking forward to today's game for a long time. Today's holographic technology is enough to make people feel face to face." When the holographic projections of Su Jing and Lu Lei entered the independent room channel, the holographic projection of a well-dressed middle-aged man walked towards them and stretched out his hand. Su Jing had completely calmed down by then. After shaking hands with the other party with a smile, she said, "Mr. Li looks very happy. It seems that he is determined to win." Mr. Li of Boda laughed. "How can you be determined to win? Didn't your company invite the ZY team at a high price? This is considered to be determined to win, right?" Su Jing's expression froze for a moment. Did Boda already know the news? For our company's team, they are looking forward to playing against the ZY team. This is a rare experience. Mr. Li continued to speak, while Lu Li curled her lips. After Su Jing let go and stepped back, she whispered in Su Jing's ear, "He must have invited someone else to come over. He looks so hypocritical when he smiles. Don't talk nonsense. Although Boda is our competitor, Mr. Li has a good reputation." Su Jing replied in a low voice. After a while, the holographic projection of the bid's organizer also entered the room. It was a tall and handsome man. After laughing heartily, he said to Su Jing and General Manager Li, Thank you. To be honest, the strength of both companies meets our requirements for this bidding. It doesn't matter to us who we choose or not. It's my personal selfish desire to have such a competition. It's rare that General Manager Su and General Manager Li are so kind. Anyway, there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. We are also friendly competition. Using this method to decide who gets the order is also keeping up with the trend. General Manager Li laughed. Su Jing also smiled and didn't say much. Although she took out half of the profit of this order for this competition, she didn't think the other party did anything wrong. This was just her own choice. "How long is it before the competition starts?" the bid's organizer asked, looking around. "There are still 5 minutes left. The contestant should be entering the field soon." After General Manager Li answered, 5 holographic projections appeared on one side of the battlefield preparation room. "Look, our team is here." Mr. Li pointed, and the bidder looked over curiously. Lu Li also took 2 steps forward and stared at the other team's 5 players for a while, then took 2 steps back and came behind Su Jing. "They didn't change the players, I know all 5 of them. They are the semi-professional team raised by Boda." Lu Li whispered in Su Jing's ear. "They didn't pay for anyone, they knew we hired the ZY team." Su Jing nodded slightly. "I'm also very surprised, don't they want to take this order?" Lu Li looked incredible. "If you think about it carefully, it's normal. This order is profitable for them. We spent 25 million to hire the ZY team. How much will it cost for them to hire a professional team that has the potential to defeat the ZY team?" Su Li laughed. Now she has completely figured it out. Putting aside all the difficulties, she can use half of the profit to invite the ZY team. But if Boda does the same, whether she can invite a professional team is a question. Whether she can win is also a question. Moreover, professional teams always have to pay appearance fees, and they will not guarantee that they will win. When the profit shrinks to a certain extent, for Boda, this order is not worth the loss. After all, doing business is not a fight. I hope I'm right. Su Jing did not realize that the other party might have given in. This is not called giving in. It can only be said that the other party's mentality of winning this order is not as strong as hers. 1 minute later, the holographic projections of the 5 members of the ZY team also appeared in the venue, which made Su Jing completely relieved. After figuring out other things, she was most worried that someone in the ZY team did not show up temporarily because of something. Because according to Lu Li's investigation, the ZY team was good in everything else, but this group of people seemed to have some time synchronization. The live broadcast time of other AMCA teams was often very regular, but the ZY team could not get everyone together every now and then, and often only 3 or 4 people could appear in turn, and temporarily find a passerby to play for them, but they were strong, so they often won, which brought them more popularity. The temporary addition of passers-by will bring more uncertainty and entertainment to the live broadcast, which is good, but for such a game, one less person can't always temporarily pull a passerby to play for them. Now that all 5 people are here, Su Jing has really put down her last worry. This game looks stable. Lu Li whispered to Su Jing. This match is also a good training opportunity for our company's team. They usually have a hard time playing against such a famous ZY team, even if they lose, as long as they can learn something, it's not a loss. On the other side, Mr. Li said to the bid's organizer with a smile. I hope the game can be more exciting. The other party said cheerfully. For Zheng Qi and his team, this game was so easy that they were a little surprised. If they win, each of them can get 5 million, this is almost catching up with the championship prize of some not so famous international competitions. Many professional teams have to seriously grab the prize money, but in this game, they played very easily. Because they didn't know the opponent's strength, the ZY team took out their best heroes right away, intending to leave more room for themselves. Zheng Qi's Zheng Qi, Fixia's Kurozia, Queen's Cleopatra, Lightning's Yukian, and Herazua's Zhu. The strongest combination was directly taken out, ready to observe the opponent's strength carefully. The players of the Bota team were very skilled and flexible in their operations. However, as soon as they started fighting, Zheng Qi and his team immediately found that the opponent's strength was just so, advantageous in the advantage lane, advantage in the middle lane, advantage in the disadvantage lane, also advantage. Zheng Qi, who was running around in the jungle, blocked the opponent's jungle right away and snatched away several wild monsters in the opponent's jungle area in succession, and he also avoided the opponent's siege without any danger. The ZY team, which had an economic advantage from the beginning, began to move forward steadily, expanding its advantage bit by bit. The economy was always one step ahead of the opponent. Even Yukian, who sacrificed his own economy the most, was faster than the opponent's main output. It was difficult to lose in such a game. There was almost no suspense. 15 minutes later, the ZY team pushed to the opponent's goal. The continuous attack made the opponent's goal open, and the ZY team led by 1-0. Seeing that their team was ahead, Lu Li waved her fist and shouted. Although Su Jing did not shout out like this, she also clenched her fist and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost again, Mr. Li did not seem too disappointed. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that the gap is obvious. I hope that Team ZY will show some mercy in the next game. It's a bit too easy," Zheng Qi said to his teammates during the break. Others also expressed the same opinion. Fixia said coldly, "It's boring to finish the game early and get the money early. If it's so easy to make money, I think I'll buy a new car." The Queen said with a sly look. "Just play casually in this game. It's okay to be a little reckless, but it has to be more intense," Zheng Qi said before going on stage. Chapter 6 Sincere Thanks. In the second game, the ZY team did play more recklessly. In the previous game, they had already figured out the opponent's background. Among amateur teams, the opponent was very strong. Even many popular amateur teams were not necessarily their opponents. However, compared with the ZY team, which was qualified to stand firm in that professional team, they did seem much weaker. To deal with such an opponent, if they continued to crush Withering and Rotten, it would be too inhumane. It would be better to be more reckless and play more excitingly, which would be worthy at the money they could get. So the lineup of the ZY team in the second game changed drastically. They did not choose the heroes they were good at, but changed to heroes that they were not the best at. Of course, this is also relative. Professional esports players have no obvious shortcomings. Except for the heroes they are best at, they can basically play other heroes. None of them has a shallow hero pool. So even though Zheng Qi played as an auxiliary, Fixia started to play tank, the Queen roamed around, Dianguan was the main output, and Haishua played as the core. Their playing style was still decent, and it was not obvious that they did not play the roles they were best at. However, after all, the game was played more recklessly, so the Bota team played much better in this round. At one point, it was hard to tell who would win with the ZY team. The two sides fought fiercely for the defensive tower. "You pushed me one, I pushed you two." In the middle period, the Bota team once took the advantage and pushed into the ZY team's penalty area in one breath, almost conquering the ZY team's goal. However, the ZY team survived the disadvantage and used the terrain advantage to wipe out the Bota team. Zheng Qi sacrificed himself to take away the opponent's main force. The remaining Blood Fixia and the Queen led Haishua to counter-attack, conquering the opponent's penalty area and goal before the opponent's players resurrected. The ZY team won the second game again. This game lasted for a full 40 minutes. It was a veritable bladder game, but it made the spectators watching with great joy. After the match, the members of the ZY team left the field. Mr. Li generously admitted his failure and said that he would withdraw from the competition for this order. The bidder praised Su Jing a few words. Next, there was a relatively tedious signing ceremony. After waiting for all this to be done, it was already evening. Su Jing breathed a sigh of relief and felt very tired. She had not slept well these days because of worry. Now that she finally got this order that was related to the survival of the company, even if the next things were a matter of course, she began to feel tired. But now, she couldn't go to bed. "Lu Li, go to the hospital and tell my dad the good news." After leaving the room, Su Jing rubbed her face and said to Lu Li, who also left the room, Sister, aren't you going by yourself? Luli asked curiously. No, I'm going to the Dark Knight's house, and while giving him the money, I want to thank him in person. Sujin replied. He took a lot of money, Luli muttered. That's other people's business. For us, if it weren't for his help, our company would have no chance to develop. Sujin waved her hand. Okay, I'm going now. Looking at Sujin's back as she left, Luli began to become more confident about the company's future. Whether a company can develop, in addition to factors such as luck, whether there is a leader who is good enough is also an extremely critical factor. Mr. Su fell, but now there is Suli, and the future of Dasun Group must be very bright. Grandpa, you must take good care of your body. With such a promising daughter, you don't want to leave too early, right? After muttering, Luli jumped out of the company. She was very happy at the moment. When Sujin arrived at the Dark Knight's villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the game started at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 2 games took an hour in total, but after the game, the signing process took a long time. Zheng Qi would not worry that Sujin would not pay. These days, as long as the contract is formally signed, it will not be fulfilled. The creatures that hinder the development of society, such as Lao Lai, have been punished almost. Sujin was just worried that Zheng Qi would think that she didn't pay in time. If she made the other party unhappy, Sujin would feel bad. Because she had already contacted the Dark Knight, when Sujin arrived at the villa, Butler Meng seemed to have been standing there all the time, waiting outside the gate. I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. Sujin said apologetically. Butler Meng smiled gently. Don't say that, Manager Su, this is my job. Under the guidance of Butler Meng, Sujin came to the hall. Butler Meng brought her a cup of milk tea and said apologetically. My young master doesn't like to see outsiders, so he can only meet you wearing a mask. It's okay, I was abrupt, but if I don't express my gratitude in person, I really feel bad. Sujin said apologetically. It stands to reason that Sujin had to meet the Dark Knight in person, which was a big difficult. After all, he didn't want to see his true face. Maybe there were scars on his face or he was sensitive. So Sujin was actually very sorry, but at this time, she was really grateful to the Dark Knight. Zheng Qi walked into the living room wearing a mask. Then he saw a beautiful woman bowing to him and said sincerely, Mr. Dark Knight, thank you so much. Without your help, our company would be in great trouble. Maybe it's important to you, but I really didn't do anything. Zheng Qi shook his head and replied, Don't be so polite. While talking, Zheng Qi was also amazed in his heart. Although the current holographic technology is already excellent, the holographic projection still looks a little blurry, and the vision is far less clear than in reality. When he met Sujin with the holographic projection before, Zheng Qi didn't think the other party was so good looking. Now that he saw the real person in person, he noticed that Sujin really looked very beautiful. It's not enough that she's beautiful, the graceful and calm temperament she displays is enough to make many men want to conquer her. Zheng Qi didn't have any dirty thoughts, but as a young man, it was normal for him to be amazed by a beautiful woman. My father has been hospitalized for this list, so maybe this matter is nothing to you, but it's extremely important to me, so I took the liberty to thank you in person. Sujin straightened up, then took out a card from her purse, held it up with both hands, and handed it to Zheng Qi respectfully. There is 25 million in it. The tax has been paid. You can use it in full, the password is on the back of the card. It is an initial card. When you enter the password, enter your fingerprint. Only you can use this card. Zheng Qi took the card a little uncomfortably. He felt a little uncomfortable that such a beautiful girl was so respectful to him. After taking the card, he put it aside and nodded to Sujin. I accept your thanks. If there is anything in the future, I hope I can help you. This is my contact information. You can contact me at any time, and I will not disturb you. I hope you will accept it. Sujin took out a small communicator from her purse again and handed it to Zheng Qi with both hands. No need. Zheng Qi was stunned. He also knew this kind of communicator. It was a new product developed in recent years. It has many functions, two-way communication, directional communication, and most importantly, it can be transmitted between stars. It is about to replace traditional mobile phones as the latest communication method. Of course, as a traditional communication method, mobile phones are cheap and still have a huge market. You live in a place like Xiaoshan district, and my immediate power may not be able to help you much. However, if there is any place where I can be of use, please contact me. Sujin said sincerely. Since it is a kind gift from Mr. Su, please accept it, young master. Butler Meng advised, and then sighed. Mr. Su is so young, but he is so flawless and sincere. I believe that your company will surely develop smoothly in the future. Thank you for your compliment. Su Jing turned to Butler Meng and smiled, then turned to look at Zheng Qi, still not taking back the communicator, but continuing to hold it stubbornly. Seeing the other party like this, Zheng Qi knew that the other party must accept it himself. Such sincere gratitude made Zheng Qi, who was usually not serious, feel a little moved. After all, someone who can repay kindness so much is a friend worth making. Okay, then I will accept it. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can also contact me. As long as you pay, I will do what I can do. Zheng Qi said while accepting it. Su Jing laughed sincerely. Although Zheng Qi always mentioned money, Su Jing would not think that Zheng Qi was a money-obsessed guy. As a businessman, she knew that if you have money, you can do things. This is a very valuable quality. If you get paid, you will work hard to do your job well. Can this be called greed? Although Zheng Qi does make more money, after doing all this, Su Jing did not intend to waste the other party's time. After bowing to Zheng Qi and Butler Meng, Su Jing turned around and said goodbye. Butler Meng sent Su Jing out of the villa and waited until she got into the car before turning back to the villa. Zheng Qi had thrown away his mask and was throwing the card in his palm. When he saw Butler Meng coming back, he immediately shouted, "Uncle Meng, how much is the latest sports car?" "The Porsche one." "The civilian price, more than 8 million. But do you really want to buy it, young master? You have already bought 4 cars, and you haven't even got your driver's license." Butler Meng replied, "I will get it eventually. I don't have time to take the test now, but when I get my driver's license, I'm going to be a racing driver." Zheng Qi laughed. Chapter 7 Everyone's Reasons. Zheng Qi felt that he was very remarkable. Although he left his family very early, he was able to support himself quickly through live streaming, and he lived a much more comfortable life than most people. He lived in a top mansion in this international metropolis, enjoyed the highest level of comfort, had a private butler, and had several top luxury cars parked in the garage. Although this villa was not his property, but he rented it at a huge rent. He had already signed a contract with the landlord when he rented it. As long as he could keep paying the rent, he could live there forever. What was the difference between this and owning the villa? He was still young and had an unlimited future. At this time, he didn't think about financial management. He could get everything with his own hands. Helping Su Jing's company win the game was just a small matter for Zheng Qi, and he did it easily, and his main business was still live streaming. ZY Team is a team with high popularity. It is not a problem to maintain the popularity for at least 3 or 4 years. Zheng Qi has a practical judgment on his future. This year, their team's income is already very high, but as the live broadcast industry becomes more and more popular, it is entirely predictable that after the contract expires this year, their income will be higher next year. Although the competition between live broadcast platforms has begun to become rational, they will not spend money to dig up celebrities regardless of the consequences. The frequent job hopping of popular anchors is actually not good for them and the platform. However, ZY Team still has advantages that other anchors cannot match. In terms of personal skills, there may be some anchors who are not worse than them in terms of technology, but they can't find 5 equally outstanding and compatible people to form such a team. If they don't have their own reasons and are unwilling to show up to play professionally, they may have been the national champions. Some teams are strong, but they don't play well and can't show off. ZY Team is excellent and can show off. Zheng Qi is a lone hero assassin who often has a stroke of genius on the field. In addition, he is good at talking nonsense, which is not cliched and very entertaining. His popularity is the highest. The other 4 people also have their own characteristics. They are the kind of anchors who play well and are easy to understand. It is normal for them to have such high popularity. So Uncle Meng, why am I in a hurry to save money now? I will save some more when my income is high in the last 2 years. This is what Zheng Qi often said to Meng Yongjie. Meng Yongjie could only smile bigly. Zheng Qi spent more than a month of happy days, but what Zheng Qi didn't expect was that such days would not last long. The live broadcast platform has been urging ZY Team to sign a contract with them, but after discussion, Zheng Qi and others decided to deal with it coldly first, and talk to the live broadcast platform when the contract is about to expire, so as to obtain greater benefits. What annoyed the live broadcast platform was that this team was simply a solid block. They agreed to talk later, but no one was willing to talk to the platform privately. This was a very rare thing. Guys, it's almost the end of the year, and the contract will expire in a few days. What should we do next? When it was almost the end of the year, the 5 people met again in the holographic room, and Zheng Qi said happily. According to the news that Meng Jianjie had inquired about, the live broadcast platform had prepared an unprecedented generous contract to sign with them, and this time they'd made up their mind to sign at least 3 years. Generally speaking, the anchor's contract is signed for 1 year, which is to ensure the personal interests of the platform and the anchor. In this way, if the anchor's popularity is high, the price increase will be guaranteed. If the popularity decreases and negative news appears, the interests of the platform can also be guaranteed, so as not to spend a lot of money to sign the other party, but face the dilemma of losing all the money. And this time the platform wants to break the convention and sign a long-term contract with them, and it also takes a fancy to their strength and level. In order to protect the interests of the anchor, the income will definitely be a leap compared to before. In Zheng Qi's opinion, this is the best result. He knows that he may not be able to maintain his enthusiasm for this game for too long. He is a very smart guy, full of energy, but it is difficult for him to maintain long-term enthusiasm and concentration. When this long contract is fulfilled, he will almost be tired of this game. At the time, it is a good opportunity to start a new journey. Zheng Qi also believes that his teammates are the same as him. However, after Zheng Qi asked this question, he found that the other 4 people all seemed silent at the same time. Although everyone was wearing a mask and could not see their expressions, Zheng Qi was quite familiar with these 4 people in the past year. They were different from usual, and Zheng Qi soon felt this. What's wrong? Just say it if you have anything to say. Do we still need to talk nonsense? Zheng Qi said with a smile. He didn't think the other 4 people had any other ideas. As the saying goes, in such a game that requires sincere cooperation, it is easiest to see the essence of a person. What kind of people they are can be felt from the game. Fixia is a very cool guy, but his heart is still full of passion. The queen is carefree and doesn't look like a woman, but she is as brave as a man. Huizui is more thoughtful, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. As for Dian Guang, he sometimes says some childish words, but he is calm and natural, and quite reliable. If these people have any bad intentions, Zheng Qi feels that he can dig out his eyes. His words obviously worked. Before Fixia spoke, Dian Guang and the queen moved at the same time, as if they wanted to say something. The queen looked at Dian Guang, who made a gesture of ladies pleased first. The queen was not polite and said directly, I met a handsome boy and plan to travel abroad together for a while, so the online time will be very irregular. Well, basically I don't have time to play, and I don't want to take money for nothing, so I'm going to quit. So soon. Where is the handsome boy? You are not a liar, right? Zheng Qi asked. Bah, you're a liar. I have seen countless people, how could I be deceived by a little wolf dog? The queen said. Then congratulations first, it's not easy to get married, Zheng Qi laughed. TSK, dealing with such a boy, isn't it easy? The queen said proudly. Your man should also like the era football king, isn't this a delay? Zheng Qi continued. Sorry, my man doesn't like to play games. The queen's voice became cold. Now there are still people who don't play games? Haishua said in surprise. Haishua's surprise is justified. When the outdoor activity space is becoming more and more compressed, the places where people can really enjoy the outdoor space are becoming more and more luxurious. For most of the civilians, the only place where they can breathe freely and run happily is in the game, which is an extremely vast space. Convenient and cheap holographic games can make up for their blank in this regard, so now there are almost no people who don't play games. I only play that football era. The queen replied. So that's the case, but are you really going to travel abroad? Travel around the world? Wearing gas masks and being affectionate with each other, it's really a romantic thing to think about, Zheng Qi sighed. Don't think you're really Batman. The queen gritted her teeth and glared at Zheng Qi, as if she was ready to eat him the next moment. Okay, whatever you want, brother Guang, what about you? Zheng Qi turned to ask Dian Guang. I have something important to do next year, and I can't play games anymore, so I have to quit. Dian Guang said hesitantly. The queen has caught a rich man, but have you caught a girl? That doesn't matter, right? It's not that your girlfriend won't allow you to play games, right? Zheng Qi asked. Hey, it's not that my boyfriend doesn't allow me to play games, it's that I don't have time to play games. The queen began to protest. Dian Guang waved his hands again and again. No, I don't have a girlfriend. TSK, with your personality and income, isn't it easy to find a girlfriend? Zheng Qi expressed disdain. What's the matter? Don't you want an income of tens of millions a year? Because I have more important things to do. Diane Wang said helplessly. What's the matter? Tell us and we can help you with some ideas. Zheng Qi said. You can't help me with any ideas, I can only rely on myself. Diane Wang became more and more helpless, and the feeling of helplessness was about to overflow from the mask. Don't force him, maybe he really has something to hide. Hai Shui came out to smooth things over. Actually, it's not a secret. Diane Wang looked very difficult to choose, and when he saw that everyone was looking at him, he gritted his teeth and said, actually, in another half a year, I will take the college entrance examination. Zheng Qi felt like a thunder exploded above his head. The Queen looked at Diane Wang in surprise, Hai Shui looked at Diane Wang in surprise, and even Fake Xia, who seemed to be unmoved by anything, looked at Diane Wang. They played games together for a year and knew Diane Wang quite well. Although Diane Wang's conversation sometimes seemed a little childish, he was extremely reliable, calm and generous, giving people the feeling of an uncle. The Queen would often call him uncle intentionally or unintentionally. At the time, Diane Wang did seem a little embarrassed, but, taking the college entrance examination in half a year? I'm afraid he's only 18 now, maybe even less than 18, how old are you? Zheng Qi asked a question that everyone was concerned about. I'll be 15 soon. Diane Wang was so ashamed that even with a mask on, people could still sense his shame. The Queen was even more ashamed than him. I actually called a 14-year-old kid uncle. Oh my God. The Queen shouted. I didn't ask you to call me uncle. Diane Wang defended himself very innocently. Isn't it a bit too much to take the college entrance examination at the age of 15? Hai Shui couldn't help but say. I'm in the junior class. Diane Wang explained. Then you were less than 14 when you started playing this game. How did you pass the anti-addiction system? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. The current anti-addiction system is not a formality like before. It has extremely strict tests and regulations. In addition to the input of real person information, it also needs to detect fingerprints and enter the system, which is difficult to fake. There is only one game that allows people of all ages to enter at will, and that is Football Era. Just make a fingerprint template of my father to bypass the anti-addiction system, it's very simple. Diane Wang replied, and then he immediately said nervously, don't tell anyone, this is not illegal but it is a violation of public security regulations. The four were speechless. You can make tens of millions a year by playing games, why do you still need to take the college entrance examination? Zheng Qi could only hold back this sentence. Games are just games, but I want to be a scientist. Diane Wang said confidently. This has been my dream since I was a child. I want to change the world like King Moon. Solve the current equality problem. Okay, genius child, we won't block your future. Zheng Qi sighed. What about you? Are you going to get your goal or save humanity? Zheng Qi turned around and asked Fake Xia and Zhui. Chapter 8. Starting over. When exiting the holographic room, Zheng Qi was stunned for a while, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Master, what's wrong with you? Butler Meng gasped in surprise. Zheng Qi lay on the sofa, holding his belly and laughing until tears came out. It was not until a long time later that he wiped away his tears, shook his head and said to Butler Meng, it's okay, Uncle Meng, you really don't know, ha 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 ha, what kind of people are my teammates. They are all monsters. No wonder they have to wear masks like me and don't show their faces. After laughing for a long time, Zheng Qi told Butler Meng what happened today. One of them is going to travel around the world wearing a gas mask to catch rich people, and the other is even more outrageous. He is going to take the college entrance examination. His college entrance examination is different from others. He directly enters the research institute and then prepares to save mankind. The one called Super Wings is the guy you have seen. He looks arrogant. He said that his goal is to be a professional football player. This year, he has earned enough money to realize his dream. Now he wants to realize his dream. What kind of people are these? Zheng Qi sighed. Butler Meng counted his fingers. I remember that a team has 5 people, where is the other one? Oh, Zhu, it's Brother Xue who is loyal and said he would stay with me. 2 people in our team is enough. At worst, we can just run into passers-by. With Brother Xue and I working together, we can still sweep the world. Zheng Qi laughed. But in this case, I'm afraid there will be some obstacles to the new contract. Butler Meng thought for a while and said, it's not a big problem. At worst, we won't sign a long contract, but continue to sign a 1-year contract. That will be more flexible. Zheng Qi said confidently. I also believe that there is nothing that can stump the young master. Butler Meng smiled gently. Zheng Qi nodded. He was confident enough about this. In this game, he is the king of football, no one is his opponent. Although it is almost impossible to form such a perfect team again, even if he is alone, he has the confidence to make his income endless, not to mention the help of his unit, a good teammate. It's great to have such a teammate. Zheng Qi thought to himself. However, what Zheng Qi never expected was that it was this last good teammate who stacked him so viciously. 2 days later, before the new year, Zheng Qi suffered the biggest betrayal in his 20 years of life. When Su Jing came to the villa again, she saw Zheng Qi's true face for the first time. However, she never wanted this scene to happen in front of her eyes. The Zheng Qi she had seen before was a confident and sunny person. Even if he was wearing a mask at the time, he could be felt from the aura he showed, sunny, confident, full of strong and surging vitality. And now, she saw a young man with a good appearance, but at this moment his eyes were dull, sitting on the sofa, and he was shocked. Butler Meng, what's going on? Su Jing asked Butler Meng in a hurry. She didn't know what happened. However, not long after she entered the office today, Lu Li stumbled in and opened an esports report for Su Jing to see. This was reported by the most authoritative esports weekly in the country. Generally speaking, this esports weekly only reports on those major competitions and focuses only on professional esports players, but not on the Yanko world. After all, the Yanko world is relatively mixed and the style is relatively low. However, this serious esports weekly reported the story about an anchor in a detailed and serious tone. The top anchor of the country's largest live broadcast platform, the most popular player of the famous ZY team, Dark Knight, was exposed to use plugins in the game. The evidence is conclusive. The physical evidence includes several videos provided by the live broadcast platform, and the witness is the confession provided by the only remaining member of the ZY team. The sea is all water. Although it is incredible to use plugins in the current game environment, some of the previous achievements of Dark Knight and ZY Team are indeed too incredible. The possibility of using plugins does exist. And when the official has proved this, Zheng Qi has no way to prove that he did not use plugins. What hit him even more is the betrayal of the seawater. Why did he do this? There is no reason, Zheng Qi kept muttering. He was not particularly angry, and his feelings for this game were not very deep. Although the current game accounts are all single-bound, after being banned by the game company, he can no longer play the era of Football King, but now there are so many popular games in live broadcasts, and he doesn't think he is forced into a desperate situation. I believe you didn't use cheats. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi excitedly. We all saw that game. That was a private room. Your level is unquestionable. How could you have such a level if you used cheats? If you really need it, I can stand up and testify for you. It's useless. The account has been blocked, and, strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with the live broadcast platform and that game company. Butler Meng said to Su Jing in a gentle voice. What do you mean? Su Jing was stunned. They want to force me to death. I won't go home. I want to see what they can do to me. Zheng Qi suddenly turned over and sat up from the sofa, saying loudly. Who is he with? Su Jing whispered to Butler Meng. Butler Meng smiled bitterly and made a calming gesture. Master, your family didn't say anything else. They mainly hope that you can inherit the family business. Did the Dark Knight's family do this on purpose? Su Jing immediately understood the bloody plot. I won't go back. I don't like to do the things they do. Besides, I'm already 20 years old. I can support myself and life no worse than them. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said loudly. But you have a big financial problem now. Butler Meng said helplessly. No way. Su Jing couldn't help asking. Zheng Qi's face flushed. He didn't want to say that he spent money like water every day and didn't save any money. Now his account is closed. It's not that fast to start over in another game. I'm afraid I'll have to eat coarse food during this period. I don't care. Anyway, I won't go back. At worst, I'll move and not live in such a good place. Zheng Qi said loudly. Then you can't run freely outside. Butler Meng said. Then I won't go home either. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Uncle Meng, take out all my undriven cars and sell them tomorrow. They are all brand new. They should be able to sell for a lot of money, enough for me to continue living here. Butler Meng quickly took out a calculator and pressed a few times. Well, your luxury cars are all brand new. If you sell them all, at least you won't have to worry about the rent for the next year. 1 year. Then I will use this year to prove my innocence. Zheng Qi sneered twice, and then said. How are you going to prove it? Sujin couldn't help asking. During this period, she also developed a strong interest in the game of Era Football King. Although she hasn't started playing yet, she also knows that after the account is blocked, it is impossible to open a new account to play this game. Otherwise, the punishment for blocking the account is too light. My account cannot play Era Football King, but it can still play Football Era. Although the two games are very different now and are not considered the same game, Era Football King is separated from Football Era after all. Unlike real-time strategy, Football Era is a huge system game with a server that transcends the times. No one in the world knows where the server of this game is, no one can use plugins in Football Era. I want to go to Football Era to prove my strength, so that I can clear the suspicion of using plugins. Zheng Qi said loudly. Although he was hit hard these days, he has been thinking about clearing his innocence. Although for the whole life, even if people think that he used plugins, it is not a stain, but Zheng Qi just can't swallow this breath. More importantly, he doesn't want to bow his head in front of his family. That's very well said, Mr. Dark Knight. Is there anything I can help you with? Sujin looked at Zheng Qi with some admiration. Although Zheng Qi's performance before seemed childish, impulsive and ridiculous, at this time, he showed that he was different from ordinary people. Just call me Zheng Qi, that's my name. Zheng Qi smiled at Sujin. Boss Su, thank you for coming to see me at this time, and thank you for trusting me so much. That's right, you helped me so much before. Sujin replied. Zheng Qi smiled and shook his head. There's nothing I need to help with, but Miss Su, you were a businessman, do you have any plans to buy a car? I have several good cars in my garage, and instead of letting the second-hand car dealer take advantage of it, I'd rather give it to you at a discount. 40% or 80% off is easy to negotiate. Sujin laughed. On the surface, Zheng Qi's words were asking for help from her. In fact, if it was a luxury car that had never been driven, it would not be difficult to sell it at a good price. However, as Zheng Qi said, instead of letting the intermediary take a cut, it would be better to let a friend take advantage of it, and both parties would win. It just so happens that our company also has plans to purchase new cars, and we still need 2 or 3 cars, 80% off the market price. How about it? Sujin said after thinking for a while. Deal. Zheng Qi held out his hand to Sujin. Now I can feel more at ease. If you ask an agent to help sell a brand new car, no matter how good the agent is, it is estimated that he can only get 60% to 70% of the original price. The more expensive the car, the more so. The reason is very simple. People who can afford such luxury cars are unwilling to buy second-hand cars. On the contrary, the second-hand prices of those cars with a popular price are good. Adding the commission from the agent, Zheng Qi can get 60% of the profit, which is good. Sujin offered 80%, which is indeed a very generous price. And there is a holographic cabin. Does President Su have any way to get it? Zheng Qi asked. The order you helped us get is just related to the holographic cabin. Sujin smiled slightly. That's great, Uncle Meng. Starting tomorrow, I will go to Football Era to create my own world. Zheng Qi said confidently. Isn't it just starting over? Who is afraid of who? Chapter 9. Entering the Novice Village. Master, I have always had a question, but I don't know whether I should ask it. After helping Zheng Qi bring a beautifully prepared meal, Butler Meng did not leave as usual, but stood by and asked. No matter how delicious artificially synthesized food is, it always feels a little different from the original ecological food. Zheng Qi sighed, then looked up at Butler Meng. Uncle Meng, just ask if you have anything to ask. I remember that when you chose to play the era of Football King, you seemed to be dismissive of the Football Era. Why is that? Butler Meng asked. This question is the same as what I said just now. Zheng Qi threw down his fork, then jumped onto the sofa and sat down, saying seriously, Uncle Meng, I read history books. In the past 100 years, the living conditions of human beings have changed a lot, right? Well, materials were not so abundant before. Butler Meng nodded in agreement. But the price to pay is that more than 100 years ago, anyone could enjoy running in the outside world and eating original ecological food. But what about now? Running in the outside world and eating original ecological food can only be done by those with a lot of wealth, just like me last year. Zheng Qi waved his arms. Why do I spend so much money? Look at the community where I live. Look at the food I ate before. They were all very expensive. On the contrary, running in the holographic game and eating artificially synthesized food have become very cheap, and anyone can enjoy them. Isn't this great? There is no hunger in the world now, and everyone can enjoy life better. Butler Mink said with a frown. I don't know. I just think that I want to live a life that most people can't live. Zheng Qi's words fully show the awkwardness of a willful teenager. I want to run freely, I want to eat natural food, although these artificially synthesized foods are even better than natural food in variety and taste. Similarly, I would rather play a game like Ian Football King that only requires a holographic helmet than to play a game like Football Ian in a holographic cabin. This is why I chose Ian Football King at the time. You're really willful. Butler Mink sighed. Don't worry, of course you should be more willful if you have money, but now you don't have money, so you can live a frugal life. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Anyway, I'm still young, what am I afraid of? Butler Mink couldn't help laughing. Yes, it's good to be young. Being young means there are infinite possibilities, unlike himself. Okay, I'm going to wait. I'm going to enter the game to experience it later. I haven't played this game before. Zheng Qi muttered while eating. Aren't there a lot of guides? Butler Mink asked curiously. What's so good about the strategy? I can just explore it myself. Besides, there are also prompts in the game. Mature games are always friendly to newcomers. Zheng Qi said indifferently. Although Zheng Qi is only 20 years old, he is already an old game player. As the world's first holographic human body game that transcends the times, Football Era quickly spawned various similar games, providing a large number of users with various possibilities. Zheng Qi has played most of the games, but he has been playing Era Football King more in the past 1 or 2 years. Since all the games he played before were derived from Football Era, his confidence is naturally not without reason. Have you thought of the character ID? Still called Dark Knight? Butler Mink asked. Forget it, this name is probably already stinky, but it shouldn't be difficult to find a good name for a new area. I'll call it Ring Ping Sheng. Zheng Qi said after thinking about it. After dinner, Zheng Qi rested for a while and went out for a run again. He didn't run so often before, but now, he always feels that if he doesn't run a few more laps, the rent will be too uneconomical. Today is the opening of a new area. Young master, you have never been to Football Era before, so your identity account must enter the new area. Football Era has a new area every year. Every year, countless newcomers pour into the game. Even if the server is awesome, it may not be able to support it, so a new area must be opened every year to divert some of the players. Zheng Qi entered the new area opened this year, the 108th area, a very auspicious number. It's a bit heartless to bully those kids in the new area. Zheng Qi said with a smile. These days, game identity accounts are like ID cards, which are unique to one person, so there is no such thing as opening a vest. Of course, if you are not happy playing in the old area, you can go to the new area to experience it. The premise is that the previous account commits suicide and changes to a new character. However, such suicide means that the previous account no longer exists, whether it is equipment or level, everything is gone. There are still not many people who are willing to do such a thing. Therefore, the new area is basically dominated by newcomers. This kind of newcomer is not just a newcomer in the sense of the game, but a newcomer who is over 14 years old and can enter the game. After all, there are very few freaks like Diangguan who bypassed the anti-addiction system and entered the game before the age of 14. Zheng Qi felt that he was a bit of a bully in dealing with these newcomers. After making preparations, Zheng Qi lay in the holographic cabin. It's like a coffin. When the holographic cabin slowly closed, Zheng Qi silently complained in his heart. He also knew that his complaints made no sense, but it was normal for an angry young man in his 20s to dislike everything. In fact, this holographic cabin is the latest product. Su Jing's company has won such an order. Being able to manufacture this holographic cabin means that Su Jing's company has crossed the primary stage of OEM and has begun to complete industrial upgrading. Many large groups have survived strongly after successfully passing this step. This is the best of times, and this is also the worst of times. Although everyone in the world has no worries about food and drink, the gap between ordinary people and rich people, and even the gap between ordinary small companies and large companies that can really gain a foothold, is even greater than it was more than 100 years ago. Su Jing's gratitude to Zheng Qi is evident. So even the prototype machine that serves as a product template, Su Jing sent Zheng Qi a prototype machine. Her company only has 5 of these prototype machines in total. This prototype machine certainly has an official name, but the workers prefer to call it Mother Machine in private, because with it, new holographic cabins can be produced continuously. The performance of the Mother Machine is the most perfect. The holographic cabins produced on its basis are slightly worse in performance, but ordinary players are good enough anyway, and most of the performance is wasted. For a high-level player like Zheng Qi, the better the performance at the holographic cabin, the easier it is for him to play to his full level. Of course, Zheng Qi doesn't know this yet. After closing his eyes, Zheng Qi appeared in the game. What appeared in front of Zheng Qi was a novice village that was no exception in the football era. As a high-level player, Zheng Qi certainly knew the importance of the novice village at the beginning, so although he was very impatient with the chattering novice guide and wanted to slap him in the face, Zheng Qi still listened to the other party's words patiently. Zheng Qi did not let the novice guide talk nonsense while reading the guide like other newcomers. The holographic game naturally has extra help in this regard. As Zheng Qi said, as a game that has been running for many years, it is always very preferential to newcomers. Because it is not an early stage of development, allowing players to discover some things on their own will extend the life of the game. A game that has been running for hundreds of years, even the newest newcomers may not be interested in the beginning, and the really interesting parts are often in the later stages, so there is no need to waste time at the beginning. However, Zheng Qi did not do this. Although his time can be said to be quite tight, the money from selling those cars is only enough for him to continue living in this community for another year. Although eating is not extravagant now and does not cost money at all, Zheng Qi does not want to move out of this community. It is almost impossible to find such a place to live again. In the entire G city, there is only one lower mountain area. If he returns the villa, he will have no chance in the future. After listening to the words of the novice instructor, Zheng Qi began to do tasks in the novice village. For veterans who change zones, they often don't waste time on all tasks at the beginning, but only choose tasks that can increase attribute points. As for experience and money, it may be faster to go directly to personal dungeons. There is no need to waste time on tasks. Zheng Qi will not do this. Although he is frivolous, he always believes that laying a good foundation is the key. To play a game well, you have to have a comprehensive understanding of that game. Just like in the era of Football King, Zheng Qi did not broadcast live at the beginning, but after playing almost all the hero characters, he determined the White Road Zheng Qi as his main hero. This is not only his practice. The more outstanding those professional players are, the more they do this. Even if you only play one hero, you must understand all heroes so that you can play better. And what Zheng Qi wants to understand now is all aspects of this game. After listening to the stinky and long opening of the novice instructor, Zheng Qi started to do tasks. The football of the kid from the East family fell into the pond, so he had to help fish it out. The kid from the West family broke the glass of the neighbor's house while playing football, so he had to go to the grocery store to ask the owner for the glass and then repair it. The owner of the grocery store needed a ticket for the latest game, so Zheng Qi had to go to the village amateur football team to ask for a ticket. The old security guard said that he was too old to watch the game, so he could give him a ticket, but before that, Zheng Qi needed to cause the signature moves of the star. After completing a round of tasks, Zheng Qi was promoted from level 1 to level 5, and gained a number of attribute points, and there were still many tasks to come. This round of tasks was a must, and the next tasks could be done selectively, and Zheng Qi was ready to complete all the remaining 50 tasks. Just thinking about it was a very tiring thing. Chapter 10 Novice Village. Hey, buddy, you don't have to do this task, it's just a little experience. When Zheng Qi was preparing to do the next task with the ID ring pinchen on his head, a player next to him kindly reminded him. In Football Era, the ID can be worn on the head or hidden. As for the appearance, it can be revealed or hidden. There is a system standard appearance, or you can directly reveal your appearance. This appearance is instant and shows the most real state, so many female players have to make up carefully before entering the holographic cabin, which is more serious than going out. You have to wear a mask when going out, so makeup is a bit unnecessary. Zheng Qi chose to reveal his ID and hide his appearance, while the one who greeted him revealed his ID and true face. With a slightly old face, it is obvious that he is not a newcomer, but an old bird who killed his old account to come to the new area. It's okay, I'm just sitting around anyway. Zheng Qi looked at the old bird named Follow That Breeze and replied with a smile. Young people are always so motivated. Sui King sighed and didn't say much. He just reminded that since the other party wanted to enjoy the game better, there was nothing to say. In a few seconds, Sui King finished the 7 or 8 tasks that he had to do, said hello to Zheng Qi and left the novice village. For veterans, the most important reason for them to play in the new area is that they can take fewer detours than newcomers, upgrade faster, and show their own value faster, so that they may be able to get a higher status in the peripheral unions of some professional teams. For many ordinary people, this is the most direct direction of struggle they can see. It is obvious that Sui King is also such an old bird. It's great to have a goal. Looking at the back of Sui King leaving, Zheng Qi couldn't help but sigh. There are countless types of newcomers, and veterans are basically divided into 3 types. One is to pit newcomers if they can, and to coax them if they can, and the other is to only focus on leveling up. When they see that the newcomers are wrong, they will sometimes remind them, but the other party will not listen or pay attention. Going with the breeze is obviously the second type, and the third type is even rarer. Enthusiastic help to newcomers, so that they can avoid defeat, and it may even affect their own upgrades. Such people are indeed rare, but not absent. Zheng Qi soon met such a person. There are 9 tasks that must be completed. These can get skill bonuses and experience points. The rest don't matter. After completing these 9 tasks, it is best to go to the dungeon in a group of 5. It is very important to wipe points in the early stage. Don't mess around. Among the 5 people, at least one person should act full points to strength, physique, burst and flexibility. Only in this way can the combination be better in the dungeon and upgrade faster. A big round face with a kind smile said to the newbies who were already surrounded by him. Looking at this buddy's face, you can tell that his body shape in reality is definitely not that thin. However, although the things he said are in many strategy guides, the strategy guides are not as targeted and applicable as he said, which also makes him surrounded by newbies. While doing the task, Zheng Qi listened to the explanation of the fat man named Zheng Qi from a distance, and he almost understood some details. There are a lot of good people. Zheng Qi thought to himself, but such a national game does have all kinds of people. Many elderly people can't play it anymore, and they also like to find some fun in the game. This is in sharp contrast with the branch games such as a Soccer King. However, Zheng Qi didn't intend to follow that details of the other party. Just like in a Soccer King, he would do a lot of basic skills at the beginning, and then he would soar into the sky. After the class in Zheng Qi was almost finished, and the newcomers who came to listen to the lecture changed several times, Zheng Qi finally completed all the tasks. In addition to the fixed experience value reaching level 5, he also obtained a full set of white clothes, namely helmets, gloves, belts, boots, shoulder armor, chest armor, jewelry and rings, corresponding to the 8 basic attributes of balance, endurance, burst, speed, physique, flexibility, strength and speed, and each piece of equipment increased 1 attribute. In the game Football era, everyone's initial attribute is 0, and the upper limit of each basic attribute is 20 points. For each level increase, 5 free attributes can be added. That is to say, when you reach level 16, everyone can increase their own attributes to the upper limit, and the attribute points obtained next are converted into equipment upgrade points, which can improve the attributes of the equipment. White equipment can only increase the upper limit of attributes by 10 points. After reaching the limit, players need to kill boss to obtain upgrade materials to upgrade the equipment. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold and the final legendary equipment can increase the upper limit of 10 attribute points at each level, but for most players, it is extremely difficult to fill these attribute points. The initial equipment upgrade can be done with personal ability, but in the later stage, the power of the team is needed to obtain enough upgrade materials, and then the power of the union will be borrowed. Although Football era has been in operation for 100 years, the upper limit of level 100 has not changed. In other words, the attribute points obtained from upgrading are no more than 500 points. When the 8 basic attributes reach the gold equipment, which is the upper limit equipment that most players can reach, a total of 900 attribute points are required. If you want to fill up the attributes, you need to have other ways to obtain attribute points. The attribute points dropped when killing monsters are relatively rare, and they cannot be traded and can only be used by yourself. Sometimes some tasks will also drop attribute points, but after so many years, there are still not many accounts that can fill up the attribute points. Many old players have not been able to fill up their accounts after playing for more than 10 years. However, for Zheng Qi and these newcomers now, it is too early to consider these things. Instead, what they are more practical now is the point-adding mode mentioned by Zheng Qi before. For newcomers, the choice of the initial point-adding mode can distinguish their focus. No one can be omnipotent, especially when team cooperation is needed in the later stage. Focusing on the choice can allow players to perform at a better level. Even the top professional players cannot be all-round due to the attribute point settings. They can only choose to focus on one aspect. Some professional players even have only 1 or 2 legendary equipment, and the others only have gold equipment or even orange equipment, just to make better use of their advantages. But for Zheng Qi, his choice is very simple. With 25 attribute points, he added 4 points to each attribute, and only added 1 point to the physique. After such an average distribution, plus the basic attributes of the equipment, he has 5 points for each attribute and 6 points for the physique. Such an average addition of points would probably make others laugh. There is no outstanding place. Even the physique that many Lone Rangers would specially strengthen at the beginning, Zheng Qi did not strengthen it at all. The physique is very important in these 8 attributes. It is related to the value of the physical fitness. There is no such thing as a blood bar in the football era. The physical fitness value is used to measure the player's blood volume, and the physical fitness value is linked to their physique. 1 point of physique is equal to 10 points of physical fitness. Just like the physical fitness of football players in the last century, in the football era, the physical fitness value is also that foundation. Running consumes physical fitness, attacking consumes physical fitness, and dodging consumes physical fitness. For newcomers, other values can be lower, but if the physical fitness value is too low, you may not be able to play that dungeon. At the beginning, such a point addition is basically equivalent to a waste of the account, although you can commit suicide and try again, after countless predecessors have used bloody facts to tell the younger generation that this is not possible. No one dares to do so. However, Zheng Qi did so. He is not ignorant and fearless, but he has absolute confidence in himself. Although the upgrade of equipment and the improvement of attribute points in the football era are very important, what is really important is the operation of the person. Many long-term veterans do not have much difference in character attribute points compared with professional players, at least not a decisive difference, but in actual competition, they will be abused to pieces. This is not a problem of role gap, but a problem of operation level. There are also many professional players who are not very old and have had a glorious past. Suddenly, their status begins to decline and they are constantly defeated by newcomers. It is not because there is something wrong with their characters, but because there is something wrong with themselves. This is crucial. Football era is ultimately a holographic game that almost perfectly replicates the past football. It is not the character itself that determines whether a character is strong, but the person. For Zheng Qi, although he may take a little longer to play that dungeon alone, no one will share the experience. As long as the skills are good enough and he can pass the level within a unit of time, he can still upgrade himself faster than those who form a team. Other players understand this principle, but basically no one dares to do so because it is very difficult to do. Zheng Qi has strong confidence in this point. In the early stage, most of the dungeons are played by one person. They have to face various situations. Of course, attribute points need to be evenly distributed. Although even professional players will have a focus on attribute points, even the weaker attributes will not be less than 50 points, otherwise, the lameness will be too serious. So even if you click wrong at the beginning, as long as there is someone to lead, you will often not make such a fuss that you want to delete your account and commit suicide. With great confidence, Zheng Qi prepared to leave the novice village and enter the initial copy. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinis fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 11. First Dungeon. Although he didn't plan to follow the same path as other players, Zheng Qi would still read the strategy process. Choosing to play that game alone certainly has the factor of upgrading quickly, but Zheng Qi didn't plan to continue to upgrade with the time saved, but to learn more about the details of the game. Zheng Qi was very interested in this. He was young and full of curiosity and desire for the world. Although he used to disdain this game that swept the world because of some young people's little awkwardness, now that he is going to play it, he must play it well. For a level 5 newcomer, the dungeon to be played is of course the House of Viti. After coming out of the novice village, you can wander in the first large dungeon until you reach level 20. This dungeon is based on ancient Rome and is divided into 3 major blocks. The most suitable one for newcomers is the House of Viti. The House of Viti is located not far from the novice village. After entering the gate, there will be a rest point. The rest point is the same as the novice village. PK is not allowed. After leaving the rest point, there will be one dungeon after another. The dungeons cannot interfere with each other. You can enter alone or in a team. You can play 5 times a day on average. It is the fastest place for beginners to upgrade. Zheng Qi did not spend much time at the rest point. As a newcomer, he did not have much money and could not buy any food to replenish his physical strength. However, the advantage of this game is that if you stand still, your physical strength will slowly recover. You can play dungeons without money, but it will be slower. After entering the dungeon, Zheng Qi will see a corridor in front of him. There will be some rooms on both sides of the corridor, a total of 22 rooms. You can fight monsters in the room. There are two types of monsters: hammer guards and defensive guards. The boss is the Vitic Butler. Of course, if you are lucky, you will also get the hidden boss, the Vitic brothers. After entering the corridor, Zheng Qi did not rush to find a room, but started running in the corridor. Running consumes physical energy, fast walking does not consume physical energy, slow walking and standing still can slowly restore physical energy, so running is actually a very skillful thing. How to reach the highest speed while maintaining physical energy can often distinguish who is a newcomer and who is a veteran. Zheng Qi is a newcomer, but in terms of mentality, he is an out-and-out veteran. After running back and forth for a while, and then using the 4 basic skills, sprinting, rolling, jumping and sliding, he quickly summarized a set of effective exercise methods. Sprinting can instantly increase your speed to the highest. Of course, the consumption of physical energy is also amazing. Rolling can quickly reach a certain place. Not only does not consume physical energy, but also can restore some physical energy. Of course there is a cooling time. Jumping can reach high speed without consuming physical energy when falling. Sliding has a shorter distance and consumes a lot of physical energy, but it can play a good role in combat. For many players, it takes a long time for newcomers to understand the use and rhythm of these skills. This is something that others cannot teach, but Zheng Qi mastered it easily. Soon, Zheng Qi came across the first room. After pushing open the door, Zheng Qi walked in and soon saw 2 humanoid monsters standing in the middle of the room, and on the wall behind them, a goal stood quietly there. Looking at a football that appeared under his feet, Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Although he had known it for a long time, when this scene really appeared in front of him, Zheng Qi still found it very funny. The battles in football era are really different from other games. What are the battles in other games? Attacking with weapons or skills, and hitting the monsters to 0 health can increase experience, but the monster killing in football era is different. There will be a goal behind the monsters, and there will also be a goal behind the players. Whoever scores more goals within the specified time will win. Of course, unlike football in the last century, in the game, you can use various methods to make the opponent unable to move, that is, you can hit others. When a monster is hit, it will freeze. At this time, you can go around it and shoot the ball into the goal, which counts as 1 point. The number of points you can get in 1 minute determines the experience and money you get. Of course, while you attack the monster will also attack you. You will not die when the monster attacks you, but when it attacks you, your physical value will decrease. When it drops to 0, you will enter a state of freezing, and it will take 10 seconds to recover all your physical energy. A small encounter in a dungeon only lasts for 1 minute. If you don't score a goal in 1 minute, it will be considered a failure and you have to start over. Therefore, for newcomers, many of them will not enter the dungeon to brush experience like this, but will go to a separate training ground to make their skills more proficient, and then rush the dungeon. Anyway, there are only 5 dungeons a day, and if you can't get the highest experience, the rest of the time will be wasted. If you can score 3 goals in 1 minute, you can get the highest experience. Of course, if you can score more, you'll have the opportunity to get extra rewards. In the past 100 years, these records have reached a very high level in each district. The highest record of a single game in the small copy of Viti's house is 11 goals. That was created by Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear and White Horse, the first striker of China who is now in the limelight, when he was a rookie. Before that, there were very few people who could reach 10 goals in a game. Lu Xiaoshan's record was considered to be a record that was difficult to break. After seeing Zheng Qi, the 2 monsters immediately rushed towards Zheng Qi at the same time. One is a hammer guard. The hammer has lethality. For rookies, touching it will reduce 20 points of physical value. Don't let it touch you. The other is a defensive guard. When attacking the hammer guard, you must be careful of its defensor. Zheng Qi thought to himself while dribbling the ball towards the 2 guards. Before he got close, the hammer guard, who was wearing a cloth and holding a hammer in his hand, roared, raised his hand, and smashed the hammer in his hand towards Zheng Qi. Facing the flying hammer, Zheng Qi did not dodge immediately, but quickly stepped forward. After feeling the wind blowing in his face, he quickly slid and evaded the hammer. This slide made Zheng Qi's physical value decrease by 5 points, but it was a price he had to pay. After sliding and evading, Zheng Qi was already very close to the hammer guard, and he shoveled the hammer guard. After being shoveled by Zheng Qi, the hammer guard was immediately stiff. This stiffness was forced, and there was a difference in the length of time according to the strength comparison between the 2 sides. However, although Zheng Qi's strength was only 5 points, the strength of the monster was not enough. This time, there was at least 2 seconds of stiffness. After hitting the hammer guard, Zheng Qi rolled over, recovering some of his energy while also shortening the distance between him and the defensive guard. After rolling over, Zheng Qi quickly stood up, then swung his right foot and was about to shoot. The defensive guard flew out, but Zheng Qi's move was a fake. At the moment he kicked the ball, Zheng Qi controlled his movements abruptly, and after the defensive guard flew out, he raised his foot again and kicked the ball into the empty goal. Zheng Qi successfully got his first point in the game. Well, 30% of the experience is in hand. After scoring, Zheng Qi returned to his previous half. During this process, the monster would not move until the ball was kicked again, and then it would start moving again. And Zheng Qi couldn't just waste time like this. This process was also counted in the 1-minute game time. If he wasted time, he would also be wasting his own time. However, there is a little trick to restore physical strength. The 10-second cooldown of rolling after scoring a goal has been terminated in advance. At this time, rolling again can not only return to your position better, but also restore some physical strength. Next, it is to do the same. For the monsters in the game, no matter how powerful they are, once the players find the rules to deal with them, they are a piece of cake. So even though Zheng Qi was playing alone, he felt that the opponent was a piece of cake. Slide to dodge and stiffen the opponent, roll to close the distance and then face shot to lure the defender to guard. This series of actions only takes Zheng Qi 10 seconds, of course. For most novices, if they are not skilled, it is difficult to score quickly under the attack of 2 opponents. It is not uncommon that no goal can be scored in a minute, so multiplayer teaming has become a trend, but multiplayer teaming cannot break the record, and the training effect is also average. Players who are not strong in self-confidence will not choose to play alone. A minute later, Zheng Qi walked out of the dungeon. He just scored 5 goals, but this was because he was not particularly skilled in operation. Damn, it's less than half of the record, but I'm only level 5 now, and I can play this dungeon before level 10. In this way, when I reach level 10, my attributes will be twice as strong as now, and the speed of playing will be faster. Double digits shouldn't be a problem, right? As for the record, it depends on luck. Zheng Qi thought to himself as he walked forward while recovering his physical strength. When he first saw this dungeon record, Zheng Qi didn't care much. In his opinion, it's not difficult to increase the number of goals he scored against the rigid monsters as long as he found a trick. Scoring 11 goals in 1 minute means scoring 1 goal every 5 seconds on average. It shouldn't be difficult to break the record, right? However, after he really started to play that dungeon, Zheng Qi realized that this record was actually very scary. Zheng Qi just scored a goal in 10 seconds, which was already very fast. Even if his strength is improved in the future, he has to score a goal in 5 seconds, plus the time to recover physical strength. Think about it, being able to score 10 goals is already the limit. 11 goals? I'm afraid Lucian himself also has a certain amount of luck, right? It's a difficult record, but it's worth a try. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Chapter 12 Boss Zheng Qi, who was going to a dungeon for the first time, quickly cleared most of the rooms. These rooms were no different from the previous ones. There were 2 Vita guards, 1 attacking and 1 defending. Scoring a goal under their obstacles was the key to victory. Using skills to freeze the attacking guards and using skills to lure the defensive guards open was the key to clearing these rooms. However, this dungeon was not just about these monsters, otherwise it would be too easy. Any dungeon, even the earliest dungeons, would have bosses, there was no doubt about that. For players, bosses meant more experience and possible good stuff. In other games, good stuff was equipment, but in football era, there were only 2 kinds of good stuff. One was attribute points, and the other was equipment upgrade materials. Although materials were relatively important, they were not as important as attribute points. If you had money, you could buy enough upgrade materials through real-world currency transactions, but attribute points could only be earned by yourself bit by bit. This setting perfectly matched the status quo of professional football in the last century. No matter how rich a top club was and how complete its facilities were, the most important thing was the joining of good players. If you have money, you can recruit people, but you can't make the players stronger. Only the players themselves can make the players stronger. After clearing the 21 rooms in the dungeon, Zheng Qi, who had always seemed to be at ease, also began to get serious. The last room is the room where the small boss, Vita Butler, is located. According to the strategy tips, there are 4 guards in the room where Vita Butler is located, 2 each of the hammer guards and defensive guards. Vita Butler is a compound talent. In addition to being able to throw the hammer anytime and anywhere, he can also pull the hammer guards and defensive guards to let them avoid the player's pressing and avoid stiffness. Generally speaking, such a boss absolutely requires teamwork. It is difficult to brush it alone, but there are exceptions. At least many professional players now have accomplished such a feat in their rookie era. This has also led to many newcomers wanting to accomplish such a feat, which seems to have become a benchmark for professional players. Zheng Qi also has to do this now. The detailed strategy process has long been summarized by predecessors. There is no special skill. It is nothing more than a more accurate grasp of timing and a more agile response. The time for ordinary monsters is 1 minute, while against a boss like Butterlimited, there are 5 minutes, so the requirements are not too harsh. After resting for a while and restoring his physical strength to full value, Zheng Qi took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and strode in. Butterlimited was waiting for him in the room with his full subordinates. After Zheng Qi approached, 2 hammer guards were in front, 2 defensive guards were behind, and Butterlimited was at the end. Butterlimited's body shape is no different from that of the guards, but he wears a hat on his head and a belt on his body, which makes him look much more jeweled. I don't know if it will drop attribute points. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Generally speaking, the first kill will drop something, at least the equipment upgrade materials are bound to drop, but the attribute points may not. It depends on whether you complete the task well. Often the difference between professional players and ordinary players is reflected in the first kill. In the early small copies, the first kill of the boss alone can drop attribute points. Although not much, but accumulated, it can gradually widen the gap. Therefore, every newcomer who aspires to be a professional player will work hard in this regard. The key is to dodge. After speeding up and dodging the hammer thrown by the hammer guard, Zheng Qi thought to himself. The player is 1 against 5, which is naturally a disadvantage, but they are not without advantages. They don't have a goal to protect. Even if they hit and their physical value reaches the bottom, it just wastes time. In this case, dodging is very important. If you score before the physical value reaches the bottom, even if there is a 10-second cooldown, there will be no problem. After dodging 1 hammer, the second one arrived. Although the hammers of the hammer guards also have a cooldown time, if they are allowed to fire in turn, the player will have no space to get close. With a step, Zheng Qi dodged the second hammer and began to accelerate forward, leaving the 2 hammer guards behind him. This is a very dangerous approach. After all, if the hammer guards are not stiff, they can attack from behind at any time. With Zheng Qi's current physical value, at most he will be hit by 2 hammers before his physical value bottoms out. However, if you want to score a goal, this is the only way. While running forward, Zheng Qi silently calculated the time for the hammer to be fired in his mind, and at the same time he had to observe the movements of the butler in front of him. This theory is understood by many people, but it is difficult to do it. After calculating that the time was almost up, Zheng Qi waited for about half a second, and suddenly ran sideways, and a hammer rubbed his body and flew past. After running sideways, Zheng Qi stopped suddenly, then ran back a step, and the second hammer also flew past him. In these 2 dodges, Zheng Qi used his prediction and calculation abilities to the fullest. If someone saw it, they would probably cheer. However, the difficulty of playing this boss alone lies in the fact that the player has very few skills to choose from, while the boss is relatively versatile. After Zheng Qi dodged twice in a row, the butler Wei Ti, who had been standing there motionless, began to move. Zheng Qi dodged twice in a row. In the old martial arts novels, it is said that the old power has gone, and the new power has not yet been born. The operation has reached its limit at this moment. Zheng Qi has just used the skill of sprinting and the self-operated emergency stop. Next, he can only use skills to change his direction. Zheng Qi did not hesitate at all and immediately rolled. Rolling is an active skill that can directly roll a long distance. Zheng Qi wants to use this method to narrow that distance between him and the goal. However, just as he rolled, the butler Wei Ti waved his hand, and the defensive guard who was originally on his side flew over and just blocked Zheng Qi's rolling route. This move was quite vicious. If he crashed into it, although the defensive guard would be temporarily paralyzed by the collision, Zheng Qi would also be temporarily paralyzed. Although the time was short, it was enough for the hammer guards to throw out the hammers and Zheng Qi's physical value reached the bottom. At this time, Zheng Qi forcibly cancelled the skill of rolling and switched to sliding. Zheng Qi, who had rolled halfway, quickly slid. Although this approach prevented him from recovering his physical value, he hit the defensive guard in front of him. By switching skills in a flash, Zheng Qi got rid of the embarrassing situation of being paralyzed, and instead paralyzed the defensive guard in front of him. However, this approach seemed to put him in a bigger dead end. When he stood up, the remaining defensive guard had already pounced in front of him. At the same time, the two hammer guards behind him had passed the cooling period and threw hammers at Zheng Qi at the same time. A nail hammer flew towards Zheng Qi's back, while another nail hammer was thrown towards Zheng Qi's right side. When Zheng Qi dodged in that direction, he would be hit by the nail hammer. On the left and in front, there were two defensive guards. Although the defensive guard in front of him was in a state of stiffness, he just blocked his way forward. Fortunately, Zheng Qi still had a skill that he had not used. Jump. With a force on his right foot, Zheng Qi jumped forward, passed over the head of the defensive guard, and flew towards Bartlovity. Just after passing over the head of the defensive guard, Zheng Qi cancelled the jumping skill again, which made him fall rapidly, and also let Bartlovity take the opportunity to throw the nail hammer thrown in the air into the air. Sprinting, rolling, jumping, sliding, the four basic skills were used and cancelled just in time, allowing Zheng Qi to successfully break through the encirclement of the four guards and face Bartlovity. Bartlovity looked very fierce, but Zheng Qi knew that without protection, Bartlovity was just a paper tiger. It can only stand still and cannot move. Moreover, it has already mobilized the defensive guard once before, and the mobilization is still in the cooldown period. What he needs to dodge is only the mace it throws. In fact, for most ordinary players, it is far from time to breathe a sigh of relief. The cooldown period of the mace thrown by the Vitibartler is extremely short. It is already very difficult to dodge the long-range attack of the Vitibartler during this process, not to mention that the two mace guards behind him will smash the hammers in their hands as soon as their skills cool down. It is already difficult to calculate the opponent's cooldown period at the same time, but for Zheng Qi, this is not a problem. While dodging the mace, Zheng Qi moved towards the goal. In this process, he had to bypass the Vitibartler and try to get as close to the goal as possible before shooting the ball. The reason is very simple. The mace thrown by the mace guard and the Vitibartler can also be thrown towards the football, and the accuracy rate is still very high. You can dodge it when you control the ball under your feet. If you kick it out, it is easy to block it if they calculate the moving route. This is also the most difficult part. Otherwise, if someone is good at long-range shooting, wouldn't it be enough to just shoot from a long distance? There's such a big goal. Zheng Qi calculated the cooldown time while sprinting and jumping, using and cancelling them alternately, constantly dodging three hammers that would be thrown at him at any time. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he bypassed the Bartlovita, who was unable to move in the penalty area. After approaching the goal, he raised his foot and pushed the ball into the empty goal. At this time, his physical value was constantly being consumed, and there were only less than 10 points left. I'll take a hit next time. It will take 10 seconds to recover all the physical value, which is much faster than standing still. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Chapter 13 records. Zheng Qi, who was in the dungeon for the first time, came out of the dungeon. His record this time was brilliant. In the small room, he could score 6 goals per minute on average. In the final boss confrontation, although it took him a minute to score the first goal, he still scored 3 goals in the stipulated time of 5 minutes and got the highest score. System message. Player Zheng Qi completed the achievement of Vitibartler for the first time and was awarded 1 attribute point. The originally quiet rest point was immediately in an uproar. Perhaps many newcomers don't know what this means, but the old birds know what it means. 1 attribute point reward seems to be pitifully small, but you have to know that it is an extra gain. In this game where you only get 500 attribute points even if you upgrade to the maximum level, getting 1 extra point means you are 1 step ahead of others. Moreover, if you can successfully solo Vitibartler, you should also be rewarded with attribute points. I don't know how many. The old birds know better that in order to solo Vitibartler to the extent of being on TV, you must have completed 3 full value goals. It should be that no one has ever done it before, but scoring 1 goal is considered a solo, and scoring 3 goals is also a solo, and the difference between the two is huge. At the rest point, countless people were asking, who is Zheng Qi? Which Zheng Qi is? Zheng Qi, who came out of the copy, was shocked to see that he was on TV, and quickly hid his ID. Although PK was not allowed here, with so many players, who knew if there were any perverts hiding among them? However, Zheng Qi was very satisfied with his first dungeon result, because he played solo all the way, and scored 3 goals in each room, reaching the highest goal. The system gave him a very high score for his first solo. In addition to the 2 upgrade materials dropped by Vitibartler, which could upgrade his hat and belt to green, the system also gave him 2 additional attribute points. With the reward for the first successful brush and the attribute points brought by the upgrade, he now has 8 attribute points to distribute. It's still the old rule, each attribute is increased by 1 point, except for endurance, which is 7 points, and the other attributes are 6 points. Although all the use of endurance can make Zheng Qi more appropriate when playing dungeons, Zheng Qi did not do so. The reason is very simple. He feels that the current level can better train his skills. Although there is room for training in Football Era, Zheng Qi thinks that it belongs to the flowers in the greenhouse. If you want to train, you might as well train in the dungeon. After resting for a while at the rest point, Zheng Qi was ready to brush the dungeon again. He had to brush it 5 times a day. If he could maintain this level every time, Zheng Qi could reach nearly level 8 inches one day, and then he would be able to go to other places to upgrade and fight for equipment. Before level 20, that is, before completing the first dungeon, the player's degree of freedom was actually very low. Only after level 20 could he get more room for activities. Upgrading is a very boring thing, but Zheng Qi has a new interest point after the attribute points change. Each movement and use of skills will have subtle differences, and he needs to adapt again. In this kind of strength growth, he must cooperate with his own performance to be able to exert the strongest strength. So the second time he brushed the dungeon, Zheng Qi's performance was not as good as the first time, and the average goal dropped to 4. However, Zheng Qi didn't care about this. Now is not the time to break the record. There are opportunities before level 10. Wait until the attributes are better and then strive to break the record. This is the kingly way. As long as he can score 3 goals and get the highest reward, that's enough. After reaching the final room, Zheng Qi adapted to the newly added attribute points, and then he scored 3 goals more smoothly than before, and succeeded in solo play again. However, although the experience gained this time was no different from the previous one, it did not allow Zheng Qi to reach level 7. The higher the level, the more experience is needed, which is also a routine. The third time, the fourth time, Zheng Qi quietly brushed the dungeon. He couldn't be impatient during the novice period. After reaching level 7, Zheng Qi added the 5 attribute points he gained to physical fitness, bounce, flexibility, speed and burst, and continued to maintain his mediocre attributes. He rested for a while again, not mainly to rest his physical strength, but to relax his mind. After all, Zheng Qi was alone in playing, almost all of which were extreme operations, which required a lot of attention. If he kept playing, Zheng Qi would not be able to support it even if he was full of energy. While he was resting, a new news popped up in the World Channel. Player 1 Hard Wants to Fly completed the first day of solo play with a 5-kill achievement, and was awarded 1 attribute point. The rest point exploded again. 2 records were set in a row within 1 day. You should know that such records are time limited. The hard rule for these 2 records is that only those who complete them on the first day of the server opening can get the rewards. They are also unique rewards. In many areas, if the new players are not very good, no one gets a record on the first day. It is not a rare thing. After Yin Pingshen got the first kill record, the players thought that the first day 5-kill record should be taken by Yin Pingshen. If he was unlucky, this record might not appear, but he knew that it was another person who got this record. Yin Pingshen, who wanted to fly. Those who can break these records are often not ordinary people. Could it be a new player of a professional team? According to past experience, although professional teams select potential players from new players, there will also be new players they have been optimistic about before. After training, they will come to the new area to impact the record, get better attribute points, and make the account stronger. If a pure new player gets such a record, it would be really incredible. After seeing this news, Zheng Qi was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. He originally planned to get the second record himself, but he didn't pursue it particularly. In addition, it took some time to adapt to the environment, so it was normal for others to get ahead. Anyway, he got a record for the first brush, so it's not a loss. Let's go in and finish the 5th copy. Zheng Qi thought to himself, regardless of the players in the rest point who are still discussing, and went into the copy. What Zheng Qi didn't know was that when he got into the copy, some places had already been in chaos. Damn, what's going on? In a particularly imposing building in G City, Chen Feng roared. As the head coach of Nanguo, one of the top 20 teams in China, he has a very bad temper. However, he is very capable, and no one will not accept it even if he often gets angry. Now he started to get angry, and the whole building began to become silent. Although Chen Feng has a bad temper, he rarely gets angry for no reason. This time he got angry for a reason. Liu Shbo, ID unmoved, is a young talent discovered by Nanguo in District 107 last year. Although there are still many shortcomings, his age of only 17 makes his future full of possibilities. Chen Fen, who was troubled by the lack of an outstanding defensive player, has done a lot of training for him, and at the same time asked him to start over in District 108 inches the new year, strive to get more attribute points, and cultivate the core of the defense in the next 10 years. In fact, every club will focus on such players. After all, the game is completed by the players. Only with outstanding players can there be outstanding results. Otherwise, no matter how rich the club is, it will be in vain. The reason why Chen Fen valued Liu Shibo more was that among the newcomers in District 107, Liu Shibo's performance was the most eye-catching one. Chen Fen also spent a lot of effort to grab him. However, Liu Shibo knew nothing when he first started in District 107, and he missed many opportunities to strengthen his strength. In addition, he was young and only 18 years old this year. In this way, if he was put in the new district to hone his skills for a year, his future achievements would be higher. Such players who go to the new district can often sweep away all the rewards for some records, and such players often have a higher starting point after entering the professional competition. However, Chen Fen, who was full of confidence, suffered a serious blow to his plan on the first day of the district opening. It was okay for the first single brush to be robbed by someone. After all, there is luck in this world. No matter how good Liu Shibo is, he may be robbed by a guy with bad luck. So when Liu Shibo was robbed of the single brush record by someone with only 1 minute left, Chen Fen was not too angry. But if the record of 5 times of breaking the record was taken away, it was not because of luck, coach. According to our intelligence, no new players from other clubs appeared in this area. After a long while, the staff reported such news. Well, isn't it the team head, Xinfeng and Shenhua clubs who did it? Chen Fen calmed down and asked. It's not them. Their personnel are very stable, and there are no remarkable new players. The staff answered quickly. In that case, I'm afraid there is an extraordinary new player in this new area. Spread the word. If you meet this guy named Yuxin Xiangfei, contact him more often to see if he is interested in coming to our club. Chen Fen quickly gave instructions. The newcomer who could grab such a record must have something extraordinary. Whether it was luck or a reincarnated old bird who came to grab the record to disgust people, at least he should not be let go easily. Also, pay attention to Ring Pingshan who got the first kill record, maybe he will be a useful talent. At this point, Chen Fen couldn't help but glare at Liu Shibo again. Why don't you get up earlier? Otherwise, these 2 records may be yours. Liu Shibo touched his head. It's cold, it's normal to get up late. When you are short of these 2 attribute points in the future, you will regret it. Chen Fen shouted. The difference is not big, I can just grab a few more records below. Liu Shibo replied indifferently. Chapter 14 Being besieged. Zheng Qi certainly didn't expect that he would be targeted by one of the only 20 top clubs in China after he stole a record, and it was one of the top teams. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Since he wanted to make a name for himself in football era, it would be a natural procedure for him to fight with the top players in these top clubs in the future. Even if he met them in advance, it wouldn't matter. Although Football Era claims to perfectly simulate the football of the year, the game is still different from real sports after all. At least in real sports, you won't be robbed of monsters. After finishing 5 dungeons, Zheng Qi left the bitter house. This is a paradise for early dungeon brushing, but you can only brush 5 dungeons, and there will be no more after brushing. Generally, even if a novice player forms a team to brush 5 dungeons, it will take 3 or 4 hours. Theoretically, it only takes 26 minutes to clear the boss of 21 rooms and a large room, but with the time for physical recovery, it often takes more than 40 minutes. At this time, most players are still fighting in the dungeon. Only a pervert with strong operating ability like Zheng Qi or an experienced veteran can complete all dungeons in less than 3 hours. After leaving Betty's house, Zheng Qi started to head to Pompeii. The period before level 20 is the rookie period, and the entire rookie period will be spent in Pompeii and the surrounding areas. Pompeii is set in ancient Rome, and the wild monsters wandering around are all in the image of ancient Roman soldiers. After encountering these monsters, the player and the monsters can enter the battle area together. If you can't score more than 3 goals in the goal guarded by the monsters within 1 minute, you can't gain experience and need to start all over again. In this process, it is easy to be robbed of monsters. Conflicts caused by grabbing monsters in the game are common, so many players who don't want to fight just log off after brushing their own copies, and will hang out in the public area, and they start hanging out so early. They are either old birds or confident newcomers. Zheng Qi didn't care about this. He started to wander around the ancient city of Pompeii. He had read the map of the entire area many times. The core area of the ancient city of Pompeii was the Colosseum. The dungeon there was the most important dungeon before level 20. There was a chance to drop the cards of the three heroes, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus. For players, obtaining hero cards was the time to really exert their power. However, Zheng Qi and other players could not enter the dungeon yet. The Colosseum dungeon required players between level 10 and 20 to enter, and it was not possible to play alone before level 15. You could only form a team. So Zheng Qi wanted to walk around, play wild games, and get familiar with the surrounding environment. Although he had read the entire map many times and was already very familiar with it, there was still a big difference between looking at the electronic map and running it in person. He ran on the big map with a thump. There were still many monsters in the big map. Because many players had not come out of the dungeon, there was no grass growing on that big map, and there were many more players than monsters. After running a lap, Zheng Qi encountered a monster. Facing an ancient Roman soldier, although the opponent's defense was much higher than that of the Visigoths, Zheng Qi slid and hit the opponent, and the opponent was frozen for only 1 second. However, Zheng Qi, who was used to fighting 1-on-5, easily solved this opponent. After leaving the battle, Zheng Qi planned to take a break to recover his physical strength. A figure flashed in front of him, and the next moment, Zheng Qi was hit. Damn, I was slid. Zheng Qi's body was stiff in place, watching a guy dressed similarly to himself roll backwards, and then slid towards him again. PK doesn't drop anything, what are these people trying to do? After madly complaining in his heart, the opponent's slide was about to arrive in front of him. Zheng Qi's freezing time was up, and he quickly rolled to the side to avoid it. The opponent shoveled nothing, and probably didn't expect Zheng Qi's freezing time to be a little shorter than he expected, and his reaction was a little faster, so he couldn't get up from the ground for a while. Zheng Qi angrily slid at the opponent, shoveled the opponent who had not yet stood up, and quickly raised his foot and kicked the football at his feet towards the opponent, then jumped, caught up with the ball in the air, and kicked the ball directly. Combos. Although new players under level 20 only have 4 basic skills, these basic skills can be combined in various ways. In the PK between players, the only skills that can cause damage are sliding tackles and hitting the opponent with the football under their feet. The kicking and then jumping and accelerating kicking that Zheng Qi just used is a continuous skill called volley by players. According to the damage calculated from strength and other data, if an ordinary shot hits the opponent, the physical value deducted is 1, then the physical value deducted by the volley hitting the opponent will be 3. Zheng Qi's strength is not very high, but at this time, any player's total skill points are only 51 at most. Zheng Qi plus 3 bonus points and equipment basic attributes only have a total of 53 attribute points. Even if the opponent adds points to an extreme, he will definitely not have too strong strength. Sure enough, after the attack, the opponent immediately groaned. Although the opponent's physical value could not be seen, such a reaction meant that the opponent's physical value had dropped by more than half and reached the danger point. Zheng Qi now had 50 points of physical value out of 80 points, barely maintaining the safety line. Naturally, he would not give the opponent time to breathe. After continuing to slide and make the opponent stiffen again, Zheng Qi used the same method to give the opponent another volley. Wait, I have something to tell you. Before the opponent finished speaking, the ball kicked by Zheng Qi had already hit the opponent's face, and then the whole person screamed and disappeared. In the era of football, if the physical value is reset to 0 when brushing a copy, it is just entering a 10-second rest time, and you will not die and return to the city. Only when the physical value is hit to the bottom in PK will you return to the city, and at the same time you will pay the penalty of reduced experience. If you actively attack other players and send them back to the city, you will be punished with a red name, but the red name punishment is not very meaningful. In the football era, supplies are optional and not particularly important. It is nothing more than restoring physical energy faster. So this has created many boring people who are proud of PK and kill time. The game officials don't seem to have much to do with such people. Even if they offend a big force, they will be beaten up and sent back to the city. It's nothing more than losing experience, and they will recover after a few days of training, so Zheng Qi simply didn't ask why the other party suddenly attacked him. Anyway, there are many such boring players. In the new area, most of them are old birds who can't make it in the old area. There are too many such old birds. Even if you get angry with them, it's not worth it, because they have nothing to do every day, and they may come to discuss you specifically. My journey is the sea of stars, how can I get angry over such a small matter? Zheng Qi said this in a very awesome way, and then stood still and began to restore his physical strength. However, this time he was more vigilant. While restoring his physical strength, he was also constantly observing everywhere, so as not to be attacked by someone without knowing it. After recovering all his physical strength, Zheng Qi continued to measure the entire dungeon with his feet. This is also what many veterans would do, so in this process, the chance of encountering veterans is quite high. Therefore, the next time he encountered another player's sneak attack, Zheng Qi was not surprised, but just felt that his luck was a bit bad. Even if there are many old players who change zones who are such people, the probability is relatively high, but he always encounters them. This luck is really not very good, but those veterans who encountered Zheng Qi were also unlucky. The veterans who bullied the newcomers in the novice zone just felt that the newcomers were not operating smoothly and were not vigilant enough, but they happened to encounter Zheng Qi, a freak who was a pure newcomer but had extremely rich combat experience. The overall quality of the era Football King cannot be compared with a great game like the Football era. However, in face-to-face combat, it has its own unique features, which greatly trains the player's overall awareness, reaction and judgment ability. Zheng Qi plays more like an opportunistic striker who walks on the edge of a knife. He walks around, looking for gaps everywhere, and kills with one blow. Such a player must have a higher level of vigilance and a sharper counterattack. After knocking down the second player who came up to attack like cutting melons and vegetables, Zheng Qi wandered around for a while and met the third one. Then the fourth, the fifth. Something is wrong. Why are so many people looking for trouble with me? When he killed the sixth player who attacked him, Zheng Qi began to feel that something was wrong. But he still didn't think that someone was targeting him. If someone was targeting me, they wouldn't come up one by one. It must be an accident. Damn, why did I have a bad mouth on the first day? When three players who rushed towards him with great momentum appeared in his sight, Zheng Qi cursed and turned around and ran away. Facing a player of the same level, even if he is a veteran, Zheng Qi can kill him easily like cutting melons and vegetables, but it is very difficult to deal with two players, and the only way for three players is to run. After all, it is the early stage, and everyone has similar attribute points. Once the number of people has an advantage, it is a disadvantage that cannot be made up for by the best operation. Chase him. Kill so many of our brothers, kill him first. The three players shouted and chased behind him. Zheng Qi was sweating coldly when he heard it. It seems that the few who came up before are in the same group with you. Everyone's endurance is similar, and at this time, it is a competition of running skills. In this regard, Zheng Qi has an advantage. There are many roads in Pompeii. After turning a few corners, Zheng Qi quickly got rid of the pursuit of the three opponents through a fork in the road, and then went far away from Pompeii and returned to Viti's house. Chapter 15 Mythology Zone. Inside the building of the Suitland Club. Look at this guy's running, I guess he's the one who wants to fly. The holographic projection in the hall quickly released the footage of Zheng Qi running away like a loach. A middle-aged man standing next to Chen Feng said seriously. He's a little awkward, but his combination ability is very strong. He's at the level of an outstanding newcomer. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Although this person hit the ID on his head, they can see a lot of things from his movements. If you want to quickly get rid of the opponent who is chasing you with an ID less than level 10, you have to combine the 4 skills with running, slow walking, and stopping. The physical value is limited. Only by relaxing and tensing properly can you run farther and then escape successfully when the opponent's vision is blocked. However, even if they have the same excellent running skills, there is still a difference between the veterans who have been summarized after many runs and the newcomers who rely purely on talent. Zheng Qi is such a newcomer. It is very difficult for such a new player to appear. Now that it is confirmed that other clubs have not allowed new players to reincarnate into this new area, then it will be a new player with excellent talent. If it is not the one who grabbed the record and wanted to fly, who else could it be? How many core members do we have in this area? Chen Feng turned his head and asked. A lot. The assistant coach beside him replied that opening up new warriors is something that every top club, even a secondary club, will do. After all, any club needs outstanding players. Even if these players may not be able to become the main force of the first team, they can also play a big role in the branch. So generally speaking, after the new area is opened, there will be a group of loyal members of the club who choose to reincarnate and enter the new area to provide a steady stream of fresh blood for the club. The level of these members is not too outstanding, but their loyalty is trustworthy. Of course, these members are also divided into 2 types. One is to openly use the banner of the club's peripheral union to recruit soldiers and increase their power in the game, and the other type is to do dirty work. There are always conflicts between unions in the game, and stupid head-on conflicts may be what the unions did at the beginning. However, the football era has been developing for nearly 100 years. People who were bored have already used up the essence of thousands of years of human struggle. Undercover counter-espionage is common. What? You ask why there is no punishment for PK? The competition in the game is all round. Whether the union is strong can also affect the strength of the club in turn. In this era when everyone has no worries about food and drink, the most widely used game in the world has long represented huge interests. The competition between clubs also represents a huge conflict of interests. As a professional team that is the spiritual sustenance of all mankind, it is naturally very eye-catching in the competition between each other. What Chen Feng is asking now is obviously the kind of dirty work. At least thousands of people. The assistant coach replied. Except for those undercovers, how many mobile forces can be mobilized? Chen Feng continued to ask. That's not much. After all, they all have tasks. I want to find a way to get dozens of people together. The assistant coach replied. Let them all take action. If they see this person with a standard face, chase him down. Chen Feng said calmly. Aren't we going to recruit him? The assistant coach asked curiously. First let him know that he can't make it alone, then he will know the benefits of having a union. Chen Feng smiled slightly. So that's how it is, no problem, our people have remembered where he went offline, and we just take turns to pay attention to him. As soon as he comes online, we will have someone watching him. The assistant coach was convinced. Chen Feng didn't say anything else. It was actually an accident that Zheng Qi was discovered. The first person to attack Zheng Qi was actually a passerby, that is, an old bird who was bored. It was just that when Zheng Qi succeeded in counter-attacking in a disadvantageous situation, he was seen by a member of the Southland Union, and then reported it. After Chen Feng got the news, he sent 2 dirty men to deal with Zheng Qi, but they were quickly killed one by one by Zheng Qi, which aroused Chen Feng's interest. After seeing Zheng Qi easily rely on the advantage of running skills to pull away from the 3 people's pursuit, and then escape with the help of the terrain, Chen Feng was sure that this newcomer who hid his ID was most likely the one who snatched the 5-brush record from Liu Bo. Not an old bird, there are not many newcomers with such outstanding abilities in the district, and even if they are not Zheng Qi, they must be talents. Talents, of course, must be recruited well. Zheng Qi certainly didn't know that he had been targeted, but he still helped Zheng Qi take the thunder. After going offline, he was in a good mood and moved around. Today's experience was still very good, at least it brought him a novel experience. There is no such thing as leveling in the era Football King. At the beginning of each game, everyone has only one level, and the game of football era is closer to the traditional endgame. Humming a song, Zheng Qi was going to turn on the TV to see if there were any programs to relax, but at this moment, his communicator lit up. Hi, Miss Su, you found me so quickly. Seeing the only name in the address book lit up, Zheng Qi said without surprise. Su Jin chuckled at the other end of the communicator. She has been playing this game for more than 10 years. The ID sitting and watching the flowing years is also well known in her 97th district. Of course, it is a full level account after more than 10 years. Su Jin doesn't play often now, but she still logs in every day. Today is the first day, how do you feel? Su Jin asked. It's okay, I got a single brush first kill record. Zheng Qi replied. The one with Viti Butler. Su Jin was a little surprised, but thinking about Zheng Qi's level, she was relieved many old birds can get this record, let alone Zheng Qi with excellent skills, and Zheng Qi didn't say that he got the next 5-brush dungeon achievement record, proving that Zheng Qi is indeed not familiar with this game. This is normal performance. If I can't open an alt, I would have wanted to create one to play with you, so we can help each other. Su Jin said with a smile. No need, I can play it faster alone. Zheng Qi laughed. So confident. Then I'll wait for you in the mythology zone. Su Jin also laughed. So awesome. Are you confident you can pass? Zheng Qi said in surprise. Don't underestimate me. In theory, each zone of football era is not interconnected, but in reality, when a player reaches level 80, he can choose to pass a series of tests to enter an independent zone, the mythology zone. It sounds very high-end, but in fact it is nothing more than an elite zone. Only the characters with the best skills can pass the assessment and enter the mythology zone. Basically, the characters of professional players are all in the mythology zone, where there are more materials and stronger opponents. Think about it, those professional players also need to kill monsters and level up every day. Even if the equipment upgrade materials can be obtained by the club, there is a chance to get attribute points by brushing the book every day. Although the probability is very low, if you miss one day, there will be one less possibility. In this case, professional players also have to participate in the game every day. If they are still in the ordinary area, I'm afraid there will be a lot of troubles. Creating such an elite area can also make professional players seem quieter. Those who can pass the assessment and enter the myth area are basically players with excellent skills. Even if they are not professional, their level will definitely not be bad. Such players will always have some spirit. Basically, they will not take photos with a professional player like brain-dead fans. Many of them have played against professional players. Some good players will be absorbed into the club and become peripheral backbone members. The reason why it seems so normal is because of the setting of the game itself. One person, one number, can only be controlled by yourself, and cannot be played on behalf of others. Those review requirements are hard regulations. If your level does not meet the standard, you want to pass, no matter how much money you have. So Zheng Qi was very surprised by this. Su Jing was not angry at all, but she hung up that communicator after chatting for a few more words. What she said just now was true. If she hadn't been reluctant to give up the big account that she had used for 10 years, she really wanted to open a small account to hang out with Zheng Qi. Sister, you have to work hard, otherwise it would be too embarrassing if you can't enter the myth area. Lu Li sipped a cup of milk tea and said vaguely. I know, I will take time to practice. Su Jing smiled and said that after the big order was taken, the company quickly got on track, and her father's health gradually improved. He would soon be able to take charge of the entire company again. She would be more relaxed next time and still have time. In fact, Su Jing is a very smart person with good physical fitness. It may not be difficult for her to pass the assessment. It's just that she used a lot of energy to manage the company before. Now that she has free time, even if her age seems a bit old for this game, there won't be too many problems. At least Lu Li is very confident about this. From childhood to adulthood, she is a little worse than Su Jing in all aspects. She can pass the review and enter the myth area, let alone Su Jing. In fact, I want to get a new account to play in the new area. Lu Li suddenly said. Su Jing looked up and looked at Lu Li in surprise. It's not a good account anyway. Lu Li shrugged her shoulders. You're right, how about we reincarnate to the new area together? Su Jing asked Lu Li. Okay, anyway, the order has been taken, and we don't have anything to do next. I'll go to the holographic cabin now. We will play games at work in the future, so that I won't want to eat every day and get fat. Lu Li said excitedly. Well, exercise more in the holographic cabin, and you can lose weight, Su Jing laughed. Chapter 16. Pursuit and Interception. After a day's rest, Zheng Qi went to football era on time at 8 o'clock the next morning. Although he is young, his daily life is very regular. He gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning, then goes out for an hour's run, comes back to take a shower and have breakfast, and then enters the game after a rest. Although there are attribute differences in the game, in terms of operation, it has a lot to do with the player's own physique. A person with a weak body will naturally perform worse in the game. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, one of the best midfielders in China now, Li Cheng's, captain of the Teen Hair Club, ID Chuanling Day, is such a player with poor physical fitness. This person is not just a general physical fitness, but he has acquired a disease that causes his legs to atrophy and cannot use force. He can only run freely in a holographic game. However, he has become a professional player with great perseverance. When competing on the field, he is not inferior to any normal person, but has become the top professional player. Zheng Qi has enough respect for such people, but he will still make his physical fitness a little better. After re-entering the game, Zheng Qi went to the rest area first, and then started to play dungeons. Dungeons are definitely the fastest way to level up, even if there are only 5 dungeons a day. Compared with the first day, today's rest area was much quieter. After all, after playing for a day, the newcomers were no longer newbies, and there were not so many naive questions to ask. Zheng Qi watched Sui Qingfen go into the dungeon alone, and watched Wu Wai Jiangshan arrange one team after another at the rest area in a friendly manner, so that they could better gain experience from the dungeon. It's only been one day, and I have encountered 3 types of people among the old birds. What kind of physique do I have? Zheng Qi muttered, and then entered the dungeon. The initial upgrade was of course a bit boring. After playing 5 dungeons yesterday, Zheng Qi's level reached level 7.5 of experience. After playing 5 dungeons today, he was only promoted to level 8.5. Generally speaking, it takes 4 to 5 days to reach level 10, and this is when all the experience is obtained to the highest level. However, when you reach level 10, there will be new Colosseum dungeons to play, and the upgrade speed will be faster than now. After brushing the dungeon 5 times, Zheng Qi still used his old habit to increase the relatively low attribute a little bit, and then began to wander around Pompeii. What Zheng Qi didn't know was that since he entered the dungeon, someone had been watching him, but the other party took turns to watch him, so even if Zheng Qi was very cautious, he didn't notice this. It wasn't until he left the rest point that the assistant coach of the southern country gave an order and dozens of people immediately started to act. These were the free manpower that the Southern Country Club could mobilize in the new area. These people can basically be used at any time even if they're exposed. The worst thing is to delete the account and start over. Anyway, they do this. Although when a new area is opened, the most accounts enter on the first day, but there will be a steady stream of fresh blood joining every day. In this case, the undercovers of various clubs are mixed in, and they are not noticeable at all. So the Southern Country will not feel bad about using these dozens of people. Zheng Qi walked while looking for wild monsters. Although the wild monsters in the novice area can't increase much experience, it's better than nothing. Wild monsters are invisible. This is based on the battle rules of the football era. Every time you encounter a wild monster, you will enter a separate space. However, after defeating the wild monster, you will also appear in the original place. Therefore, for PK players, the most feared thing is to encounter wild monsters during the PK process. After coming out, you will be greeted by others and you will die. Many players hate this setting, but the official has not made any changes. Their reasons are also very normal. After coming out of the battle scene, the players are not in a stiff state, which does not affect the battle. In fact, for those players who react quickly, it really has little impact. At most, after leaving the battle, they can use a skill immediately. Isn't it just leaving the original place? But it is obvious that Zheng Qi is not much prepared now. After defeating a wild monster and leaving the battle scene, Zheng Qi didn't have time to observe the surroundings, and he was hit by a sliding tackle on the back. Someone else. Now Zheng Qi, no matter how stupid he is, knows that someone is targeting him when entering the battle scene. There must be someone watching, so he will be attacked as soon as he comes out. Fortunately, Zheng Qi originally only hit 6 points of strength, endurance and balance, and after the upgrade, he added 1 point each, which made his stiffness time seem shorter, and during the stiffness process, if he was hit by a sliding tackle again, the stiffness time would not be accumulated, so although there were 2 other players in front of him attacking him after the sliding tackle behind him, Zheng Qi did not lose his composure. Probably because he knew that the stiffness time would not be too long, the opponent did not use a combination skill like volleying, or maybe not, but this made Zheng Qi more troublesome. After being shot by 2 opponents at the same time, Zheng Qi's 80 points of physical value dropped to less than 40 points. Fortunately, the stiffness time was over this time, and Zheng Qi quickly used the jumping skill and jumped up from the ground. This was beyond the expectations of the 3 players who besieged him. If 100 people encountered the scene just now, I'm afraid that all 100 people would choose the rolling skill. First, they can move quickly, and second, rolling can restore part of the physical value. This part of the physical value is crucial during PK. They had already made arrangements for this situation. In addition to these 3 people, there were 4 more ambushing around. No matter which direction Zheng Qi rolled, he would be immediately besieged. However, Zheng Qi jumped up, and after avoiding the opponent's ambush, he also looked down at the situation around him. 7 people? That's too much. Zheng Qi thought to himself, and then he withdrew his skills, and the whole person fell down like a stone. The 3 players who subconsciously jumped up with him could only watch him fall from their eyes. After landing, Zheng Qi immediately began to accelerate and ran towards the east. The players in the east began to double team Zheng Qi, and the remaining 3 players in other positions also ran towards him. Zheng Qi stopped again and jumped again. The place where he was attacked was in Pompeii, which happened to be a crossroads. This was also the reason why the undercover agents of the Southern Kingdom felt that this guy could not escape. Since they were going to take action, they had to kill the opponent directly to make this guy feel irritated and troubled. When Zheng Qi was in the air, he had already thought about what to do next. His physical strength was only half, so it was difficult to quickly knock down the player in front of him. Even if he could do it, it would give others a chance to catch up, and he would most likely have to return to the city. So his sprint in one direction was just a cover. After attracting the other party's attention, he once again withdrew the sprint skill and chose to jump. This time he did not jump to any road, but to the wall beside him. There were no passages on both sides of the road in Pompeii, but walls. The walls were 2 meters high. Maybe those old players with a bounce value of more than 50 could easily jump over, but a newcomer like him could never do it. It was because of this that the undercover agents of the South Country did not expect him to use this method. After jumping to the highest point, Zheng Qi reached a height of 1 meter, and Zheng Qi chose the sliding skill. At this time the skill can ignore the terrain and can be used even in the air. The 7 players on the ground watched Zheng Qi slide 1 meter away on the wall. This was also that farthest distance that the sliding skill could reach. Then Zheng Qi used the jumping skill again, and the whole person flew up half a meter. Then Zheng Qi stretched out his hands and touched the top of the wall. With the force of his feet, the whole person flicked over the wall. Fuck, he can do this kind of action. One of the chasing players cursed. They were all veterans. Climbing walls and mountains was a common thing, but they never thought that Zheng Qi could jump over the top of the wall in this way when he was less than level 10. Let me try. One of the chasing players said, and then he jumped up like Zheng Qi, then slid, and then jumped again. Plop. This buddy fell off the wall. When he landed, he didn't do a good job of recovering, and his physical value instantly dropped by more than half. He was so scared that he quickly started to meditate on the spot to restore his physical value. Stupid, can't you even see where the opponent's sliding tackle landed? When other players who were chasing him said, "Did this guy use her plug-in?" Chen Fen, who happened to see this scene, cursed angrily. His eyesight was naturally much better than those peripheral personnel. Naturally, he could see that the key to Zheng Qi's second jump after sliding was that the object of his sliding tackle was a protruding brick on the wall. Such protrusions are very common on walls, and only by leveraging at such a location can a second jump be performed. What kind of newcomer is it? He even knows such a small detail? Even Liu Shibo became interested. A newcomer with rich experience in other games. Chen Fen replied. Chen Fen is 50 years old this year. He has been working hard in football era for so many years. What has he not seen? Zheng Qi's performance is definitely not like a newcomer who has never played any games. Although his actions in many places also prove that he is not familiar with football era, this does not mean that he is a pure newcomer. Maybe this guy is not young anymore. There are examples like this. It's a pity. If he is about your age, he is really a newcomer worth training. Chen Fen turned to Liu Shibo and said, "Do we have to hunt down newcomers worth training like this?" Liu Shibo scratched his head. "What do you know?" "It's to let him know the cruelty of professional players in advance." Chen Fen snorted. "But he has already run away." Liu Shibo pointed at the projection. "He can't run away." Chen Fen snorted coldly. Chapter 17. Pursuit and Interception, Part 2. Since the Southern District has prepared dozens of people to surround Zheng Qi, they will not let him run away easily. Although Zheng Qi didn't know that someone would be so bold as to get dozens of people to surround him, he knew that if 7 people were deliberately dealing with him, there might be greater danger. Although being killed only means losing some experience, for Zheng Qi now, he doesn't want to slow down his upgrade speed. You should know that there will be rewards for the first record of each dungeon. The earlier you can go to the dungeon, the easier it is to seize the opportunity. There are only so many records that can definitely increase attribute points in a new district. If you miss one, it will be an irreparable loss. Although Zheng Qi has absolute confidence in his own strength, in the era of football, the strength of the character and the player's own skills are very important. If you let the top striker Lucian play a level 10 character, he can't beat an ordinary person who is at the full level of 100. After all, there are limits to operation. So if you are killed and return to the city, even if you lose little experience, in the early stage when there are very few ways to gain experience, it is very likely that you will be slow at every step. After climbing over the wall, Zheng Qi landed lightly and rolled at the same time. Among the 4 basic skills, sprinting and jumping have no cooldown, but rolling and sliding have cooldown time. In the previous action, Zheng Qi used several sprints and jumps, which consumed a lot of physical energy. Now his physical energy is less than 20 points, which is in a very dangerous situation. So he quickly used a roll, which not only increased the distance but also restored some physical energy, and then jumped, slid, and jumped. After climbing over a wall again, Zheng Qi heard the chaotic footsteps coming from the alley where he was before. Where are the people? Why are they gone? Climbed over the wall again. It's hard to say, there are passages on both sides. Divide into 2 teams, 3 people in a group, go to encircle from both sides, and the rest follow me. Zheng Qi stood in place, recovering his physical energy while calculating silently in his mind. There are at least 10 people in this group, plus the 7 before, there are almost 20 people. If so many people come to besiege me, it will be difficult for me to run. There are many roads in Pompeii, and it is difficult to besiege me no matter how many people there are. However, if I leave Pompeii, there is a large open space on the way to Viti's house. If I am surrounded in that situation, no matter how strong I am, I will die. You think I am a sick cat if the tiger doesn't show its power, let's kill it. Zheng Qi suddenly had a bold idea. It is not so easy to communicate in the football era, holographic simulation, the perspective is the same as that of humans, you can only see what is in front of you, and communication is also difficult. If the opponent is alone, I should be able to kill the opponent quickly if I act quickly. After all, from the previous confrontation, the opponent is not a master, but there are many people. I flicked through my backpack. Fortunately, after being attacked yesterday, Zheng Qi was prepared. He used the copper coins he got from brushing the book in the past 2 days to buy a lot of food to replenish physical value, and it is also possible to quickly replenish physical value. After recovering his strength on the spot, Zheng Qi used the jump and slide combo again and returned to the top of the wall silently. None of the opponents could climb over the wall, which was his biggest advantage. He sneaked over the wall and took a look. He found that no one was left there. Zheng Qi fell down and walked in one direction. The two sides were surrounded by a group of 3. The alley was narrow, and there was always a front and a back of the 3. Running, rolling, jumping, Zheng Qi kept switching his direction of advance, which made his speed faster than others. Although the nearly 30 people in the south country were numerous and powerful, in a place like Pompeii, it was nothing to scatter in. After failing to keep Zheng Qi at the beginning, they had already lost the initiative. Although they carefully searched in groups of 3 in the vicinity, it was really difficult for them to respond to each other in the absence of communication tools, but they didn't think that Zheng Qi had the possibility to kill them back. After all, they were a group of 3. Could Zheng Qi turn the tables alone? How is it, did you find it? Chen Fen turned his head and asked. In the game football era, it is impossible for anyone to see the entire area of a certain area. The holographic projection in front of Chen Fen can only show the scene that the 30 or so people on the scene can see. With a glance, Chen Fen knew that the more than 30 people had lost track of one hard wants to fly, but he was not angry about it. The siege was not to kill the opponent, but to make the opponent encounter some trouble, so that the Southland Union could recruit him to have a better effect. Otherwise, why did he let these members who specialize in doing dirty work do it? There is no trace of him outside the city. He should still be in Pompeii. The assistant coach answered quickly. You can host it. I have something else to do in the club. Anyway, I just want to cause trouble for him. It doesn't matter if I can't kill him, so as not to affect his upgrade speed. Chen Fen was too lazy to watch it anymore. There were still many things to do in his club, so after explaining it, he turned around and left. The assistant coach nodded. Examining newcomers was just a small matter. It was enough for him as an assistant coach to do it. Moreover, although Chen Fen is now in his prime, 50 years old is not too old for a coach, but he has already begun to consciously train a successor for himself. The assistant coach hopes to have a good enough performance in this matter to prove that he is a suitable successor. And he doesn't need to command anything. Football era is different from other games. Players are in the holographic cabin. Even if he wants to command something, the players can't hear it. Even the players themselves, if they want to connect the communication of this wave of people, they have to establish a separate communication channel. Unfortunately, that is a function that can only be obtained after level 20. Now they can only know each other's ID and communicate in a single line. When the distance is far apart, it is impossible for people to command. Zheng Qi certainly understands this, and this is also the key to his counter-killing of the opponent. If the distance between the teams is too far, they cannot form support in time. What he really has to deal with is only 3 people. Although even he can hardly get rid of the 3 opponents in one breath, the most likely possibility is that they will be counter-killed by the 3 opponents, but Zheng Qi also wants to get rid of this breath. Zheng Qi quickly walked through the alleys. There were not too few players in Pompeii, but most of them would not move in groups of several people. After all, they were all new players. Those who would move in groups of 3 must be the ones who were chasing him. Moreover, although these people did not have any common prefixes to prove their identities, Zheng Qi was absolutely sure that they must be from a certain guild. Although he was a newcomer, it did not mean that he knew nothing. Soon, a group of people appeared in Zheng Qi's vision. The 3 players ran forward together. Their speed was not very fast. After all, if they ran too fast, they would consume too much energy. While running, the other players were still chatting. Where are we going to outflank? In this area, if you see the guy who is alone, kill him. The other players who were alone in this area have been cleared out. There is no mistake. Cleared out? Zheng Qi smiled. That's easy, the rest are all your people, right? Obviously, the other party did not expect Zheng Qi to be so bold as to kill them. In fact, they judged that there were more people surrounding the place where Zheng Qi was. These three were on guard at the periphery, so their vigilance was not that high. Silently approaching the last person, Zheng Qi quickly fell to the ground and slid. Sliding, stiffening, jumping, volleying. Zheng Qi did this series of actions in one go. Before the other party could react, he saw that his physical value had dropped by more than half. The physical value dropped by sliding was still a small number, but that volley made the other party's physical value drop by 50 points at once. The physical points added by the person attacked by Zheng Qi were relatively high, more than 10 points, but correspondingly, his other points were relatively low, especially the two items of speed and strength, which made his stiffness time longer than that of ordinary people. So after completing a volley, seeing that the other party was still in a stiff state and was just preparing to eat to replenish his physical energy, Zheng Qi jumped up again and volleyed again. With a bang, the football hit the opponent's face directly, interrupting the opponent's action of recovering physical value. The next moment, there was a scream, and then it turned into a white light and returned to the city. When the two players in front looked back, they were shocked to find that their teammate with the highest physical value among the three people, who had as many as 120 points, had turned into white light. How could it be? He still has at least 70 points of physical value, one of the players exclaimed, while the other did not say much and immediately rushed towards Zheng Qi. This player is more experienced. He knows that if a volley shot hits the opponent's face, the lethality will be increased, and it is not uncommon to kill him instantly. The most important thing is that now one of the three-person team is gone. If they still worry about this kind of thing, and the person who catches up seizes the opportunity and attacks fiercely, the two guys with lower physical fitness and only 70 points of physical fitness will probably not have a chance to fight back and will be killed by the opponent. Newcomers will have a focus when adding points, and this kind of team will focus more. The first one to be killed has a higher physical fitness, while these two focus on speed and strength. Contact others and tell them the Zheng Qi is right here. The player shouted loudly while rushing. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 18. Pursuit and Interception, Part 3. Want to fly? Hearing this, Zheng Qi was stunned at first, and then he was furious. Damn, being hunted down is fine, but being hunted down because of being mistaken, I'm really wronged. However, with Zheng Qi's temper, he would not shout and show his ID to prove that he did not want to fly, but he was angry and wanted to beat the other party more. You are so blind, who else should I hit if not you? Looking at the speed of the opponent's sprint, Zheng Qi roughly guessed that the opponent's speed should be more than 10 points, and the burst is not much worse. In this case, the other attributes are probably only about 6 points, maybe less. So Zheng Qi also rushed towards the opponent, as if ready to confront head-on. The player who rushed over sneered in his heart, even if my strength is not very good, but do you have the strength to overwhelm me? If you are entangled for a while, the teammates behind you will come up. At the time, two people will precede you, and you will die in any way you want. The two approached quickly, and the opponent took the initiative and fell to the ground and slid. In the early stage, when everyone has only a few skills, if you want to hurt the opponent, it is nothing more than sliding and shooting. It is very important to seize the initiative. This player feels that his timing is very critical. He slid first when the two are about to get close. With the speed of the opponent rushing over, if he chose to slide, he would be stiff before him, and then his skills would be interrupted. If he dodges, he will lose the initiative. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. When he was about to approach Zheng Qi completed the jump. Just when the two were about to meet, Zheng Qi jumped far forward, not only avoiding his sliding tackle, but also quickly pulling away from him, and flew directly in the air to another player who was following and preparing to respond. Oops. The player who slid over had a blank mind. Now the distance between him and Zheng Qi was very far, and it would take a while to get up from the sliding state and turn around and rush over. In other words, Zheng Qi is now in a one-on-one situation with his teammate. This teammate has a higher strength point, but the flexibility is not. Sure enough, when he turned around, his teammate had been beaten by Zheng Qi and couldn't find the north. When seeing Zheng Qi jumping towards him, the remaining player was ready to hit Zheng Qi head-on, but Zheng Qi forcibly cancelled his jumping skill halfway through the jump, and the whole person quickly landed on the ground. After landing, he rolled over, got close to the opponent, and kicked the ball out with his foot. Although he didn't use any skills, at such a close distance, the opponent who had more strength points and less flexibility had no room to dodge. He was hit, and then Zheng Qi sprinted horizontally, pulled a little distance and accelerated again, sliding. The opponent who had just reacted from the attack stiffened again. Although he had more strength points and the stiffness time was shorter, such a short time was enough for Zheng Qi to complete a combo. The beautiful volley shot hit the opponent's face directly. The opponent who sacrificed his physique to add more strength points only had time to scream before turning into white light and disappeared. Zheng Qi didn't waste any time. After another roll, he took a potion to restore his physical strength. By the way, when he stood up, he opened the in-game communicator, searched for the ID "Your Uncle." After doing all this, the remaining player turned around. "Come here, my physical strength is still recovering. Now I only have 40 points of physical strength. It's easy for you to kill me." Zheng Qi waved to the other party. The other party looked at Zheng Qi and broke into a cold sweat. Although it was a holographic simulation, the other party knew that he was probably sweating in reality. There were obviously 3 of them, but he was the only one left after less than a minute of contact. Zheng Qi may not have much physical strength left, but at this moment, he no longer had any confidence. So after staying for a second, the other party immediately turned around and ran. His speed and flexibility were more than 10 points. As long as he ran at full speed, he could easily get rid of Zheng Qi. However, Zheng Qi did not give him a chance to run away. As soon as he turned around, a football flew from behind him and hit the back of his head, causing him to stiffen slightly. After kicking the ball, Zheng Qi accelerated and closed a little distance with the opponent. Damn, after breaking free from the stiffness, the opponent began to accelerate. Now they were still in Pompeii. As long as they turned around the corridor, he would even have a chance to ambush Zheng Qi. So he didn't care about anything and just kept running forward, although his running rhythm would always be interrupted by the football kicked by Zheng Qi from behind. "Run, keep running, I'll see where you can run to. Your name is Capricorn Kyang, right? Damn, what a crappy name. I'll remember you, and I'll kill you every time I see you next time." Zheng Qi's shouting continued to come from behind, which made Capricorn Kyang very depressed. He didn't want to use such a name, but as an undercover who does dirty work, the key is to make the name difficult for the other party to remember. While running, Capricorn Kyang was swearing in his heart. "You are so proud, right? You think I just want to run away, right? Look, I will ambush you at the corner and kill you." Finally, with his continuous sprint, he approached the corner, then ran quickly and hid behind the wall, recovering his physical strength while preparing to go. The footsteps of Zheng Qi were getting closer and closer, which made him more and more expectant, waiting for him to appear, and then slide into his face, and then let him see the power of my volley combo. Capricorn Kyang was thinking about it in his heart, but when the footsteps approached the wall, they suddenly stopped. Capricorn Kyang was startled and knew that it was probably not good. Just when he turned around and prepared to continue running, he heard someone above his head greeted him. "Hi, hello." Capricorn Kyang subconsciously looked up and saw a round black shadow falling from the sky. When he turned into white light, there was only one thought in his mind. How the hell did he know I was hiding here, idiot? Did you think I wouldn't listen to footsteps? Zheng Qi spit and turned away. After seeing the 3 unlucky guys being killed in the holographic projection, the assistant coach of the South Country was a little speechless. It's not that I think these undercovers are too weak, but the opponent's methods, is he really a newcomer? This level of anti-hunting is simply that of an experienced hunter. Yes, these old birds who can act as undercovers are actually some players with little talent and average level. However, their performance just now is also quite satisfactory. As a result, they were crushed by Zheng Qi in all aspects. The assistant coach could see that Zheng Qi's attribute points were evenly distributed and had no shortcomings. This was actually a disadvantage. However, he relied on dealing with the opponent's weaknesses and excellent skills to complete the continuous kills. The most important thing was his insight into people's hearts. This team nominally hit 3 people, but in fact they were defeated one by him. When they fought, it was always one-on-one. Tell them to be careful, 3 people in a group, and don't ignore the attention around them. The assistant coach said. He didn't care about the death of these 3 players. It was nothing more than a drag on a little experience. Anyway, such players were used to do dirty work. It didn't matter if they were a little less experienced, and he didn't expect them to do anything great. Keep searching, he hasn't left Pompeii. With this instruction, the remaining people began to be more vigilant, wandering around in groups of 3. The 2 teams closest to the attack site rushed over, but found nothing. After the 2 teams met, they separated and continued to search. After they left, Zheng Qi climbed over the wall, thought about it, and followed a team. He was not worried about not having enough supplies. The players who surrounded him also had some supplements on them. After the players were killed, their equipment could not be dropped, but the probability of these supplies dropping was still quite high. After killing 3 players, Zheng Qi not only did not suffer any losses, but also replenished some supplies. 5 minutes later, another team of us was wiped out. I saw it, the assistant coach of the South Country said helplessly. This time he couldn't even say a word of blame. The team's vigilance was quite high this time. However, Zheng Qi launched a surprise attack from the wall and jumped directly into the middle of the team. After killing a player who didn't react, he dodged and recovered blood, constantly interrupting the opponent's skills, and killed the remaining 2 players. The most important thing is that when he killed the last player, the other team that came to support was just a little bit away from catching up, but it was just a little bit away. This guy is very confident in himself, and he has a good grasp of the timing. He should have occupied a high position and observed everyone's movements. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that he just attacked the outermost team, which is the farthest from the support. Liu Shibo also became interested. Although he was also playing in the new area, he had nothing to do after the dungeon was finished. Just now, he watched the team being killed by Zheng Qi and immediately pointed out a key point. After he said this, the assistant coach suddenly realized. Yes, that must be the case. This is a big troublesome. Our people can't climb the wall. It doesn't matter, as long as the distance between each other is not too far, just send a message as soon as you were attacked, and the people who were killed can rush over, right? They have been exhausted to death. Liu Shibo said with a smile. The assistant coach nodded, but the news that came the next moment made Liu Shibo change his face. The 3-person team that was sent back to the city by Zheng Qi was sniped by someone while rushing from the Vita house to Pompeii, and all 3 of them were killed. Chapter 19. Counterattack. Has the guy already run out of the city? The assistant coach said in surprise. Liu Shibo frowned for the first time. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then shook his head decisively. No. When the second team was killed, the location was north of the center of Pompeii, and the Vita house was south of Pompeii, and the first team was also attacked at that location. The distance between these 2 locations is such that a player with a speed of 10 points would need 1 minute to run at full speed regardless of his physical strength. There were only 2 minutes between the second and first teams being killed. Although it is not impossible, it is too difficult, and the time for physical strength to recover is not enough. If it is really done by this person who wants to fly alone, then he is too terrible, so I would rather believe that there is another person who has a problem with this. Although Liu Shibo had said a lot before, he had never said so much in one breath, which shows that his heart is not as calm as before. So we need to observe it again. Liu Shibo finally concluded. The assistant coach nodded. Although Liu Shibo was a newcomer, he had accumulated a lot of experience in the previous district last year. Starting over in the new district was to create a stronger character. If he had not had a promising future, the club would not have wasted a year to let him create his own character. In this respect, although the assistant coach was also knowledgeable, the judgment of some players' characters might not be as accurate as Liu Shibo's. This was the biggest difference between theorists and practitioners. In the top clubs, the top star was no less important than the head coach. The reason why Chen Feng had a high prestige in the Southland club was that he was once a top professional player. As a theoretical assistant coach, he really had no advantage in front of a future star like Liu Shibo. In Pompeii, Zheng Qi continued to run around. He knew that the players he had killed before would come back soon, but he was not worried. No matter how many people there were on the other side, it was impossible for him to not have the opportunity to run back to the rest point. Now was a good time to play with them. With the help of complex terrain, he can fully display his talent for wandering. Although the map of Pompeii is not a secret, the roads are intricate and there are endless forks. In addition, he can use continuous skills to climb over the wall. With this advantage, it is not difficult for him to run away. The hunted becomes the hunter and hunts the other party. This feeling is very refreshing. After encountering a team again, Zheng Qi launched an attack from the air in the same way, separating the three opponents. After killing one of them, he saw that the other two had joined together and could not quickly solve the opponent in a short time. He immediately jumped over the wall again and disappeared from the opponent's sight. When he sees that there is no chance, he will never take advantage of it. He will run away after killing and will not even pick up supplies, a very calm assassin. Liu Shibo exclaimed. There are very few players like this in the league. The assistant coach nodded. At least there is one more. Liu Shibo said after thinking for a while. Ranger Li Xiaoyi. The assistant coach asked in surprise, are we overestimating him? Now it seems that his style is very similar, but he is certainly not Li Xiaoyi. The god-level characters committed suicide to play in the new zone, but Li Xiaoyi is not that bored. Liu Shibo said with a little respect. Although his personality is a bit lazy, he still maintains enough respect for those god-level characters in the professional league. The 5 teams that came to support were ambushed by him. Liu Shibo's face was a little surprised. This was something he had not expected. When attacking the 7th team, he killed one person and ran away. It was not that Zheng Qi felt that dealing with 2 people would put himself in a trap, but he had to surround a point and attack the reinforcements, let them all gather together, don't disperse, otherwise, they will be more passive. The assistant coach suggested. If that happens, he will probably just run away if he wants to fly. Liu Shibo shook his head. Maintain the status quo, at least keep him busy for a little longer, let the team that lost personnel gather together, and continue to search and put pressure on them. The staff next to him quickly passed on the instructions. The inability to build a chat platform by themselves is a disadvantage, so they can only notify the teams one by one. When the people of the Southern Kingdom felt helpless, Zheng Qi continued to run around in the streets and alleys, playing his own characteristics to the fullest. He would kill one person and run away if he could. If a team rushed to support him and was encountered by him, he would take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more people. Anyway, he was alone and could run as he wanted. He was very flexible. However, after killing 6 or 7 people again, Zheng Qi began to feel troubled. First, the number of the opponent was obviously decreasing, and second, the remaining people began to form more teams, at least 4 people in a group. In this case, Zheng Qi did not dare to go out easily. Even if he could kill 1 person quickly, he would be entangled by the other 3 people, and it would be troublesome to run away. Let's go back to the rest point first, and play with them tomorrow. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Just when he was about to leave Pompeii and end the hunt that was started by others but had already fallen into his control, there was something that forced him to stop. Quietly climb over the wall and pass 2 alleys to get out of the city. Although Pompeii only has 4 gates, in fact, if you are brave and have good skills, you can go out from anywhere on the city wall, so Zheng Qi is not afraid of being blocked. Carefully lying on the wall and taking a look, Zheng Qi happened to see 4 players walking together, so he was ready to shrink back. At this time, the 4 players must be a team that surrounded him. Zheng Qi wanted to wait for the other party to leave before leaving through this gap. This can also be regarded as catching a psychological blind spot. The other party cannot just stand there on guard, otherwise no matter how many people there are, it will not be enough. In fact, this is also that case. The team wandered around for a while, and did not find Zheng Qi, so they began to prepare to go into the city. However, at this moment, a player walked in from outside the city. After seeing the 4-man team, he immediately rushed towards them. There's something exciting to watch. Zheng Qi shouted in his heart, and continued to peek stealthily. You are the ones who just hit me for no reason, right? Die. The player who rushed over was very imposing, and he did not hide his ID. Zheng Qi took a closer look and found that it was an acquaintance, Sui Qingfen, who had reminded him in the novice village. Seeing that Sui Qingfen looked like he was irreconcilable with these people, Zheng Qi thought about it and knew what was going on. It seemed that this group of people not only surrounded and killed him, but also cleared the field while besieging and killing him, clearing out some lone players in Pompeii. This Sui Qingfen was probably killed by the other party in this process, and he couldn't swallow this breath, so he came to take revenge now. The 4-man team was surprised at first when a madman suddenly rushed over and attacked them without thinking. However, the 4 of them would not be afraid of 1 person. Although they were caught off guard and one player was paralyzed by Sui Qingfeng's sliding tackle, the other three were not vegetarians either. They immediately surrounded Sui Qingfeng and attacked him. Sui Qingfeng's level was no different from the others, but his points seemed to be well thought out. His physique, strength and speed were all high, which made him very survivable. Although he didn't add many points to auxiliary attributes such as flexibility, balance and burst, which made him unstable in output and suffered a great loss, he still held the 4 players back. 1 against 4, at this stage, even if a professional player came, it would not work. Although Sui Qingfeng was an old bird, he didn't expect himself to be brave enough to kill 4 people. This time he rushed over to attack actively, just to vent his anger and fight with the opponent. He was very skilled and experienced, but after being entangled by 4 people, although he tried hard to take away more of his opponent's health, his physical value was about to bottom out. He rolled a little distance away and stuffed a medicine bag into his mouth to restore more physical value, but the opponent would naturally not watch him recover his physical value. 3 footballs hit him at the same time, interrupting his physical recovery. Seeing that 3 opponents were rushing towards him, Sui Qingfeng accelerated and dodged a distance, but the remaining opponent blocked him again. Seeing that he could not avoid the opponent's sliding tackle, Sui Qingfeng decided to give the opponent a goal first. This time he was stiffened by the sliding tackle. With Sui Qingfeng's blood volume, he would definitely not be able to hold on until the stiffness ended. However, at this moment, the opponent who had already slid over suddenly tilted his body and slid past Sui Qingfeng's body. It is very fatal to miss the sliding tackle. If you hit the opponent will be forced to freeze, and if you miss the tackle, you will also be forced to freeze, unless you cancel the skill in the middle. However, this opponent obviously did not expect that he would miss the tackle, so he did not cancel the skill. After sliding past Sui Qingfeng, he immediately lay there stiffly. Although Sui Qingfeng did not know what happened, as an experienced veteran, he naturally knew what to do at this time. He picked up the ball, then jumped into the air, and smashed the ball hard in the air, hitting the opponent's face who could not move. He was not bad in strength. Although because of the average other data, this combo was dragged and cautious, but the chain bonus damage effect of the continuous skill plus the kick to the face was still played. At this time, the opponent screamed, and then turned into light and returned to the city, dropping supplies all over the ground. Sui Qingfeng picked up a few from the ground. His supplies were almost used up just now, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. If he could kill 1, Sui Qingfeng would feel that he had made back his investment. However, there was one question he couldn't figure out: how could this guy be wiped out? Chapter 20. Counterattack, Part 2. Sui Qingfeng didn't figure it out, but the other 3 players saw it clearly. When they were about to chase and surround him, the player who stopped Sui Qingfeng jumped down from the top of the wall when he was about to slide. He also slid at this player, which directly made his slide crooked, although the system of sliding determined that the first use of sliding would not be interrupted by stiffness. The purpose of the opponent's sliding was not to make him stiff, but to make him slide in a different direction. In this way, the teammate who slid in vain was very unlucky to be killed by someone and returned to the city. And the one who jumped down from the top of the wall, except for Zheng Qi and Fei who was perceived by them but hunted them in turn, who else could it be? The 3 unlucky guys who were a little late in rescue looked at each other and had the idea of running away. The other 3-person team was killed by Zheng Qi and Fei alone. Now the opponent has an extra helper. Can they beat him? Even lower the goal, 3 people against 2 opponents, can they support others to rescue? They don't have this confidence. So, the 3 of them exchanged ideas, then shouted and ran into 3 yaos in 3 directions. Thank you very much. Sui Qingfeng said to Zheng Qi. You're welcome. I'm going to chase them now. Do you want to come with me? Zheng Qi asked. Come on. Sui Qingfeng was overjoyed, that's what he wanted to do. At that moment, the 2 of them started chasing in one direction together. Of course, you can't be distracted when chasing your opponent. If you can kill 1, kill 1. The one being chased by Zheng Qi and Sui Qingfeng can only say that he is unlucky. Obviously 3 people are running separately, why are they only chasing him? But it's useless to shout unfairly. Zheng Qi has excellent running skills, and an old bird like Sui Qingfeng will not lag behind in running, and his speed and physical fitness points are not low, so the 2 quickly caught up with the opponent. Zheng Qi made a beautiful side slide tackle to make the opponent enter a state of stiffness, and Sui Qingfeng came up with a set of combos to send the opponent back to the city. Awesome, so awesome. Sui Qingfeng laughed. There are more than just these few people in this group. There are probably more than 20 people who are clearing out people in Pompeii. I'm going to kill them one by one now, as many as I can kill. Do you want to come with me? Zheng Qi asked with a smile. That's great. I've been killed by them once, and I have to avenge this. Anyway, I've finished the dungeon today, and I'm free anyway. Sui Qingfeng agreed immediately. Come, follow me. Sui Qingfeng followed Zheng Qi for a while, and then saw Zheng Qi jump on the wall, and was immediately dumbfounded. Can you get up? Zheng Qi asked on the wall. No, the technique is not good enough. Sui Qingfeng said depressedly. He knew the trick of this skill, which was nothing more than sliding in the air to fly to the landing point, and then using the force to jump twice. However, knowing is knowing, whether you can do it is another matter. The grasp of timing and the control of force are both indispensable. That's fine, you'll lure them on the ground, and I sneak attack in the air. Zheng Qi laughed. It seems like they want me to be a bait, but that's okay. Anyway, I have 100 points of physical strength. Even if 4 people attack me, I won't die in a short time. Sui Qingfeng thought about it and answered happily. I can see that you are a straightforward man, all the copper coins dropped are yours. Zheng Qi laughed. What's the use of that thing for me? Just give me enough supplies. Sui Qingfeng looked at Zheng Qi. But I don't know your ID yet. Zheng Qi showed his ID and hid it again. Rin Pingshen. This name is a bit familiar, Sui Qingfeng muttered to himself, and then shouted. Oh, it turns out to be the guy who set the record for solo dungeon. Did we talk about it in the novice village? You have a good memory. Zheng Qi was a little surprised. You didn't hide your ID at the time. I took a look, and my memory has always been very good. Sui Qingfeng said proudly. Okay, let's get started. You just search around, I'm by your side anyway. Zheng Qi smiled. Sui Qingfeng understood what he meant, so he laughed twice and started walking through the streets. Inside the Southland Club building. Seeing one team after another being attacked, sometimes one was killed, sometimes 2 were killed, and sometimes all were wiped out, the assistant coach was speechless. If there is someone to help him, then this group of people can't deal with it. Liu Xibo sighed. The supporting team has also been attacked, right? The assistant coach nodded speechlessly. So now we have 30 people, and we actually have to deal with 3 people, a guy who climbs over the walls in Pompeii, an old bird who wanders around to attract fire. Sui Qingfeng's level is not very good, but his movements are very skilled, and he seems to be a lone ranger. Then, outside the city, there is an elusive assassin who has been surrounding and attacking the reinforcements. Listening to Liu Xibo's analysis, the assistant coach nodded. In fact, what they didn't expect the most was that there was another person outside the city who was surrounding and attacking the reinforcements, and it seemed that his level was not lower than that of Zheng Qi who was being chased by them. Otherwise, if they had the advantage of numbers and kept coming to Pompeii to surround and kill, Zheng Qi would be exhausted. As for the level shown by Sui Qingfeng, they didn't think much of it. There are many such old birds in the game. Sui Qingfeng is good, but not top level. Let them withdraw. There is no need to waste experience. Although it can be upgraded in a few days, so many accounts can't be wasted. Liu Xibo said to the assistant coach. But in this case, we can't embarrass them. The assistant coach looked embarrassed. Killing them is not the goal, the key is to find a way to recruit them. Liu Xibo shook his head. I'll go online later and test this guy's ability. You come? What if? The assistant coach was surprised. There is no what if, it's just a waste of experience. I'll try it and I can better test it out. Liu Xibo said in a deep voice. The assistant coach nodded silently. Now there are variables one after another. It's impossible to force Yixin Shangfei. It's better to let Liu Xibo test his weight. If he is really outstanding, let the union contact him and offer generous conditions to win him over. However, the sacrifice of the dead spies is not meaningless. At least, the Southland Club has noticed that the opponent's level is indeed extraordinary and is a talent worth recruiting. If Liu Xibo challenges him, he can tell whether the opponent is capable of being a professional player or only capable of being a senior executive in the union, so that he can better prepare for the next move. If they have the ability to choose a career, then they will naturally be pulled over at all costs. No club will let young people with such ability be undercover agents. However, if it is the latter, you have to be cautious when you contact them. Who knows if they're high-level undercover agents sent by other competing clubs? This has happened before. A high-level undercover agent sent by a club became the president of a branch of a competitor's union and swept away a lot of materials in one breath, causing great damage to the competitor. No one will care about this kind of thing, and the game will not care about it. So now even the authority of the union president is extremely limited. He can only use part of the union's wealth and supervise each other. The biggest damage caused by general undercover agents now is when competing for high-level materials dropped by high-level bosses. The materials that can upgrade red equipment to legendary equipment are very scarce. In addition, the equipment cannot be traded. Although materials are produced every day, there are still many professional players who only use gold equipment. Although even the top players do not have enough attribute points to meet their equipment needs, being able to upgrade equipment and not being able to upgrade equipment are two different things. Attribute points can be washed and added again, which can play a great role in tactical arrangements, but if a professional player only has one legendary equipment, then his other attributes are at most 90 points. This is the upper limit of the attribute that can be increased by red equipment. Only when the equipment is upgraded to legendary equipment, the attribute points of the equipment will have no upper limit, so that the opponent cannot figure out the tactics you want to adopt in the game. The more legendary equipment, the greater the tactical options. If a professional player is equipped with all legendary equipment, it would be terrible. Maybe the speed of this game is very fast, and the next game is extremely powerful, making the opponent lose the first opportunity. Therefore, no club will think that there is not enough top-level materials. In order to attract more good players, more top-level materials is also a key. In this regard, whether the union to which the club belongs is strong is also closely related to the strength of the club itself. In such a situation, when you are not good enough to be a professional player, but can become a union leader, you need to be cautious and careful. In fact, the union leaders of major clubs are basically the youth training members with slightly weaker strength trained by the team. These people have various defects in the professional team, but they're loyal enough and trustworthy enough. Even so, each club has set various interlocking conditions to ensure that their union interests and club interests are not affected. After Liu Shibo explained, he left the meeting room and entered his room, ready to enter the holographic cabin and fight with his opponent. Although there are too few skills that can be used before level 20, the difference between professional players and ordinary players is not so obvious, but it can show a player's talent. How to achieve better results with extremely rare means can show a player's future. When entering the holographic cabin, Liu Shibo suddenly felt a little excited. What kind of newcomer would this be? As a newcomer, Liu Shibo has a high interest in challenging strong players, and whether he can become a professional player and have this kind of character that desires challenges is an extremely important thing. I hope you are not the kind of person who only bullies ordinary players, Liu Shibo thought to himself. Chapter 21. Anticlimax. Hey, I've been running for so long, and it seems that there is no one left. Sui Qingfeng stopped panting, muttering while drinking potions. Zheng Qi jumped down from the top of the wall. It seems so. Could it be that he was frightened by our righteousness and retreated without a fight? If you can't beat us, of course you have to die. Anyway, I have killed 4 people. It's great. Sui Qingfeng said with a laugh, but he looked a little embarrassed after looking at Zheng Qi. He did kill 4 people, and he was angry about being besieged and killed, but what about Zheng Qi? Just now, he had killed 10 people, and 2 of the 4 he killed were because Zheng Qi slid and stiffened the opponent, so he had a chance to kill with one shot. As an old bird, Sui Qingfeng has seen many outstanding players, but it is rare to see someone as elusive as Zheng Qi. He thinks he is also a good player, but Zheng Qi's performance is completely crushing compared to him. Are you a professional gamer? Sui Qingfeng knew he shouldn't ask this question, but he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. No, it's my first time playing the game Football Era. Zheng Qi shook his head and replied. No way, if you're so awesome the first time, then I've been playing for more than 10 years, haven't I just played to death? Sui Qingfeng said depressedly. You've been playing for more than 10 years. How old are you, uncle? Zheng Qi looked at Sui Qingfeng, who had revealed his true face, and asked with a smile. I'm almost 30, it's just entertainment anyway. Sui Qingfeng snorted. That's not much older than me, I'm 20. Zheng Qi replied. Are you a new player in those professional clubs, reincarnated to play again? Sui Qingfeng asked subconsciously, and then found that he asked a very stupid question. Zheng Qi was playing Football Era for the first time, so this would definitely not be the case. However, Zheng Qi did not laugh at him for this question, but shook his head. No, will there be professional players in the new area? Some clubs have found new players, and the new players did not get some records in the old area to enhance their strength, so they switched to the new area to make their characters stronger, but this is usually used for new players who are very optimistic. I have never seen it, but I have only heard of such things. Sui King answered. So that's the case. It seems that someone is chasing me because I stole that record. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. But he also knew that in fact, the other people were chasing the one who wanted to fly, and he was just in the right place. This was different when Sui King heard it, so that's how it is. The big guilt at these clubs are too domineering. Do they have to own a record? Looking at the indignant Sui King, Zheng Qi was a little surprised. I heard that most of the players in this game are fans of various professional clubs. Aren't you? I'm not. I'm so old. How can I be a fan like those little brats? I just watch professional games. Sui King waved his hand and said. So that's how it is. Zheng Qi nodded. Let's add a friend. When there is a big dungeon in the future, I can't push it alone. Maybe I can help. Sui King took the initiative to say to Zheng Qi. Okay, no problem. Zheng Qi took the initiative to send a friend request. After being notified by the whole system once, countless bored people wanted to add Zheng Qi as a friend. Zheng Qi ignored them all and directly closed the friend application channel. However, he could still apply for friends from outside. After adding friends, the two prepared to go back to the rest point together. The rest point in Pompeii has not been opened yet, there is no safe zone, and it is very dangerous to log off without going online in the safe zone. There will be a short period of stiffness when going online, and only in the safe zone can you not be afraid of being attacked. At this time, Zheng Qi received a message from a stranger. Ordinary stranger messages cannot be sent out, but Zheng Qi has just sent a message to this account, so, I have helped you get rid of the people outside the city, your uncle. Damn, you are so arrogant, I will deal with you when I meet you. Zheng Qi cursed at the communicator and hung up. With whom? Sui King asked curiously. I don't know someone, but maybe he is not a stranger. Zheng Qi said something that Sui King didn't understand. Sui King shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. The two were alert when they left the city. This was the easiest time to be ambushed, but maybe the other party really gave up attacking them. When Zheng Qi left the city, he looked over the wall and saw that no one was ambushing them. On the road from Pompeii to Viti's house, although it was flat and there was no cover, there was no way to ambush. The players from the south who were cleared by the mysterious person on the way were basically attacked when they left Viti's house. If they could really rush to this open area, they would not be killed. Seeing that no one came to block him, Sui King was relieved. When he was about to say goodbye to Zheng Qi, he found that Zheng Qi had stopped. What's wrong? Sui King asked. Someone is catching up. Zheng Qi turned around, and Sui King looked down and saw a player coming out of Pompeii. At this time, the player was nothing more than a set of white clothes, and they all looked the same, but the other party walked out with confidence. Are you here to cause trouble too? Sui King asked in a low voice. Maybe, it looks very strong. Zheng Qi nodded. Why don't you go up and try it? Okay. Sui King said eagerly. Seeing that Sui King was really ready to rush up to fight the other party, Zheng Qi stopped this new friend who was already not young but had a hot temper, laughing and crying. You'd better not go up. The experience lost by dying once doesn't matter. If you die too many times, the start will be much slower. Really? Sui King was impatient, but he was not a fool. When he heard Zheng Qi say this, he knew that the other party was most likely a great master, and might not be coming for him. He didn't need to rush over and die. He was also distressed about losing experience. Seeing that Sui King didn't rush up, Zheng Qi took 2 steps forward and shouted from a distance. Brother, are you here to cause trouble for me? No. The other party shook his head. Like Zheng Qi, the other party also hid his ID. I just want to fight with you to see what level you are at. Is there any benefit in fighting with you? Zheng Qi expressed disdain. No benefit, but it's not up to you whether to fight or not. The other party was naturally a liege bow. Look at your speed, but it may not be as fast as mine. Zheng Qi laughed. It only takes 1 minute to run from here to the rest point. Just now you had many opportunities to run, but you chose to counterattack. I don't think you will run. Liu Xibo said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. That's right, come on. Zheng Qi stretched his body and began to sprint forward. As he sprinted, Liu Xibo also moved. The distance between the two was quickly shortened. While sprinting, Liu Xibo said, I won't take advantage of you. I have 9 points of physical fitness, 6 points of strength, endurance, balance, flexibility and jumping, and 7 points of speed burst. Compared with Zheng Qi, he has fewer attribute points, but he also got all the good results of single brush in the first dungeon. The extra 2 attribute points did not make him suffer. Compared with Zheng Qi's current attributes, he is a little worse in several abilities, but his physical fitness is a little higher than Zheng Qi. At this time, he reported all of them, which also meant not to take advantage of Zheng Qi. You almost know what my attributes are, so I won't talk nonsense, Zheng Qi said with a big laugh. Sui Qingfen watched from a distance, clenching his fists. The frank approach of the two made him feel that his blood was boiling a little bit, not taking advantage of others even a little bit. What kind of confidence is this? Next, there should be a fight between dragons and tigers. 5 minutes later, Sui Qingfen, who was originally standing and preparing to watch carefully and learn something, had already squatted down. If he didn't feel embarrassed, he would have been ready to leave the scene. There is nothing more embarrassing than two masters who were obviously very good and can easily deal with opponents of the same level, just turning around and not shooting at each other. When the two were about to touch, Liu Shibo took the lead and sliding, and Zheng Qi jumped to avoid it when Liu Shibo was about to shuffle him, then quickly cancelled the jumping skill and landed, turned around and slid in the opposite direction to Liu Shibo. Liu Shibo cancelled the sliding action in time, rolled to avoid, and the two distanced themselves again. This series of actions was so fast that it was hard to keep up. Sui Qingfen couldn't help but shout good job. Unfortunately, after the short contact, the two began to move around, constantly accelerating, stopping suddenly, rolling, but they didn't fight each other. It would be fine if they did this for a while, and Sui Qingfen could understand that they were looking for the opponent's flaws, but they did this for 5 minutes in a row. What did it mean? The most terrible thing was that after each sprint, they took out potions to drink. Sui Qingfen felt that if this continued, there would be no substantial progress until tomorrow. Is it interesting for us to continue like this? Zheng Qi seemed impatient. The action just now is indeed looking for the opponent's flaws, but Liu Shibo's movements were rigorous and correct, so he couldn't find any room to attack. Maybe he could find space when Liu Shibo attacked him, but Liu Shibo seemed very cautious and would never attack without an absolute chance. It's meaningless. There is no room for attack before level 20. It seems that I came to the wrong place today. Liu Shibo sighed. Zheng Qi's vigilance was much higher than he had imagined. Although his movements were not as flawless and rigorous as those he had trained in the professional team, Liu Shibo could feel that the opportunities he observed were deliberately left by Zheng Qi. We'll fight again next time we have a chance, Liu Shibo said abruptly, then turned around quickly, entered Pompeii, and then disappeared into the alley. Chapter 22. Conversation between the old and the young. Is he sick? Seeing Liu Shibo disappearing as quickly as a rabbit, Sui Qingfen couldn't help but ask. It's because his level is too low, so it's hard to perform, Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Sui Qingfen nodded thoughtfully. This made sense. Before level 20, the advantage of professional players is nothing more than fast reaction and accurate judgment. Zheng Qi also showed an extremely outstanding level in this regard. Even the top professional players may not be able to defeat him. In such a situation, if you are not sure of killing the opponent, if you accidentally killed Zheng Qi, you will lose face. It is normal to retreat actively. The two of them ran quickly towards the rest point at the same time. After a day of tossing and turning, and the emotional siege and counter-siege, the mental overdraft is indeed quite large, and it is also necessary to log off and rest. Before leaving, Zheng Qi looked in another direction of Pompeii from a distance, nodded, and then left quickly. When the two of them disappeared in the distance, a player walked out of the city gate, stared at Zheng Qi's back for a while, and then also accelerated to the rest point. Why did you retreat suddenly? Seeing Liu Shibo coming back to the meeting room from his room, the assistant coach asked curiously. He didn't think Liu Shibo was afraid that he would lose face if he accidentally lost. In this situation where there is little room for operation, it is very common for professional players to capsize in the gutter. Although Liu Shibo is young, he has a cheerful personality and doesn't care about this face. There is no way. It's easy to beat one, but if you beat two, you'll die anyway. Liu Shibo shrugged his shoulders, but didn't show any reluctance. The one who followed Qingfen. He won't come up to attack us. The assistant coach was surprised. It's not him, it's another one. I heard footsteps. It's probably the mysterious man who intercepted our people on the way. Yixin Xiangfei should have noticed it, otherwise he wouldn't have kept delaying time with me, and he didn't want to attack me. Liu Shibo replied with a smile. There is another person. The assistant coach was a little stunned. Are there so many outstanding newcomers in this district? With so many players, it's no big deal to have 1 or 2 outstanding newcomers. Last year, our district also hit several strong newcomers. Liu Xibo shrugged his shoulders, as if he didn't feel ashamed to say this fact. The assistant coach was speechless. It was true. At the time, District 107 had 3 or 4 strong newcomers, which attracted a lot of scramble from major clubs. 2 of the best ones have become the main players in this year's professional league. Compared with them, Liu Xibo is considered to be a little less qualified. In the future, if you see such people, just interfere with them. Don't think about killing them. It's very difficult. Liu Xibo finally said. The assistant coach nodded silently. However, such talents will always have the opportunity to meet the unions of various clubs. At the time, it will be nothing more than showing off their skills to see who can pull people. It's a pity that this time, they failed to test whether the other party has the potential to be a professional player or can only be an ordinary union manager, so it's hard to determine the way to contact them. If you can become a professional player, you must be courteous, humble, and use good treatment to attract people. If you can only be an ordinary union manager, you can pull him in and give him some small authority to do the work, and then slowly observe him. Now, if you go up and give him a good treatment, and the other party is not so outstanding, then you'll lose too much. The treatment of a professional player is enough to support a large-scale branch. If you carefully approach someone to join the union, if he is a talent and you treat him too poorly, then other clubs can just hook him away, so in this case, it will be very difficult to contact the other party. You should ask the old man about this matter. I'm just a player, so I won't get involved. When the assistant coach wanted to ask Liu Xibo for help, Liu Xibo waved his hand and left irresponsibly, but what he said made sense. He was just a player. He was happy to see the parade just now. There was no need to worry about it now, right? The assistant coach could only wait with a big face for Chen Feng to come for inspection, and told him all the details. However, what surprised him was that after hearing the news that the team was almost completely wiped out yesterday and Liu Xibo's actions were useless, Chen Feng did not get angry, but thought about it thoughtfully, and then waved to the assistant coach and let him leave. The assistant coach left as if he had been pardoned. Chen Feng thought about it, then turned on the communicator and called Liu Xibo. What do you think of those few minutes of contract? Chen Feng asked. At least not bad. But without specific contract, it's really hard to tell. Besides, if he is a pure newcomer, I'm afraid you will take a lot of detours. I heard that his voice has passed the voice change period. Compared with my age, even if he is not much older, he should not be young either. Liu Xibo answered very sincerely. In this case, this newcomer doesn't seem to be of much value to us, but we can't make a judgment so quickly, and there is another one. Tomorrow I will send a few second team members down, and you will be the leader. Try to build our union in this district stronger. Although we are not bad at general district materials, it is no problem to accumulate more. Chen Feng said to Liu Xibo. Then the competition in this district will be much more intense. Liu Xibo laughed. Before, I thought it was enough for you to go alone. I'm afraid that other clubs would send a lot of second-tier players like this. Now, since there is such a newcomer to observe, it is a bit difficult for you alone. Chen Feng replied. You are hurting your self-esteem, old man. Liu Xibo yelled. What are you yelling about? You should be stimulated more. If you were not lazy, you wouldn't have to start all over again in the competition for several records last year. Chen Feng glared at Liu Xibo. As soon as these words came out, Liu Xibo was discouraged. He did have a good chance in the competition last year, but because of his lazy nature, he didn't get several key records, which made his starting point much lower than his opponents, and he could only reincarnate in disgrace. He himself was very open-minded about this, but now the club lacks a distinctive defender like him, and he can't help the club. Liu Xibo feels that he owes the club something. The organizers of the union have rich experience. You have to listen to them in terms of organization and arrangement. However, some important moments are the time to show your personal abilities. I will send 4 second-tier team members over. After passing level 20, you have to strive to get enough records. Do you understand? Chen Feng said at last. Liu Xibo nodded. He was 18 years old, which was not very young. Now many young players aged 15 or 16 have become the focus of the club's training. Under such circumstances, if he cannot accumulate enough record reward attribute points in this area, he may be abandoned by the club, no matter how optimistic Chen Feng was about him before. The world of professional leagues is always so cruel. Chen Feng raised his hand, as if he wanted to pat Liu Shibo on the shoulder, but put it down again, as if he just realized that it was the holographic communication, not Liu Shibo standing in front of him. Don't worry, old man, I will work hard. Liu Shibo smiled and said. In such a competition, we can also detect whether the two newcomers are really good or just ordinary. Only when the tide recedes can we know who is swimming naked. Now this kind of low-level dungeon competition can't see anything, but when the level is higher, it will naturally be seen. So don't embarrass them anymore, attack them in the dungeon, and then determine whether they are the ones we want. Chen Feng shook off his previous emotions and continued to return to the calm head coach. I understand, old man, don't worry, I won't let you down. Liu Shibo nodded heavily. At this time, Zheng Qi had left the holographic cabin and returned to his residence. Uncle Meng, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Seeing that Butler Meng was not in the room, Zheng Qi raised his head and shouted loudly. Oh, master, I'm sorry, please wait a moment, I'll do it right away. Hearing the voice of Butler Meng, Zheng Qi was a little surprised. Butler Meng always arranged his life in an orderly manner, never letting him have any discomfort. Sometimes he didn't even need to say what he wanted, just a glance was enough. What's going on now? After standing up and walking out of his room, Zheng Qi was shocked to see Butler Meng in the living room, installing a new holographic cabin. This kind of holographic cabin is not only expensive, but it was also disassembled during transportation and had to be reinstalled. Zheng Qi didn't know how to install it, his was sent by someone arranged by Su Jin, and Zheng Qi didn't have any trouble from transportation to installation, but it was obvious that ordinary subscribers did not have such preferential treatment. These days, manpower is a luxury. However, Butler Meng seemed to be very familiar with this kind of holographic cabin. A guy with grey hair, he waved various tools in his hands lightly and skillfully installed a holographic cabin. Uncle Meng, what are you doing? Zheng Qi knew that his butler seemed to be able to do everything, but he never thought that Butler Meng could do this. It's like this, master. Butler Meng rubbed his hands. Before, when you played games, you usually came out to move around for an hour or two, so I had more things to do. In the game football era, you're online for a long time, and I was a little bored, so I thought we could play games together. I won't disturb you. When you go offline, send me a message and I will go offline, so that nothing will be delayed. Zheng Qi looked at Butler Meng in surprise. Butler Meng seemed a little embarrassed. Of course, if you don't agree, forget it. Anyway, the holographic cabin can be returned today. Chapter 23. Who is afraid of whom? Oh, no, Uncle Meng, that's not what I meant. Seeing that Butler Meng seemed to be ready to dismantle the holographic cabin and send it back, Zheng Qi immediately waved his hand. He really didn't mind Butler Meng playing games while he was playing games. He was just surprised that Butler Meng would actually play this game. I'm not young anymore, I can't fight and kill, but football era is not just about fighting and killing. Butler Meng said with a smile. Zheng Qi slapped his forehead. It is indeed easy for young people like him to overlook that football era is a game for all ages. Games derived from football era, such as Era Football King, all have strict age regulations and anti-addiction systems. Era Football King is better. People under 14 and over 10 can play it, but the time limit is 1 hour. That's why Diane Guang, who was less than 14 years old at the time, found a way to bypass the anti-addiction system. Some games require people over 14 to play, and some games have strict regulations that only 18 years old can participate. However, the age limit of football era is not limited to an upper limit, and the lower limit is also very low. Children aged between 2 and 10 can enter the game to experience it with their parents. This is because this game can bring real sports experience. After all, many children do not have space for activities outside. Before the age of 2, they may be able to meet their activity needs at home. When they are older, they have to participate in activities in football era. Therefore, the novice village in football era actually occupies a large area. There is a special children's activity area for children to play in. Except for parents who can enter with their children, other players are not allowed to enter. Correspondingly, older players also have their own places to play. Players over 30 years old will have an additional choice, that is, coaches. Coaches are no different from ordinary players in terms of 8 basic attributes, but they do not have attack capabilities. Their basic skills are also different from those of players. There are no options such as sprinting, sliding, tumbling, and jumping, but there are 4 basic attributes such as shouting, encouragement, comfort, and shock, which can increase the combat capabilities of players. Coaches who team up with ordinary players will not be attacked by other players or monsters, even in dungeons, because they have no attacking ability. At the same time, their blessing abilities will not have a particularly good effect. They can only play a role at critical moments. For example, when two teams fight, a well-timed shout can help the team gain an advantage at the most critical moment, instead of bringing a coach's equivalent to having an extra nurse who can't be killed no matter how hard you fight. Although the development prospects may not be very good, such players are also very popular in the new area, even if they will take away some experience. Of course, not every older player will choose to go to the new area to open a new account to play as a coach. Many old players have been playing with one account. The older ones just run around and don't participate in fighting monsters and fighting. After all, players in their 30s can still fight in the game. If they are older and want to be a coach, they will directly use the old account to change jobs, and there is no need to create a new account. So such an account is really popular in the new area. Then let's brush the dungeon together tomorrow, Zheng Qi said after thinking about it. Wouldn't that drag down your experience? Butler Meng was stunned for a moment. 2 people are fine, it's nothing more than scoring more than 6 goals. I can score 5 goals even if I play alone now, and it will be faster with your help. Uncle Meng, if you find a wild team to play together, it will be inefficient and waste experience, Zheng Qi replied. As long as it doesn't delay your business, young master. Butler Meng was very happy about it. Well, that's it, but I have to get rewards every time I play alone for the first time, so I can't take you with me at the time, Uncle Meng. My experience will definitely increase slower than yours. Even if you want to take me with you at the time, you can't take me with you, right? Oh, yes, when I reach level 10, I guess you'll be less than level 9. It's the same if I play by myself and then take you with me. Uncle Meng, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with football era. This is just a trivial advantage of mine, I'm not Gimon, Uncle Meng. When the next day came, after Zheng Qi entered the game, he took the initiative to send a friend request to Suimunindo, which was the name Butler Meng gave himself. Master, wait for me. Wait until I finish the task. Zheng Qi said it was okay, and then he entered the training ground to warm up. This is a place that every player can enter at any time in the safe zone to train their movements and abilities, but the skills that can be used are only the skills they currently have. Therefore, at this level, few people will go to the training ground because it is boring. However, after reaching the myth area, the personal training ground can set their own attribute points to full points, and all skills can be mastered, so the players can have a good time. However, the personal training ground in the myth area is more for professional players to hone themselves. Zheng Qi's entry into the personal training room made some of the undercover agents of the South who were paying attention to him caught off guard. Although they would not specifically target Zheng Qi, they would interfere with Zheng Qi's tasks from time to time. Now that Zheng Qi could not be found, they also lost their target, then forget it. After level 20, you can't hide your ID. It's not difficult to find him again, the assistant coach said helplessly. In fact, the Southland Club did not lose anything, but with their power in this new area, they failed repeatedly to deal with a newcomer, which was really unhappy. Liu Shibo didn't care about this matter anymore. He just continued to level up. In the next area, the competition for records would be fierce. Although he would be a little higher at the starting line, he couldn't fail because of this. In this case, he naturally wouldn't focus on these newcomers who might be very outstanding, that was not something he should worry about. Moreover, after the level was high, they could still form a great competition in the competition for records in various copies. Professional players naturally have the bearing of professional players. Zheng Qi practiced in the training ground for more than an hour, and then received a notice from Butler Meng, and then returned to the rest area. When Zheng Qi saw Butler Meng's ID, he found that Butler Meng also used the system avatar, but he didn't feel surprised, but sent a team application to him. After forming a team, the two can enter the dungeon at the same time. Although the dungeon of Viti's house is the most basic dungeon, it can also be entered by forming a team, and can accommodate up to 5 people. After entering the dungeon, Zheng Qi was naturally familiar with it. He was originally worried that Butler Meng was not familiar with this game, but he found that Butler Meng seemed very natural after entering the dungeon. I have played this game before, Butler Meng explained. But soon, Zheng Qi found that Butler Meng seemed to have played more than just this game. When fighting monsters, Butler Meng could not help much, but his 4 skills were used just right, which made Zheng Qi more worry-free. Like the players, the 4 skills of the coach players also have their own characteristics. Shout can increase the player's attributes for a short time without a cooldown. Encouragement can greatly increase the player's attributes and restore a certain amount of physical value with a cooldown. Comfort can restore more physical value and reduce the skill CD of some players with a cooldown. Deterrence is the only means of attack for the coach player, which can reduce the enemy's attributes without a cooldown, but can only be used on one enemy per unit time. Therefore, in addition to the enhancement of the effect of skills with the level, the most effective way to distinguish whether a coach is outstanding is to look at the timing of his skill selection. Of course, this operation that only needs to take care of one player cannot reflect the upper limit, but it can well reflect the lower limit. The various skills of the housekeeper Meng are used just right, allowing Zheng Qi to be faster when sprinting, more flexible when dodging, more powerful when attacking, and slower when threatened by monsters. These effects are small, but accumulated, it is a great advantage. Zheng Qi could score 6 to 7 goals per minute in the small dungeon before, which was why he was so confident. However, with the help of Butler Meng, he scored 9 goals in the first small dungeon. I'm not used to such a good environment. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart and did not say much. Butler Meng followed him with a smile, and the two began to move forward. With Butler Meng by his side, the time to push the dungeon was much faster. After all, although the time consumed in each small room was the same, it saved Zheng Qi time to recover his physical value. After finishing the game, he just had to run to the next room quickly. The minimum time for a dungeon is 26 minutes. Generally speaking, Zheng Qi needs more than 30 minutes to complete a dungeon. However, this time, with the time consumed on the road being greatly compressed, Zheng Qi only took 29 minutes to complete the first dungeon. After pushing 4 dungeons in one breath, Zheng Qi was stopped by Butler Meng when he was about to enter the last dungeon. "What's wrong?" Zheng Qi asked curiously. "Don't you want to break the record of 11 goals quickly?" Butler Meng said with a smile. "Of course I thought about it, but isn't it just level 9? It will take tomorrow to reach level 10. Zheng Qi asked curiously. "In addition to dungeons, there are also places to upgrade." Butler Meng replied. "There are fewer monsters in Pompeii," Zheng Qi replied. "Take me with you, and you can enter the Colosseum," Butler Meng continued to say with a smile. After Butler Meng explained, Zheng Qi slapped his forehead fiercely. "Yes, you have to pass level 10 before you can enter the Colosseum, but that is when there is only one player. If there is a coach's blessing, at level 9, the player can bring the coach into the Colosseum with a level 10 limit to swipe monsters. This is something that many professional teams are using." Zheng Qi didn't expect it just because he didn't know about such a thing. But it would be a bit dangerous to do so. It will be a more rigorous test for you, and you may encounter those professional teams in the Colosseum. Butler Meng finally reminded. "Who is afraid of who?" Zheng Qi said heroically. Chapter 24 Shocking news. Zheng Qi was really not afraid. Even if there were professional teams, there were not many people who were capable of entering the Colosseum to brush wild monsters at this time. Even if the guy he met yesterday entered the Colosseum, there was no need for him to be afraid of him. Moreover, Zheng Qi knew that the guy called Yuxin Xiang Fei probably also used this method to go to the Colosseum to brush experience. If he didn't go, he might be left behind. Competition in dungeon records is not just a matter of fame, it is also of real help to individual characters. Although the first personal brush of Viti's house only adds a few attribute points, other personal first brush records will slowly add more as the level increases. Theoretically, after each player reaches the top level, the total attribute points can reach at least 600 points, but those god level accounts, which one is not about 800 attribute points? Where does such a huge difference come from? It's not all obtained from these records. Although there is a possibility of dropping attribute points when killing boss, the competition for such attribute points is more intense and the probability of occurrence is lower. God level accounts are all around 800 points, while ordinary professional player accounts are only around 700 points. This is a huge gap. So after Butler Meng reminded him like this, Zheng Qi was ready to go with Butler Meng to level up and brush the dungeons. This way I can level up faster, and I don't have to toss alone. Butler Meng said happily. Yes, after brushing 4 dungeons, you are just over level 7. You can get more experience points by fighting monsters at a higher level. Zheng Qi said with a smile. And if 2 people fight, the speed will be faster, which is originally an advantage over brushing outside. There should be more monsters in the Colosseum. Challenging at a higher level has such an advantage. Butler Meng replied with a smile. The two began to move towards Pompeii. Along the way, Zheng Qi was very careful to observe everywhere, but it was obvious that when Zheng Qi's movement rhythm became different from usual, the dozens of players in the South Country who were paying attention to Zheng Qi were not able to grasp his movements in time. You should know that Zheng Qi had hidden his ID before. If the other party wanted to find him, they could only analyze it from certain traces. Zheng Qi did not hide his actions before, so he was targeted by the other party the next day. Now if he is a little more careful, he will not be noticed by the other party. What's more, Zheng Qi acted alone in the past 2 days, but now it has become 2 people. After entering Pompeii, Zheng Qi slowed down and walked directly to the south of Pompeii, followed by Butlermeng, where there is the Colosseum, one of the 3 major buildings in Pompeii. The Colosseum, the Wizard Hall, and the Temple of the Sunday are the 3 major buildings in Pompeii, and they are also the best places for players to move around after they have passed level 10 and exceeded level 20. There are many wild monsters here, and naturally there are special copies, but Zheng Qi cannot enter the copy now, and he must reach level 11 before he can enter. There are winding passages and corridors in the Colosseum. It is dark and lightless. Players can only see the range of 2 meters in front of themselves, so encounters often occur. It is not uncommon for players to suddenly encounter other players and start fighting over a disagreement. However, most of the time, unless there is a grudge, everyone will quietly separate and then go to look for wild monsters. There is a rest point from the Colosseum corridor to the Colosseum venue. It is a safe area where players can rest before entering the venue dungeon. There is no difference in any dungeon in this respect. At this time, there are indeed not many players in the Colosseum. At least Zheng Qi did not see any. Not many players means a higher probability of encountering wild monsters. In addition, the experience share of the cross-level challenge may not be slower than the dungeon. It would be better to think of this earlier. Maybe those professional players have already passed level 10. Zheng Qi said to Butlermeng as he walked. Everyone can reach level 9 today. They will not fall behind. Butlermeng comforted Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi nodded. This was true. After all, it was impossible to level up quickly before. Even if those professional players were already prepared, they could only kill monsters of higher levels today. His progress should not be much behind. After thinking this way, Zheng Qi began to put aside all distractions and concentrate on leveling up. Soon, they encountered the first monster in the Colosseum. Monsters in any area are very similar to those in the dungeon. Pompeii is no exception. Wandering in the Colosseum are gladiators holding weapons and huge beasts. However, it is not difficult to defeat these monsters that will only be encountered one by one. Soon, Zheng Qi killed a beast with the help of Butlermeng. Looking at the experience that is increased, Zheng Qi shouted happily, if this continues, it won't take many times to reach level 10. Yes, before reaching level 11, try to break the record of 11 balls. Butlermeng encouraged him. It's a bit difficult. Zheng Qi shook his head. It's not that he was self-deprecating, but the more he understood this record, the more he could feel the difficulty. He was able to score 6 goals when he was only level 5, but in fact, this was almost a limit. With the help of housekeeper Ming, he could only approach this record. Only once did he score 11 goals. It was really difficult to tie or even break this record without the blessing. Even if it's difficult, you have to strive for it. Once such a record of the whole game is broken, it will be 5 attribute points. Housekeeper Ming encouraged him. Zheng Qi nodded. The temptation of 5 attribute points was really too great. The next step was to continue to clear monsters. Clearing monsters was a very boring thing, but Zheng Qi didn't find it boring. He could also train well in battle. Perhaps it was because there were too few players who were qualified to jump levels. Zheng Qi didn't meet a player for a long time. Under such a smooth situation, Zheng Qi upgraded very quickly. Originally, his experience difference from level 10 was not particularly large. He could upgrade after brushing the dungeon the next day. Now, after 4 hours, Zheng Qi finally reached level 10. Let's go back, Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi said hello to Butlermeng, who had also rushed from level 7 to level 9 inches one go. This is the advantage of being at a low level, even if he was just sharing experience on the side. Butlermeng nodded, and the two of them left the Colosseum, and then rushed towards the city gate, preparing to return to the rest point of Viti's house. Zheng Qi still had one last copy to use, so he would practice with this copy today and adapt to the changes after adding attribute points. Tomorrow, he would use the 5 copies in one go to hit the record. Zheng Qi thought very well, and he didn't encounter any trouble along the way. However, just when Butler, Meng and Zheng Qi were about to approach the rest point, a system message shocked him and made him stunned. Not only was he stunned, but all the online players in Area 108 who saw this message were stunned. Players in Area 108 are eager to fly. 12 goals were scored in a single room in the Vitesse House copy, a new record for the entire era, and 5 attribute points were awarded. Although it was a cold system message, when this message fell into the eyes of all the players, it brought a huge shock. The record of the entire football era that had been sealed for almost 6 or 7 years was broken. This was big news. Not only the 108th district, but all the sub-districts and mid-districts received this news. When Zheng Qi created the record before, there was no sub-district in the prefix, which proved that this system message was sent by all districts at the same time. Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear and White Horse, is 25 years old this year, which is the peak age for a professional player. He is now the undisputed first striker in the league. Although there are many top strikers in the league, his brilliance has never been covered up by others. And the name became loud in the entire football era 7 years ago, when he was 18 years old and created a new record as a pure newcomer. After that, he was recruited by the first giant in the north, the Chang'an club located in City B. In 6 professional seasons, he was the highest-rated striker. Now, such a great player, the record he created was broken by another newcomer. Yes, a new player. Ordinary players may wonder if this is a professional rookie trained by a club, but the clubs know that District 108 is a relatively dull district. In the past 2 years, they did not have any outstanding rookies. The professional rookie who really started to rebuild in District 108 was Liu Xibo from Nangyou. Although Liu Xibo was excellent, he was not to this extent. For a while, all the professional clubs looked at this new district that they had originally ignored, although as a professional club, it would not be too much to ignore the new district. At least according to convention, they would send a large number of union backbones to settle in and expand their strength, but they did not send professional rookies to Wenta before. After this news came out, I'm afraid that many clubs will start to take action. It's this person who wants to fly again. It seems that the competition in this district will be very fierce. Chen Fen couldn't help but say to himself. While saying this, he thought of Liu Xibo. Could his disciples' luck be so bad? This renovation is also the last chance for Liu Xibo, but when encountering such a perverted rookie, other clubs will most likely send a lot of second-team players to this area to observe the newcomers. In this way, the competition in this area will be unprecedentedly fierce. This situation is actually very rare. After all, the records are limited. If the competition is too fierce, you'll get a few records, and I will get a few records. In the end, all the promising rookies will become mediocre. This kind of thing has happened before, and it will only lead to a lose-lose situation. So later, the clubs also had a certain tacit understanding, trying not to form other conflicts in the new area. Anyway, there will be new areas opened every year. Compromise with each other, you come this year, I come next year, and control the competition to an acceptable level. But now this area has such a heaven-defying rookie, who can care about this? Chapter 25. Serial break. Damn, someone got there first. Unlike the shock and mixed feelings at the other clubs, Zheng Qi only had one reaction at this moment, my record. Someone got there first. Then score one more, master. Butler Meng encouraged Zheng Qi. Yeah, I'll just score 13, although this number is a bit unlucky, Zheng Qi laughed. When entering the rest point, the entire rest point was as noisy as a big market. Everyone was discussing this person who wanted to fly. First, he won the record of 5 consecutive successful brushes. That's fine, after all, there are many people who can do this. Sometimes you can grab such a record just because you are lucky and your hands are fast enough, and it doesn't prove how good your strength is. And this time, the record that has been sealed for nearly 7 years was broken, and it was a record once created by a famous professional player. Although Lu Xiaoshan was a pure newcomer when he created this record, and he was not proficient in the dungeon, but even if he was an old bird, being able to break such a record was an extremely terrifying thing. Who is this person who wants to fly? Amidst all the speculation, Zheng Qi quietly passed through the rest point and entered the dungeon. He still had one last dungeon to use today. Master, add all the 5 attribute points to speed. Butler Meng reminded him, and Zheng Qi nodded. He had already used up all the 5 attribute points he had gained when he was promoted to level 9, and he also added points evenly. Except for 9 points for physique and 8 points for speed, the other 6 attributes were all 7 points. Now Butler Meng reminded him to tell him that the faster their speed, the shorter the time it would take to complete a single goal. It is said that Liu Xiaoshan broke the record at the time because he was not familiar with the game, and all the points he added at the beginning were used for speed, which played an extremely good effect when he finally broke the record. Of course, many players later added the speed to the maximum point, but they still failed to break the record. After all, attributes are only part of combat effectiveness, and the key still depends on the player's own operation. When he walked to the dungeon gate, Zheng Qi took a deep breath. Although he had fought in the Colosseum for 3 hours, his physical strength and energy were not in perfect condition at this time. However, in the case of a cross-level challenge, although he had housekeeper Meng to take care of him, he also needed to show his full state to avoid any damage under the suppression of the monster level. So in this case, his state is the best. Although his energy was consumed, his excited mood and mind allowed him to perform better than usual. After entering the dungeon, Zheng Qi kept adjusting his breathing, allowing himself to enter a very mysterious state, infinite concentration of energy, only looking at the present, and completely ignoring other places. He has been able to breathe this way since he was a child, and it has helped him a lot. It sounds mysterious, but it is not a strange way, it is just a proper self-adjustment. After arriving at the first room, Zheng Qi did not stop his steps, but walked in. 1 dungeon, 21 monster rooms, he has plenty of opportunities to hit the record. Accelerate, stop suddenly, roll, slide, dodge. There are a total of 16 ways to cooperate with 2 primary monsters, and Zheng Qi has already mastered these 16 ways of cooperation in the process of brushing the dungeon in the past few days. He can react to any response in the first time, break through smoothly, then shoot and score. In fact, for veterans, they are extremely familiar with such primary dungeons. The more times veterans change their numbers and start over, the more familiar they are with such primary dungeons, because they always encounter this dungeon at the beginning. Therefore, a total of 16 reactions and responses have long been summarized. As long as you were a veteran, it will not be a big problem to score 3 goals. However, in such a short time, you have to compete in operation, speed, details, and luck. For example, how to dodge, on what route to dodge, how close to the goal to shoot so that the monster will not destroy the shot, even how to quickly return to the kickoff point after scoring a goal to waste less time. There is an old saying that time is like water in a sponge, there'll always be. This is of course a wise saying, but with only 1 minute in total, how much time can be squeezed out? 1 minute, that is, 60 seconds. If Zheng Qi wanted to score 12 goals, he would have to score 1 every 5 seconds on average. This time was compressed to the extreme. If Zheng Qi wanted to score 13 goals, he would have to score 1 every 4.5 seconds on average. It was hard to force a goal out under such a tight situation. After the first room was finished, Zheng Qi scored 9 goals, which was almost the most he could achieve when Yonjia was helping him. This proved that Zheng Qi was in good shape now. But Zheng Qi was still not very satisfied. However, he was not annoyed about it. Breaking the record was like this. You had to play 1 game after another and try your luck. Even Liu Xiaoshan didn't score 11 goals every time. It was just that he was in a particularly good state, felt particularly good, and had particularly good luck, so he created such a record. Of course, the premise was that he had such strength to hit such an opportunity. The same goes for wanting to fly. Zheng Qi didn't think he was worse than anyone else, so if he wanted to fight for this record, he had to grab every bit of time and then hit that record. Breaking the record, what does it mean to break the record? These 2 words are very meaningful. You have to keep breaking through to reach the limit little by little and reach the other side. In the second room, Zheng Qi's performance declined a bit and he only scored 7 goals. However, although Zheng Qi knew from the beginning that he could not break the record in this room, he still did not slack off, but concentrated his mind and continued to hit the ball 1 by 1. There is nothing much to say about this kind of record in terms of technology. Find the most suitable way, and then fight 1 game after another. The so-called extreme operation is like this. Although there are only a few choices to go back and forth, using the same method continuously requires extremely high controllability. The third room, the fourth room, if Zheng Qi hit some different ideas in the first few rooms, such as the idea of a few balls short of the record, then when he entered the fourth room, Zheng Qi was completely immersed in the game itself. Calculate the distance and time at any time, score at a fast speed, save the rolling skill for use after scoring, and quickly return to the kickoff point while recovering some physical value. He is like the most stingy businessman, calculating his capital penny by penny, and thinking about how to get the most benefits. This emotion is very mysterious. When you put everything aside and do one thing wholeheartedly, you often have such a feeling that your mind no longer cares about everything else. Even if there is extremely noisy around you, you can't hear anything, and your attention is only on what you want to do. This feeling is actually very refreshing. After entering this state, Zheng Qi continued to brush the copy almost unconsciously. The whole person's mind and body seemed to have separated. The consciousness was very calm, and almost without emotion, he watched himself score one goal after another, and then quickly left the room, and entered the next room again after recovering full physical value. 21 rooms, Zheng Qi didn't know how many he had played. Even after meeting the butler of Vitid, he subconsciously brushed the copy of the last big room, and then until he was sent out of the copy, Zheng Qi was considered to have come out of that state. Shaking his head, Zheng Qi felt a little dizzy. He had been too focused just now, and now he felt a sense of lack of oxygen. After Zheng Qi shook his head and woke up a little, he immediately found that his communicator began to buzz. This made Zheng Qi feel very strange. He didn't add many friends. He just added a friend with Sui Qingfen, and then added a friend with Meng Yongjia. The remaining one who could talk to him was just thinking about flying. Before, the two of them had communicated with each other in the mode of strangers. This way they could communicate. Taking out the communicator, he saw that Sui Qingfeng's avatar was constantly jumping. Clicking it, there were 3 huge exclamation marks, and then a series of words. Fuck. You're so awesome. How did you do it? Each sentence was very short, which fully proved that the other party was too anxious to wait for a while when sending it. He would rather send short sentences multiple times than send them all at once. Why are you so excited? Zheng Qi muttered, closed the conversation page, and then saw a message in the stranger column. Awesome. 2 simple words, the sender. I want to fly. Zheng Qi finally reacted, and hurriedly flipped through the system notification bar, because when you get experience from a dungeon, the system will also tell you how much experience you have gained, so the previous system notification was overshadowed by Zheng Qi's experience in clearing dungeons. Although the notification of the whole system was in bold, Zheng Qi, who was in a state of concentration just now, completely ignored this. Rin Pingshen, a player in District 108, scored 13 goals in a single room in the Vitid House dungeon, a new record in the entire era, and was awarded 5 attribute points. Looking at this record, Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, and then began to giggle happily. It was broken, really broken. You have to know that although Zheng Qi is confident in himself, he is not absolutely sure whether he can break the record. After all, 12 balls are already a limit. There is no way to surpass it in terms of technical aspects and performance. He can only rely on that kind of extremely good luck. He still has a copy to play today. Starting tomorrow until level 11, he can probably play 10 copies, which is a total of 231 ordinary rooms. This is his last chance to challenge. After exceeding level 10, even if you score more balls, it will not be considered a record. But who would have thought that Zheng Qi would break the record again in the first copy? Fin est capture much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No se olvident all like busgasms contenido exclusive yxo in medito. Suscribete news to Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscription o donaking nos anima a continue. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.